Good morning. How are you all doing today? My name is Stephanie L. Willis, and I'll be your host today from 9 to 11 here on the LawNewz Network. We're here today on this rainy day here in New York City, but nonetheless, we have a great trial set up for you today. We are here doing the North Carolina versus the Eric Campbell matter. Now, if you weren't able to keep up with it last week, I know that we were live streaming it. However, we had the Dr. Uric trial last week. So I'm just going to bring you up a little bit up to speed as to where we are. Currently at this time, the defendant actually took the stand last week. The defendant, Eric Campbell, who is actually on trial here. It's an actual capital punishment case, so he could receive the death penalty if he does receive a guilty in this case. He is accused of murdering the Faulkners. The Faulkners were an elderly couple in North Carolina. He and his dad both were accused of this crime and arrested for this crime. However, his dad committed suicide in North Carolina jail back in 2015. The interesting thing here is that now that his father committed suicide, the defense has taken a bit of a turn. The defense has now claimed, because of the abuse that was sustained by Eric Campbell in this case, that he was under some sort of duress and that he felt that he had to follow his father's orders in order to, I guess, keep himself safe from harm. However, throughout his testimony throughout his testimony last week, he stated that he had nothing to do with the actual murders of the Faulkners, of Dora and Jerome. He stated that he was outside of the house. His father decided to go into the house on his own, and that he heard like a lot of noise. He heard a lot of screaming, and then he heard a shot. His father forcefully had him enter into the home, and that's when he saw the Faulkners. He saw Mr. Jerome Faulkner laying on the ground, and he saw Mrs. Faulkner on the bed wailing. So this is a pretty interesting case, only because of the fact that we have, I don't want to say that it's an easy blame, but we have an easy scapegoat here, in my opinion. Only because if his father was still alive, the theory probably would have been totally different. After Eric Campbell's testimony on last week, the defense further on put an expert witness on. They put on a psychologist. The psychologist was pretty much testifying as to what exactly the effects of his abuse were as a result of Edward Campbell's abuse on Eric. So what we're going to do today is we're going to throw to a couple of clips. I actually want to throw to the clip of Eric Campbell's direct examination. We're actually going to throw to clip EC 29. And in this account, we're going to get some of the recounts of exactly what happened in the minutes prior to the murder. So we're going to throw to clip EC 29.
Just trying to get up my face. I had enough time to talk to him.
And where did he go?
You know, by the time we exited the woods, it was almost full dark.
If you can try and keep their voice up.
We were in somebody's backyard, it looked like, and all we did was skirt around the tree line, like, you know, between two properties you have a copse of trees, and we just stayed into that and tried to just get back to wherever.
And what happened next after you realized you were in someone's backyard?
Got out of it. We kept on going until hit another, I don't know if we hit another side yard or what, but eventually we wound up on a road.
And where'd you go from there?
It's full dark, and we couldn't decide left or right. And, you know, I said, let's go left. And we ran down that way for I don't know how long. My dad said that was not the way back, and he turned around and started going the other way. And thought eventually, I mean, if you run along a road, you're going to hit some kind of marker to know where you are.
And then what happened?
He kept going. I don't know, he ran, he pulled away from me just because he ran, I guess, faster. I didn't particularly know the reason why we were running in the first place, but it was cold. You just get the blood pumping. Remember, he turned right, and I lost sight of him. It was, when I caught up to the place where he had turned, it was, I guess, a kind of dirt ATV path, and the moonlight was just right that I could see down the entire path, and I didn't see him.
And what did you do?
I started looking to the left and right through the trees. With the moonlight, you'd see silhouettes, and I saw basically a shadow pass on the left, and I started chasing it basically through the trees. I just ignored the path itself.
And then what happened?
It was, by the time I'd gotten to the edge where the silhouette had been, my dad had already taken off through basically what looked like a field at first, but it was actually a backyard.
Was that the Faulkner's backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what happened next after, I guess you described you're standing at the edge of the wood line and you've seen your father kind of run through this field or be further headed in this field. What happened next?
I stopped at the line, the tree line.
And then what did you do?
I waited to see what he was doing.
And what was he doing?
I lost sight of him past the back of the building, and then I'd catch his shadow again, basically. It was just too dark to see exactly what was going on. I started chasing after him.
And did you catch up to him?
I did.
And where was he when you caught up to him?
By the time I caught up with him, he was walking down a back patio.
And did you talk to him?
Yeah, I asked him, "What are you doing?"
And what did he say?
He didn't quite shush me, as basically tell me to shut up.
And then what happened?
He walked around the corner. I was almost right behind him at that point.
And what happened next?
Kept going. Walked around one corner of the house to the side, and he stopped there for a moment and just went right on by.
And then what happened?
He walked up to my front door and he rung the bell.
And where were you when he walked up to the front door?
At the corner of the house. There were some trees there, just by the trees.
And what happened next after he went to the front door?
He rung the bell and ran.
And how far did he run?
Actually, a little bit past the corner of the house. I thought we were getting ready to actually run, so I was a little bit farther than that, but he stopped and stayed.
And then what happened?
Lights came on, front and back, and there was a man that came out of his front door. He came out of his front door.
And do you now know that person to be Mr. Jerome Faulkner?
I do.
And what happened next?
The man went back inside, and the back lights turned on, and my dad strode back up to the front door.
And then what happened?
Who's
he?
My dad rang the doorbell.
And what happened after your dad rang the doorbell?
He waited. There was a man that answered the door, and I remember my dad saying that our truck is broken down. If I could use your phone.
And what did you think when you heard your dad say that?
We didn't have any phones to begin with. I believe that maybe he truly just wanted to call somebody to see if anybody was there first.
And then what happened?
He walked right in.
And he being, is that your father, walked right in?
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I started hearing yelling. Yelling come from the house, screaming. People saying, "Get out of my house. You're not welcome here." Yeah. I don't know.
And what else did you hear?
I heard people by these windows. I was at the corner of the house, and I I was hearing someone yell that we don't have any money. We don't have anything. Just get out.
And then what did you hear?
Somebody screaming, "God help us," and a gunshot. It was,
And what was going through your mind when you heard all that?
I was afraid that my father was robbing somebody, that somebody had just been shot. And somebody was.
And what else did you think when you were standing there?
I didn't know what to do, whether I should run or stay where I was, or see if anybody was shot from the gun. I don't know. I stayed where I was.
Do you have any idea how long you stood there while this stuff was happening inside?
I don't.
And what happened next? I mean, when did you stop standing?
My dad came back out.
And what did he look like when he came out?
I couldn't see his face. The light was behind him, the porch light.
And what happened after he came out?
He walked up to me and said, something about backing him up and being there for family. He grabbed me by my coat and just pulled me inside.
What happened when you were inside? What'd you see?
There was liquid on the floor. So there was a living room. There was nobody in there. So a hallway. There was some kind of nightstand in the hallway, and the bedroom was two people.
And you now know those two people to be Mr. Jerome Faulkner and Miss Dora Faulkner, is that right?
Yes.
And when you entered that bedroom and saw them, what did they look like?
They looked like they were in pain. The man Jerome had an arrow coming out of his chest.
And do you remember what Miss Faulkner looked like?
I don't remember. There was another person that was on the bed. And I don't know if they were holding their hand to their head.
And what happened next after you were in their bedroom?
My dad.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
My dad pulled me through the doorway, put me against one of the walls. I just remember seeing an arrow that was in somebody's chest and thinking that's not supposed to be there. It's not supposed to be an arrow, It's not supposed to be an arrow there. And my dad's back. He reloaded an arrow and kept telling the other person that was on the bed to make this easy. Just screams.
And what was going through your mind?
I don't know at that point. The point, all I remembered is seeing an arrow in a man's chest, being afraid. I didn't know which way to turn.
And what happened next?
A woman screamed and went silent. And my dad's back as he swung something. I don't know how long I was there. He came over to me and ripped off the backpack that I was wearing and sent me out of the doorway into the living room.
And did you go to the living room?
And welcome back. We actually have a great guest with us here today. His name is David DiPietro, so he'll be here to provide some great legal analysis for us. Now, we just came from a clip in which Eric Campbell was describing exactly what happened when he started off in the woods and then was, I guess, forced to go into the house, according to his testimony, by his father. He testified that he heard some yelling and he heard gunshots from outside of the home, outside of the Faulkner home, excuse me. And then he said that initially, he only thought that his father was going in there to rob the individuals because they needed money. He stated that he was under no circumstances did he believe that his father was going to go in there to actually murder the Faulkners. David, thank you so much for being with us here today. How are you?
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. David is a former prosecutor out in Florida, so he's going to provide some great analysis for us. What do you think of Eric Campbell's theory now? If you weren't really brought up to speed, I'm bringing our audience up to speed a little bit. Eric has now changed his theory to state that his father, in fact, was the one who did the killings. It was him who went and did the murders of both Dora and Jerome Faulkner, and that he thought that it was only going to be a robbery. Do you think that this is going to play well for the defense? Do you think that the jury will actually buy this notion?
I don't think he has anything else to go on. We know there's no doubt if he were to remain silent and they were to put the evidence forward, the totality of the evidence is he was there at the time. He was there when they found the bodies. He was there when the shootout occurred in West Virginia where the dead bodies were subsequently found. What other defense does he really have other than he was there involuntarily? So whether he's believable or not is going to go into the weight of the defense, of the evidence and the defense that they're presenting. But I don't think he had any other shot at an acquittal other than he was also a victim, which I think is probably going to be pretty tough to put forward because he made no attempts. That's evidence in the record of trying to escape or to assist in helping these two victims that were murdered. So I think it's all he's got, but I don't think it's going to deliver the day.
Right, and you brought up a great point, the fact that he's, I guess, trying to say that he's the victim here in this case as well. I mean, that's kind of a far stretch, but, you know, he did have some testimony, or he did allude to the fact that his father did abuse him, and as a result of that abuse, I guess you could say that he felt some sort of a duress. Now, under the state of North Carolina, I know that in some states duress can be a defense, but in North Carolina, unfortunately, duress can't be the defense for murder. It can be for robbery, but not for a murder. He had some testimony when he took the stand regarding his abuse. Do you think, or how do you think the testimony regarding his abuse and his theory will play in regards to, I guess, the totality of the circumstances here?
I think it's probably great mitigators for his, if he's convicted, for his death penalty hearing, if he were to be convicted. I think all those horrible things that what happened in his life are definitely going to be relevant factors, and he's probably not an appropriate candidate for a death sentence. But I think as it relates to the crime itself, I don't think just because you had a bad life, and he did, you know, obviously have a bad life, that it's excusable that you can be involved in a double homicide. So I don't think that. I don't think it's gonna help him. It's all he has, but I don't think it's gonna help him. But I definitely think he probably had a very troubled life, and I'm not sure the level of punishment that's probably appropriate, but I think it's probably less than what the government is seeking. But at the end of the day, I still think that he's to the evidence-wise, he's more than likely going to be convicted.
I would agree with you there. There's a lot of evidence tying him to this crime. I mean, he was there from the beginning. There's testimony, there's evidence, excuse me, that he helped his father obtain some of the, the items that were used. He helped his father go to Walmart. He helped his father get some of the bleach, the lye that was obtained that was found in the cars, in the vehicles. So I don't know how much, and you're right, this is a mitigating factor. I think is probably used to have the jury feel some sort of, I guess, sorrow for him because he led such a harsh life. But at the end of the day, I mean, don't you think that he has to take some accountability for what happened? Do you think from the testimony that we've heard thus far from him that there was some accountability on his part?
Right. I mean, had he, while he was at Walmart, ran off and called the police and did something, I think his defense would be definitely more believable. But to assert this defense after your father commits suicide in jail, it looks like you're kind of carving yourself into a defense that the state's going to have a hard time, or more of a difficult time rebutting, because the other defendant's now dead and obviously they can't testify in any way, shape, or form, whether he could or couldn't because of his right to remain silent. But nonetheless, they can't be tried as co-defendants, and so he's just sitting there and he's going to put all the blame on the dead guy, and it's common in criminal cases, but difficult because you still got to back it up with some palatable evidence that you really truly were a victim, that you tried to do something to mitigate the situation, which is just he's failing to show.
Right, and I think that the judge in this case did a great job in not admitting the transcript from his father. If our viewers aren't aware, that his father did take all the blame and stated that his son really had nothing to do with the murders prior to him committing suicide in a North Carolina jail. Do you think that it was proper for the judge to do that? In my opinion, I think that it was a proper not judgment, excuse me. It was a proper, he did proper thing in this case. What do you think about that?
I think so. It's no different than when a defendant tries to admit his self-serving statement. So let's say a defendant, instead of giving a confession, gives a self-serving statement to the police. And that's inadmissible self-serving, and it's not an admissible statement, it's hearsay. Same thing with respect to your co-defendant. The state's not given an opportunity to cross-examine, to present evidence to the contrary with the witness present. I think it's just inadmissible, and I think the judge made an appropriate decision.
Okay, and let's talk about, I guess, the way that, because I find this very intriguing. You have an individual, Eric Campbell here I'm talking about, that went on this crime spree with his father. He went from Texas, then he went to North Carolina, then they went to West Virginia. So you're thinking, generally you would have a certain visualization, I guess, of this individual who's going on this crime spree with his father. However, he takes the stand and he's wearing glasses and he's speaking in a meek, mild tone. Do you think that the jury is actually buying this? This is somebody who, went on an armed robbery spree with his father, and now all of a sudden he's just kind of this meek and timid individual. How do you think that the jury is actually buying this show, I guess I want to say?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not like the movies, right? But I think it's probably likely that he is meek and timid. His father was a meth manufacturer, abusive, not receiving the Father of the Year award. So I think it's actually believable, and it's unfortunate for this. It's pathetic what he's gone through, but it doesn't. It would excuse a lot of things in our society, but it doesn't go to the level of excusing homicide. If they were caught with a bunch of drugs in the back of the car, we could argue this is excusable because of the circumstances for which he found himself in. But homicide is not, and there's very limited excusable activity as it relates to it. So I think I think it is believable, and I think it's unfortunate. I just think the real victims of the two people that were murdered in their homes. So, and that's what the state's going to argue. Can't get away from. This is not about his horrible life. It's about what the horrible thing that happened to these two individuals.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you also brought up the great point as to the actual if he is found guilty of this of these crimes, excuse me, he can face the the death penalty. And you mentioned, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't think that it actually fits this situation. Can you explain that for us a little bit?
Right. So I don't know where North Carolina is, but Florida's followed the federal model where you need 12 jurors unanimously to recommend that a punishment of death. And there's a lot of, usually you have a second lawyer that represents you. Your one lawyer defends you, and then your second lawyer, if you're convicted, argues that there's more mitigating factors outweighing aggravating factors. Therefore, you're not. It's not appropriate to sentence you to death. I think that based upon if it's unanimous and just based upon who he was, and he was in the son role, not the father role, and all the horrible things that happened to him, and if those things hadn't happened to him, he probably wouldn't be sitting in a courtroom charged with a double homicide. I think the jury really can connect and say that life or some sort of sentence related to the homicide, if it's assuming it's life, is probably more appropriate under these set of circumstances. There is aggravating factors with respect to how the homicide was took place, but we really don't know, whether it was him or his father, or was he more of an accomplice. So he's not a Ted Bundy.
Mm-hmm.
He's not somebody like that where it was just such intentional and heinous acts over and over of homicide that it was an appropriate death penalty. So I just don't think he falls quite in that aggregating factor where he's going to 12 people are going to actually agree to sentence him to death or recommend a death sentence.
Okay, and speaking about those these mitigating factors, I'm actually going to throw to a clip. I'm going to throw to clip EC23, and it's actually Eric Campbell kind of describing the abuse that he sustained at the hands of his father. We'll be right back.
Now, after those 2 years of homeschooling, did you return to a regular high school?
I did.
And how did that come to pass that you were going back to high school?
It was after 2 years of homeschool. After 2 years of homeschool, with a kind of like a self-serving curriculum, it was you had to take credit by exams to go back into high school. And my dad, he basically forged a piece of paper with grades and imaginary classes that I would have been expected to take for the 9th and 10th grade.
And at the home, when you were homeschooling, was there a curriculum? Did you have formal instruction?
No, it wasn't so much as I spent those 2 years learning as taking care of kids.
And at that time, in high school age, after you finished homeschooling or during the homeschooling period, what was your relationship like with your father?
It was unsteady. It really depended on whether my dad had just used his drugs or not, which would dictate how the day would go.
Objection. And during that time period, when you were in high school age, did your father ever use physical force against you?
Yeah, he'd go a little bit overboard sometimes.
And if you would tell us more about that.
One time I was playing with a lighter and Holly turned around and she stepped towards me and I guess the lighter singed her And she, she told me to go to my room, and she told my dad, which was what was usual. If something happened, she would tell my dad.
And what happened next after she told your dad?
The first time my father comes upstairs and, he starts yelling at me, goes back down, comes back up. This time he's brought a belt and starts hitting me with it. He hits me until he's winded. He goes back downstairs, comes back up again, hits me a little bit more, not as much, he yells at me. And the last time he just walks right back up and he grabs I was on the bottom bunk, and he just grabs the top bunk and starts stomping on me. And he stomps on me until he breaks one of my hands. Yeah.
Now, when he was stomping on you, you were high school age at this point, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you fight back?
Didn't move.
Did you? You say you didn't move. You were laying on the bottom bunk, is that right?
And we're getting some live feed from the courtroom in North Carolina versus Eric Campbell. The judge has taken the bench. We do know that Eric Campbell is in the courtroom, so we're going to take you there live now.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. We thank you for coming back being with us today. Any further evidence on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, sir. The defense calls Greg Jurek.
Do you solemnly swear that evidence you should be with the court and the jury should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
If you could state and spell your name for the court.
Gregory Jurek. Spell it. Gregory. Middle initial R. Jurek.
Thanks, sir. And how do you know Mr. Eric Campbell?
I know Eric through my sister, who was his mother.
And so are you his uncle?
I'm his uncle. He's my nephew.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
And what do you do?
I'm what they call an ICE technician. I do instrumentation, controls, and electrical at a power plant.
And if we could start, I know that you knew Eric's mother from from when you were kids. If we could just kind of start when you learned about Ed Campbell and your sister being in a relationship.
Well, when I first actually found out about it, my sister was on her way down from...
Objection to the relevance,
That's
Judge.
the name.
Yes, you heard.
Sure, ladies and gentlemen, I'll excuse you to the jury for just a few moments while they don't discuss this case. Let me say, please, should you forward express an opinion about the issue of this trial during this time. That's your excuse. May I ask you questions? In the limited space for the record.
Thank you. When did you first learn that your sister and Mr. Ed Campbell were in a relationship?
Again, my sister called me when she was on her way down from being married, and she wanted to come by the house to introduce Ed. And
These times specific.
Yes, when was that? they married in 1988?
Yes. So that was in '88. Don't know what month. That's a while back. So they came down, visited. The first night when they got there, it went okay. After that, while I was working with the city of Austin at the time, and this was in Austin, my wife had called, said him and my sister were not acting appropriately at my house. So I got home that next day and talked to them both, and they were acting kind of like strong newlyweds, I guess, best way to put it. Anyway, next day, same thing happened, so I asked them to leave.
And what were your impressions of Edward Campbell at that time?
My impressions were he was very strong-willed. Always had an excuse for doing what he did, and wouldn't listen.
And when was the next time you saw Edward Campbell and your sister Valerie?
Oh. The next time I saw them both, well, I guess is when they actually, well, I saw Valerie. I didn't see Ed. I saw Valerie when they buried Michelle.
And when was that? If you could describe what happened related to that?
Well, they said that they were living in Florida at the time, and they said Michelle had passed away from SIDS. I'm not going to go into what I really feel about that one, but anyway, my sister wanted her to be buried in a place where she could come see her. So my parents had a plot. They came up there, and well, it flew her up there. My sister was there, and they buried her.
Did Ed Campbell come to the funeral?
I did not see him.
And how did your sister take care of her child?
She took it very hard, very hard.
Now, at some point, did Ed and the children come to live with you?
Yes.
And was that around 1995?
Yes, sir.
So Eric was born in 1993. He would have been around 2 years old.
He was very young. Nicholas was a year older than my son, so they got to play around, and my wife at the time, she did a really good job of taking care of Eric while Ed worked on getting a job.
And why did they come to stay with you?
I am not sure why they were leaving Florida. I know they left my sister behind to complete working where she was at, and my understanding was, I'm not sure, they just supposedly wanted to be closer to family.
Was Ed working in Florida?
I'm not sure.
And when he was at your house, about how long did they stay for that?
About 1 month.
And did you see anything that concerned you regarding Mr. Ed Campbell during this time?
As far as, I did notice when I was, so we set him up a little computer room in our utility room. As you come in through the garage, you would see it. As I walked through, I noticed he was working on some documentation, and it had a nursing certificate that he was actually trying to change the date on to make it look like it was more current than it was. So the one that he had was actually expired.
And what impressions did you have of Ed Campbell during that time when you were staying with you?
He just had no resolve for anybody else. He just, he had to be reminded he was living in my house, my rules, and there needs to be some respect there going both ways. my main focus was not on him, it was more on the kids.
And what were the kids like?
The kids were good, very good. Seemed scared, but always okay.
What do you mean they seemed scared?
Oh, when Ed spoke, they jumped.
And how did Ed interact with the children? Did you witness him interact with his kids?
Not a whole lot. I was working a lot of time, but the interaction, he was more focused on the computer than he was on his kids. He just, after a while, he made sure they got to the table when we got called for dinner, and he made sure they had good manners.
Now, at some point after he moved out of your house, do you know where he and the kids went after they left your house?
Yes, they went and moved to Hewitt, and they stayed there for, I believe, about 6 months. We went and saw them on occasions. It was great to see them. We'd bring the kids over, of course, and my wife, she was she had, over that month period, she really got close to Eric. So.
Now, at some point, did they move to Brownsville, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a time when you learned that your sister had a medical problem?
Yes. While I was at work, I got a phone call. I don't remember exactly what date, but it was in '97. I went by and picked up my parents and drove them down to Brownsville. We went and checked on Valerie. She was in the hospital, and a little disappointed to find out there was no insurance available because Ed had lost his job. So for what reason, I don't know. It just, they did not seem, there was no urgency around my daughter's care, put it that way.
And what was the house like in Brownsville?
Yeah, it was a very old 2-story house. I remember when I drove up, there were bees flying out of the top of it, so they had an attic full of bees. You go inside, there's a few bees flying around. You sit down on an old sofa, and scorpions were on the floor. It was a very tough environment. I was surprised they were staying there.
And did you interact with Ed and the children during that visit?
Yes, I did, quite a bit. Trying to find out exactly what had happened with my sister, trying to get more details. It was very, he kept changing the subject about what was going on with her to what was, you know, what happened to her to what was going on with her. So we were trying to find out, me and my dad were trying to find out, hey, how did this all happen? He said she got a headache, and it just got worse, so he took her to the hospital. Kids didn't say anything about it, and he was just trying to tell the doctors and the nurses what to do up at the hospital. So that was him.
Now, at some point, did your parents take custody of Val?
Yes, they did.
And do you know around when that was?
Not off the top of my head, sir. No, sorry.
Was it a few years after?
Yes, absolutely.
What were the circumstances around them getting custody of Val?
Circumstances were the nursing home called my parents. They said that my sister had been taken off all medication, and at this rate she had about a week to live. Me and my parents went down, picked her up, brought her back, and then my parents started to get with Ed to get executor rights.
Did Ed ultimately agree that they could have her custody?
Yes, he said he'd agree if they would leave the DNR in place.
And what's the DNR?
Do not resuscitate.
Now, after after you and your family took back custody of Valerie, did you continue to visit with Ed and the children?
No, I could not keep up with him, and he would just pop in every once in a while, would really not let us know what's going on.
And when he did contact you, what was the reason for him contacting you?
Usually money or support.
Did you want to see the children? Did you like Eric?
Oh, yes.
Do you have children?
Yes, I have 3 children.
And when they were growing up, did they see your parents regularly?
Yes.
Did your parents want to be involved in their life?
Oh, yes. They continue to.
So, what were your overall impressions of all your dealings with Ed Campbell?
Well, to me, it seemed like everything Ed touched, it's turned negative. I mean, I really look at it as they had a baby, Michelle. She died. My sister had her aneurysm, and now Eric's on trial. It's just all very negative. I'm just happy to see Nick doing okay.
Was he hard to be around? Was it hard to spend time with Ed?
Yes. Yes.
Would you let him, take your children?
Oh, no.
Or something like that?
No, not unless myself or my wife was with them.
And why wouldn't you let him do that?
Parental instincts. I don't know. I just didn't trust the guy, put it that way.
That would be a proper this time.
Your Honor, I just renewed my objection. None of this is relevant.
Yes, Your Honor, this is relevant in a couple different ways. One, it can corroborate some of the things that Mr. Campbell testified to as to the instability in his home, the relationship, the difficulty it is to deal with his father. Also, interviews that were conducted with Mr. Greg Jurek were provided and relied upon by Dr. Hagan and his testimony. We have a right to prove up and corroborate those things that were provided and relied upon by our experts. It goes to the dynamic between Eric Campbell and his father, and what kind of person that Ed Campbell was. And it also goes to how Ed Campbell isolated his children from their family and how they didn't have access to other appropriate adults for much of their time.
Your Honor, if I understand Mr. Jurek's testimony, he hasn't had any contact with Ed and his family since 1997. That's when the his parents, I believe, took over guardianship of his sister, and they lived in their household for 1 month when Eric was 2. And there's just nothing in here that is relevant at the issue at hand. There is nothing that tends to make the facts of consequence more probable or less probable because of his testimony. And because of that, that is not at all relevant. It's not probative into any fact that's here. What his speculation is as to what happened to Michelle or Valerie or anybody else is just speculation and also not at all admissible. What his parents said is hearsay. What a nursing home said is hearsay. There is nothing in his testimony that offers anything in this trial.
Sustained.
All right, Your Honor, we note our objection for the record, and we'll have some additional questions when the jury comes back.
You can bring the jury in, please.
clarify, you're Eric Campbell's maternal uncle, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did there come a time in 2001 where you received a call relating to the Department of Social Services investigation?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances of surrounding that?
The circumstances were that, well, Ed actually called me himself and said his children.
As to what Edward Campbell said to him.
Stan?
So Mr. Ed Campbell called you, is that correct?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you do anything related to a court hearing?
Yes.
What did you do?
Me and my wife drove down to Houston to go to court.
And what kind of court hearing was it that you went to?
I don't know what you would call it, but a lady said she got beat up and arrest charges.
What a lady said.
Stan?
I don't know how to
Was
explain it.
the nature of the proceeding you went to related to criminal violence?
Yes.
Related to Ed Campbell?
Yes, it was.
And why did you go to that hearing?
In case, I don't know how to explain it because she's going to say no.
Well, I mean, were you prepared, were you worried about what was going to happen to the boys?
I was very concerned what was going to happen to the boys. And Ed had no contact with the children, so that's why I was there.
And were you prepared to take
Yes.
the boys home with you if necessary?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you went to that?
That's the only reason why.
Court hearing? And when it was over, did the boys come back and live with you?
No, sir.
And do you know why?
They dropped the charges, so they went back to Ed.
And that was in 2001.
Yes, sir.
After that, did you see Eric or his brother again?
No.
Do you know, did your parents see them again?
My parents did see Nick and Eric a couple of times since then. They would drop by to see my sister and visit my parents.
Did your parents see your children regularly?
Objection.
Huh?
Do you know, was your parents' relationship with your children any different than it was with, as far as frequency of visits, with your children compared to Eric and his brother?
Yes.
And did they see them less or more often?
They saw my children and my brother's children quite often.
And did you want to see Eric and his brother?
Yes.
After 2001?
Yes.
And why didn't you?
There was no contact with Ed.
And why wasn't there?
Objection.
I didn't answer that.
Why didn't you see Eric and his brother? Why didn't you talk with Ed?
Well, it's a two-way street when you communicate with people, and I always asked him when I did see him to keep in communication, and the only time he would call is when he needed something. I would never get a phone number or anything.
When you say needed something, what do you mean by that?
Money or support.
When you would interact with Ed Campbell, what were your impressions of him?
Objection.
Huh?
Did you enjoy interacting with Ed Campbell?
Objection.
Huh?
Well, where do you live now?
I live in Belton.
And where is that?
It is 20 miles from Waco.
Is that in Texas?
Yes, sir. It
Did
is.
you
in
travel
Texas.
from Texas to come here today?
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Which was that?
I don't have any questions.
Thanks, sir. You can stand down. Brother Everson?
Yes, Your Honor. The defendant will call Linda Lamont.
left hand on Bible, raise your right. You solemnly swear the evidence you should give the court and the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Lamont.
Good morning.
If you would state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Oh, yes, sir. Linda Lamont. It's Linda, and it's LA, capital MOTTE, Lamont.
And Ms. Lamont, where do you currently live?
In Ennis, Texas.
What do you do? What are your days like?
Currently, I'm a housewife, enjoying getting acquainted living in the small town, moving from a big city.
Now, do you know Eric Campbell?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did he live with you in 2000, 2001?
Actually, I lived with them.
You lived with him. And who else lived in the home when you lived with him?
I moved in with the two boys, Nicholas and Eric, Ed, and his wife, Valerie.
And what was Valerie's physical condition at that time?
She was bedridden. She just stayed in a room on a waterbed and needed 24-hour monitoring and care.
Now, during the time that you lived with Ed Campbell and his children, did you ever see Ed Campbell commit any act of violence against Eric Campbell?
Yes, sir.
Could describe for the jury.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am. If you could tell the jury what you witnessed as far as Ed Campbell being violent towards Eric.
The first time, I wasn't sure why, but I saw Ed grab Eric, and he was probably 8 years old, or 7 or 8, and he tossed him up in the air and snatched him by his feet or his ankles and jolted him around and then slung him across the room, probably a good 12, 15 feet, and he slammed up against the upper part of the couch where you relax your back. And the whole couch fell backwards to the ground. And Nick was sitting on the couch, and I ran around, checked on him, and I was told to get back and leave him alone.
Is that the only time you ever saw Ed Campbell assault Ed?
No. There were other times the boys had to march like soldiers, and if they got out of place, he would take his middle finger and like make a bump, pounce on their head. So they needed to, be at attention.
Did Eric and his brother, did they pay attention to their father? Did they do what he would tell them?
Yes. They were, as soon as they would hear his voice, they would jump and come immediately to come to attention to find what they're needed for.
Did they appear scared of their father?
Objection to the leading.
Oh.
When, how did they interact with their father, and what was your impression of how they acted, how they felt?
Well, they were.
Calls for speculation.
Eric especially was very frightened when he'd hear his dad call him. He would wet his pants and sometimes have a bowel movement, and his we had a huge plastic container for him filled with diapers, and an 8-year-old boy, going on, I was there, lived with him several years, so it was embarrassing for him. It was very humiliating. He, as long as I was around him, he promised me he would be fine and he wouldn't wet. But his dad worked the night shift, so sometimes before his daddy'd come home, I'd have to, ask him, if he wanted a diaper, how he felt, and sometimes we would have to put a diaper on him.
Did you like Eric?
Oh, yes. Yes, I love the boys. They called me Mom. They told their friends, introduced me as, Mom, this is my mom. And so, I would take them out. I'd go jog and they'd ride their bicycles, and so we grew a bond. He was a very good boy. Both all the kids were. Fell in love with Valerie too. She's adorable. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
During the time you were living with Ed Campbell and his children, was Ed Campbell ever violent towards you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you scared of Ed Campbell?
Very much so. Very much so. It was a unusual relationship. It wasn't a willing.
Non-responsive.
Oh,
Another question, please.
Why were you afraid of Ed Campbell?
if I didn't do like the boys did, if I didn't come to attention, he would snatch me by my neck or pinch on my arms.
Outborn and everything.
Yes, sir.
So if you just tell us why were you afraid?
He was violent. Very violent.
And what kind of things? At some point, did you decide to leave Ed Campbell?
I tried many times. It was very difficult, and I couldn't. We didn't have phones. He'd take the cords. We couldn't use the phone. I couldn't leave. I couldn't visit family. If I tried to leave, he'd almost kill me.
Go on. At some point, did you take out charges against Ed Campbell?
Yes, sir.
What happened that led to those charges being taken? And that, before you answer, was that in 2001? If you know.
I'm not sure. There was so many incidences that
But
I
there
went
was
to the
a
police.
time that you took charges.
There was a time that the police said it was enough.
And what happened that resulted in those charges being taken? What did they do?
Objection.
Right?
And after you took charges out against him, is that when you left him?
Yes, I'd tried, and he would follow me. I got a job, and I didn't know it, but he was following me to my job and got onto my computer and...
Objection.
Right?
And after you left him, did you continue to have contact with Eric and his brother Nick?
I tried, yes.
And were you able to see them often?
No, actually, I had to call their school counselors and go through, use a resource to make sure that their welfare was going to be somehow looked over before I actually had to step away from them. So I did, make sure that, because it was difficult.
And once you left Ed Campbell, it had been years since you'd seen Eric. Was that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes.
Now, during the time that you were in a relationship with Ed Campbell, do you recall going to Mexico?
Yes. Yes, I do.
On the drive back from Mexico, was there an incident in which Ed Campbell had an incident with another driver?
Yes, he had a confrontation with a driver who had, I guess we collided vehicles.
And what happened after?
That's all right. Go on.
And what happened after y'all collided vehicles?
He called out.
And by he,
Edward called out to the boys about something, and they handed him a big silver rod, and he opened the car door and jumped out with that rod, and I heard something like a bell, and I realized that there were quite a few men coming, so I jumped in the back of the van and grabbed the boys, and we ran up to the American consulate side, and I had, was carrying Eric.
So after you heard that noise, did you see that anyone was injured?
No, I didn't want to look. I ran.
And were you afraid?
Very afraid.
And was Eric afraid?
Yeah.
Did Eric appear afraid?
The boys were very frightened.
And after that happened, what happened next? After you took the boys and ran from there?
The American consulate held us with the police officers, and they somehow let Ed pass to the Mexican side, and they kept us apart until they could figure out what was going on, and let me make a phone call, and the boys apparently ran off with Ed, but I could see money, a big chunk of money, and he was giving money to the Mexican police officers.
And after that happened, did y'all end up getting back in the van and continuing the trip on?
Yes. We continued on, went to the church, and it was their spring break, so we went ahead and went to Corpus and then went home.
Now, the period of time you lived with Ed Campbell, was that a traumatizing period of time for you? Did that have any effect on you, the period of time you spent with Ed Campbell?
Yes, it still affects me.
And how does it still affect you?
I can't breathe sometimes when I talk about it. I get like high blood pressure, upset. I can't have relationships. It's just been, it changed my life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Dave.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lamont,
Yes, ma'am.
was your name Linda Cook when you were dating Mr. Campbell?
Yes, it was. Yes, ma'am.
And Texas DSS contacted you while you were Ed Campbell's girlfriend, is that correct?
Yes.
And you specifically told them that you had no concerns about Mr. Campbell abusing or neglecting the children, isn't that correct?
No, ma'am.
So when they went into custody with Child Protective Services back in 2000, you didn't speak to an Emerald Linda Espinoza when she called you as a collateral contact of information?
I thought it was a man contacting me, but those questions were asked. I called them and asked them because the boys were out of school, and I was concerned about what should I do about their schooling. And they said, don't worry, that he was out of custody or something, that for me, that I should take him home.
And in fact, you agreed that you would care for them at all times when Mr. Campbell was at work. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you never made any report to anybody from Texas DSS about any abuse that you saw in the home?
Only to the police officers and the school counselors.
When did you make a report to the school counselor?
I think when I started figuring out that things weren't right.
When was that?
Maybe 2002 or
So,
somewhere around in there. It's been a while. But I told quite a few people, I told the police officers quite a few times, but they told me there was nothing that can be done until he killed somebody.
Ms. Lamont, you became involved in this case because you saw it and you contacted the attorneys. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You contacted the media?
The who? I'm sorry.
The media?
Media? I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You also contacted the media about wanting to talk to somebody about this case.
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am. Actually, they contacted me through email. And I was...
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Pretty right. No question. Thank you, ma'am. You can stay there.
Thank you.
Ready after?
Yes, Your Honor, we would call Christy Davis.
Do you solemnly swear that evidence you should give to the court and the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Davis.
Good morning. Sorry.
And how old were you when he lived with you?
I was a sophomore in high school, so I was 14 or 15. 15, I think.
Do you have any idea about what year that was?
It would have had to have been 2001, 2002.
And what were the circumstances under which Eric Campbell came to live with you?
Well, actually, Ed showed up at our house with his van full of apartment. I guess he had got kicked out of apartments. My mom.
So Ed Campbell showed up at your house with a van. Tell us what all he had when he showed up.
Well, you know, he had all the contents of wherever he had just come from in his van, and he told my mom he needed a place to live. And they had been on, 2 dates, so it was a bizarre thing. Anyways, that he came to do that. But of course, she had a bleeding heart, and he had the 2 kids, and she didn't want to turn them away because of the 2 boys.
Now, at that time, what was your situation? Were you living full time with your mom?
At that time, I was living full time with my mom, yes, sir.
And did you ever, during the time that Ed Campbell and the children lived with your mom, did you ever stay anywhere else?
Yes, I went and I stayed with my dad for a while.
And what were your impressions of Ed Campbell?
Objection.
Your Honor, that's correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll excuse you to the jury for just a few moments while you're there. Don't discuss this case among yourselves. It should be formal expressing your opinion about this case during this time. That's your excuse. You may ask your question.
Ms. Davidson, what were your impressions of Ed Campbell?
My impressions of Ed is that he just wasn't normal. He was not what anybody would define as normal. I had a group of, everyone who came into contact with him almost immediately identified him as, I don't know if I can say this, we said crazy. We called him Crazy Ed.
And did he make you uncomfortable to be around him?
Yes, sir.
And is that part of why you went with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever afraid of him?
Yes, sir.
No, that would be my problem.
You have a question?
Not relative to that. I just don't think it's relative to the issue in this case. It's not to me.
Your Honor, the fact that people would interact with Ed Campbell and have a reasonable fear of him is relevant to whether or not Mr. Campbell, when he interacted with his father, would have a reasonable fear of him. Her experiences of her, what she saw of Ed Campbell and what her impressions are relevant to the central issues in this case.
How old were you when this occurred?
How old was I? I was 15, 16.
Objection's done. Bring you in.
You got the phone shut off?
Did
you have a family dog at the time that Campbell and his children lived with you?
Yes, sir.
What was the name of that dog?
She was a black lab, named Groovy.
And did anything happen to can you say the name again?
Her name's Groovy, like Groovy. Yeah.
Did anything happen to Groovy while Ed Campbell was living in your home?
Objection. Relevant.
After Ed Campbell left him, did Groovy still live with him?
No, sir.
Objection. Relevant.
Go
on. Do you recall a time when your mom wanted Ed Campbell to be out of the home?
Yes, sir.
If you could tell us about, was there an incident where you had a conversation with Ed about that?
Objection.
Do you recall, if you could tell the jury about your mom asking Ed to leave the home?
Objection.
No, I'm asking her.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll excuse you back to the jury room. You know the rules. Yes, sir.
Do you recall a time when your mom asked Ed Campbell to leave the home?
Yes, sir.
Was there an incident in the hallway of your home?
Yes, sir.
If you would tell us about that.
Well, we were aware of the fact that she had told him to leave.
Sorry, when you say we, who do you mean?
My brother and my sister. And he was going to go back to her bedroom, I guess, even after she had told him to leave. And we were just teenagers telling them, we're like, get away from our mom, you know, get out of here. She told you to leave, now go. So we were in the hallway, and he was being very scary that day. He called me names that traumatized me for the rest of my life. He said, get out of the way. Can I say it all? Okay. You fucking ugly cunt.
And how did you feel when he said that?
You know, obviously not, I didn't feel good, but, you know, it was shocking to hear an adult tell me that.
An adult ever said anything like that to you before?
Of course not.
And what happened after that?
After that, he somehow managed to get in my mom's room, and that was the moment whenever, you know, things became really tense because we didn't know what was going to happen, so we were ourselves very scared because he was mad, and he was, you know, crazy.
What happened?
So,
did you hear anything from inside the room once he was in the room?
right. So once he was in the room, my mom basically told us to stand back, to be quiet because he had a gun.
She said, what did she actually say?
She just told us to be quiet. He has a gun.
And what did you think when you heard that?
I thought we were all going to die.
Were you afraid?
Yes.
Now, after that, at some point did Ed move out of the home?
At some point he did, after my mom trying to get him out of the house for a long time. And okay. And like I said, my mom was trying to get rid of him, but also so worried about the boys. She was super worried about the boys, and he manipulated my mom with the boys. I mean, he knew that, you know, they wouldn't have a place to live.
No, that would be a problem.
Ms. Davis, you had a meeting with Zach Rolls from the Capitol Defender's Office?
Yeah, yes.
And did you ever tell him about the incident regarding this gun?
The hallway?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I said that he was in the room with my mom, and she said that, you know, she was trying to make us stop talking because she didn't want to escalate the situation.
But, so you're telling us that you told him that?
Told him, I've spoken with Zach many times because, you know, memories are weird. So I don't know what I told him the initial time I spoke to him, but things came back to me. I mean, it's a period I try to block out of my mind, but like little by little things came back to me vibrantly. So I don't know how to explain memory, but it wasn't, I mean, it was never intentionally, like I was, you know, nothing intentional as far as omitting or.
You weren't inside the room, were you?
I was not inside the room, no, sir.
Your Honor, renew my objection. First on delicacy, second on hearsay is obviously what it is. She was not there, she's not a witness to it.
Well, certainly if her mom's in the room with a maniac and she says he's got a gun, that's a present sense impression that would be an exception to the hearsay rule. But more importantly, this is about the things that Ms. Davison saw and experienced and the fear that she had, a reasonable fear of Ed Campbell. And also, some of her information was provided to experts in this case who provided for her there.
Your Honor, she very well may have had a reasonable fear. I'm not doubting her credibility as to that issue. The issue is not what her sense and what she was experiencing. The issue is what this man over here and his intentions and his state of mind at the time, and what she thought does not go to that. It is way more prejudicial than is probative on any issue relative to that. And again, Your Honor, we would ask that we just don't believe this is relevant to the issue here.
You know, I would say two things. One, the chaotic situation of Mr. Campbell's childhood is a basis for the expert's opinions, and the state's expert in this case has directly challenged that and says that there is, inconsistent evidence on that point, and we have a right to prove those things to the jury so that they can understand all the facts when they're evaluating the different experts' opinions. And we do expect the state to offer Dr. Bush's testimony and rebuttal, although obviously we won't have that until that happens.
Mr. Stein? Right here.
At some point, did Ed Campbell actually move out of your home?
At some point, did he eventually move out of my home? Yes, sir.
And after he moved out, did it change anything about where you wanted to live?
Objection.
Yes, I immediately went back to my mom's.
From your dad's house?
From my dad's.
And after they moved out, did you stay in contact with, or did you or your family stay in contact with their brother?
I know that my mom and I wondered about them. I don't know if she formally tried to ensure that they're, that they were okay. But we definitely wondered and worried about them.
I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Stein?
Thank you. No question.
Name you stand there. Yes, sir. Further answer?
Around this time, we would call Shane Warren.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
State your name and spell your name.
Shane Warman, SHANE, WARMAN.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm an AV technician. I do commercial and residential security and home theater systems.
And are you married or single?
Yes, I'm married to Jennifer Warman.
You don't have any children?
2 children.
And where did you travel from to come to work?
Iowa.
And do you live in Iowa?
No, sir.
Why did you travel here from Iowa?
I'm remodeling a Menards there, sir.
Now, how do you know Eric?
I grew up with Eric. He was my closest and best friend.
And when did you meet him?
Around when I moved to Alvin when my parents were divorced, I was 5 years old. When we moved there, and I met him when I was 7 to 8 years old when they arrived at Indian Acres.
And how close did y'all live to each other?
I lived right behind his house.
And were y'all friends just when you were children or for longer than that?
All the way up until this all had happened.
Did you ever go to Eric Campbell's house?
Many times. Spent the night.
And when you were a young child and seeing Eric, what was that like? How did you see it?
I'm not sure what.
What were the circumstances under which y'all would meet or see each other?
Oh, well, I met him when they were tearing down a chicken coop behind their house, and that was the first time I had seen Eric, and our friendship had grown after that. We would play computer games, stuff like that. He would come stay at my house. I would go stay at his. We spent a lot of time together. We were just playing as children friends.
Now, you say you stayed at his house. Was that something that happened right away when you were young?
No, sir.
And how did that change over time?
After a while of Ed seeing me and becoming comfortable enough to allow me to come over there, it was about a year of me being friends with Eric before I was allowed to come over or stay or anything like that.
Did lots of other kids come over and stay over?
No, sir.
Objection. Oh. Now, at any time, did you become aware that Ed Campbell was abusing Eric?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about how you became aware of it?
Eric would describe certain incidents that would go on. He, would you like me to go into detail of those? Or?
Yeah, if you would tell us about
He told me about times of him stomping on his head.
You say him stomping on his head.
Ed stomping on Eric's head. When Eric was not obedient or did what he was told, there were times when Ed would get angry and he'd just flip out. If anyone was present, he would send them away. He'd punch holes in the walls, kick holes in the walls, throw furniture, break things.
I'll object to memorize the time.
Need to be specific this time.
Yes, sir. Well, when did Eric Campbell tell you these things?
All throughout growing up. 8 to 9 years old, he when we began to get a lot closer because we didn't have any other friends, Eric would go into detail of just the mental, the physical, and the emotional abuse.
Did you ever see Ed and Eric interact?
Many times.
And what was Ed Campbell like?
Very aggressive and confrontational and demanding.
And what do you mean by that? If you could give us some examples.
He would scream loud if you didn't do what he said. He would get up in your face to the point where when he spoke, he would spit on you. That was how Ed was. He's aggressive.
Now, did there ever come a time when you became aware that Ed was making methamphetamine?
Yes, sir.
Objection. If you would tell us how you became aware that he was making methamphetamine.
He was having his children make it. He also used it to make them work harder and to work better. He treated his children like a slave force. He made them do things. He would make them go in there and make it, and then he would make them take it so that they could work longer, work harder, and they could get more done. When I worked for him while he was concreting and building the in-ground pool in the backyard.
And about how old would you have been when you were working for him doing that concrete?
Anywhere all the way up from 16 to 18 years old. He offered me some because I was making $12 underneath the table. I was working 8 to 10 hours on that pool so long as there was daylight. And after toting 5-gallon buckets full of concrete, and just concrete is a brutal job itself, he offered it to me, and he told me that it would make me work better, and then I would take it, and I would have energy to last throughout the day. I wouldn't need to take lunch breaks or anything like that. My body would just power through.
Did you ever actually physically see him make methamphetamine?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did he do that?
The process was quite complicated. He had to buy Sudafed, a prescription that you're only allowed to buy 3 times a month, and he had different people purchase this for him because of that limit, and then he would take this pill, break it down, and because he had the nursing experience, he was a chemist, and he was able to go through the whole process of breaking it down and developing it into his meth.
Did you ever see what kind of chemicals he used to do this?
I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I saw everything he used. He taught me how to make it.
And as far as what you do remember, what do you remember him doing to...
I remember him taking a battery apart and taking the lithium from inside of it, sealing it into a glass jar, and then having me shake it for 15 to 20 minutes until it was ready. Zinc. The zinc inside of it is what he put in there.
And did you see him use anything else?
It was a large chemistry set. I'm not familiar with the chemicals and what he was using.
Now, did Ed Campbell ever have concerns about you bringing a cell phone in his presence?
Yes, sir. When discussing certain topics like drugs or illegal activity, he would have us take the battery out of the phone, turn the phone off, take the battery out, and then separate the battery from the phone.
Did Ed Campbell ever talk to you about being in the Navy?
Yes, sir. He told me that he was a deep sea diver.
Did he tell you anything else?
No, he also told me that when he was off duty or when he...
Did you ever see Ed Campbell and Holly Campbell?
Yes, sir.
If you would tell us about what you saw.
He was very condescending, disrespectful. He did not treat her ladylike. He would yell at her and treat her like a slave around the house. He was very aggressive. Even if she was trying to be polite or would say, "I love you," if he was in a bad mood or bad attitude, he would just simply say, "F you," or because he was just angry all the time.
Now, do you remember a period of time when Eric Campbell was homeschooled?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what was when you would go over and see him during that period of time, what kind of things were going on?
Eric was forced to make excellent grades on his study, and he was to do that and then immediately go to his chores and complete those. If those weren't complete, I was not allowed to come over. I wasn't even allowed to speak to Eric.
And did you ever see him with his younger siblings, Alyssa and Matthew?
Many times.
And how was Eric with them?
He was very considerate and caretaking. He was very good to Alyssa, Matthew, and Isaac. He pretty much raised them. He would play tea party and stuff like that with Alyssa. At a young age, he was showing Matthew how to work a computer and had him on Minecraft so he could develop his mind, and was building structures and stuff like that on there at a very young age. Isaac, he pretty much taught all of them how to walk, how to speak. They said his name before they said their parents.
And what were the circumstances under which he would take care of them?
Ed told him, I feed, clothe, and shelter you. You're to...
That's the person you heard.
Is that something you personally heard?
Yeah. No.
Okay, so do you know how often was Eric taking care of his?
Every day.
And how do you know that?
Because I would go over there and I wasn't allowed to hang out with Eric if he was required to be taking care of the children.
Have you ever seen Ed become, I know you talked about Ed being aggressive, have you ever seen him actually be aggressive like that towards Eric?
Yes.
If you could tell us, give us an example.
Just getting up into his face, trying to instigate a fight, just spitting on him. Sometimes he would grab his arm, but that's about as far as he would take. He's made sure never to make a scene in front of people, especially me.
And when Ed would do those kind of things to Eric, how would Eric respond?
He shuffle his feet, very submissive. A beat down was immediate to do whatever Ed said to do.
Now, after high school, did Eric continue to stay at home? Do you remember? Eric graduated high school before you did.
Yeah. He was forced to stay there. He didn't really have anywhere to go. There was a time he tried to move out, and he had come over to my house, and he was asking if he could stay there, but my parents wouldn't allow it due to knowing how Ed was.
So there was a time when Eric, how old was Eric when he came to wanting to live with you?
19 years old.
Now, did he go to your house a lot?
Yes, sir.
And what was it like at your house?
Well, we would build forts, watch cartoons, stuff like that. Eat ice cream a lot, just hang out. It was a lot better environment. He was always happy when he was at my house. My family let him eat dinner with us, and we took him in. He's as close to me as my own blood brothers are.
So that time when he came and wanted to live with you all when he was 18 and 19, what was the reason he wanted to live?
His dad was abusive. It had gotten to the point where he had...
And was he allowed to live with them?
No, sir.
And do you know why he was not allowed? Objection. And after that, do you know where did Eric go back to his father?
He was forced to. He had nowhere else to go.
Objection. Come on. Now you mentioned earlier about Sudafed. Who all bought Sudafed for Ed?
Eric, Nicholas, Holly, I myself did. Eric's girlfriend at the time, Chloe, had bought it a few times.
And would Ed ask you to do that? I mean, how did that come about?
He would bribe me to do that, actually. He would say he would make margaritas, and he explained the situation that it could only be purchased 3 times a month, and that he needed that to make his...
You go ahead.
I'm sorry, where was it? He had...
It's a guy's question again. So you said he would bribe you to buy Sudafed. You tell us about.
Yes, with alcohol and margaritas, because you can only purchase it three times a month. And so with him getting different people to do it, he was able to purchase larger quantities to make his meth.
Now, at some point after high school, did Eric get a job?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where that job was?
Dish Network, sir.
What happened when Eric got that job at Dish Network?
He was kicked out of his house because he was no longer able to take care or tend to the children. And that was his dad's stipulations.
And do you know where he went after that?
Yes, he moved in with me. We got a house, and he moved in, and I had a girlfriend. And I didn't have a job at the time. He pretty much paid and took care of everything.
And did y'all live at that? Where was that? Where was that apartment?
It was an apartment. It was a little house, and it was right in the middle of Alvin. We weren't there very long, maybe a month and a half. I couldn't remember the address.
And where did you go after that month and a half?
Afterwards, we went to go live with my grandmother in a garage apartment. She was against him coming to stay with us at first because my mother had...
And did Eric move in to your grandmother's?
Yes, he did.
And what was that situation like?
It was good. We were able to hang out every day. We didn't have to pay rent. My grandmother paid for everything so long as we tended to her yard, took care of her.
And did Eric, those chores that were necessary, did Eric participate in those chores?
Yes, sir. That's why he got to stay.
Now, did Eric ever have any other jobs other than Dish Network?
Yes, sir. He worked in another company that was owned by my brother-in-law at the time, Gulf Coast Services, which was doing water filtration in the plants, working with RO systems, reverse osmosis.
Did you work there as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was Eric good at that job?
He was better than I was and advanced and progressed in that job better than I did.
Do you know of him working anywhere else?
Yes, after he left that job, which we worked for, he worked there 7 to 8 months, I believe, and when his reason for leaving was he went to go work with Cher in Canada.
And who's Cher?
His aunt.
And did you see him after he came back from the summer?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you know if he worked anywhere after that?
After that, he finished getting his college degree for an HVAC license, and he went to go work in AC.
Now, how often did you see him during that period of time? Well, I'm sorry, you all were living together at your grandma's house. At some point, did you stop living with your grandma?
Yes, and he continued to stay there.
And where did you go?
I went, that was around when me and Jennifer got together, and I think I moved to West Texas for a little while, and then I had moved back into her mother's garage apartment.
And when did you and Jennifer get married?
On my 20th birthday. I'm 23 now, so 2014, May 11th.
And did Eric attend your wedding?
Yes, sir. He was my best man.
Hand steak has been marked as it is at 44. 44. Oh, I'm at throat.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Warman, what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Jennifer and her bridesmaid, my father, me, and Eric as my best man, bowing our head during my father's prayer.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the wedding you were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
And would it help illustrate your testimony?
Yes, sir, it would.
You know, this time I'd ask to admit Defense Exhibit 44.
No objection. No objection. That's fine.
Your Honor, I'd ask to publish it by having the deputy
Yes, sir.
display it for the jury. Now, after you married Jennifer, did you continue to see Eric?
Yes.
And did he ever meet your children?
He's the godfather of my son.
And how did he interact with your children?
He played with them a lot more than I was. He was used to children at the time, and I was a new father. He was more understanding when they would cry, and he played with them, would talk to him, make faces, and try and make him smile.
Now, did there come a time when you learned that Eric's father had been arrested for assaulting Holly?
Yes, sir.
And where was Eric living when that happened?
He was living with my grandmother at the time, but when Ed was arrested,
Your
Honor, I asked him a problem.
You've been responsible. Going to your next question.
Yes. So Eric was living with your grandmother when Ed was arrested.
yes.
And was Eric allowed to continue living with your grandmother after that? Was Eric allowed to continue living with your grandmother after that?
No, sir.
And why not?
That's all. You can tell how you know.
Was Eric allowed to continue living with your grandmother?
No, because he asked to bring some of Ed's belongings to that apartment, and my grandmother was scared of Ed.
And did Eric, when your grandmother asked him to move out, did Eric move out?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And where did Eric go?
He moved back to Indian Acres and lived in the living room.
Do you know why he lived in the living room?
Because he couldn't stand being in his father's room or his bedroom due to the
Did Eric tell you why he liked this and being in that?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did Eric tell you about trying to bond his dad out?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
His dad asked him to sell a few of his belongings at the house and made a list out and the prices to sell them for so that he could bail Ed out.
And did you talk with Eric about Eric wanting to bail his dad?
Yes.
And what did Eric tell you?
That was his dad, and even though he had made some mistakes, that would always be his father, and that he was trying to help him.
Well, when was the last time you saw Eric before the incident?
I went over to their house, and Ed was there, and Ed was forcing him to stay there.
You need to be specific on time.
Yes. You said you went to the house and you saw Ed there. That was in the period of time after Ed had been gotten out of jail.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what day that was?
No, sir, I do not.
And did you talk with Ed, or you talked to Ed?
No, I talked with Eric only.
And Ed was at the house. Do you know, was Ed staying at the house?
Yes, he was trying to gather his belongings to get out.
And did you see Eric on Thanksgiving?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were the circumstances around that?
Eric had no family and nowhere to go, so after I had finished and made my family meetings for Thanksgiving short, me and my wife prepared a meal and had him over, and we had Thanksgiving together as a family.
And did y'all have any plans for Christmas?
Yes, sir, he was supposed to join us for Christmas. I still have his Christmas present in my nightstand.
Have you ever seen Eric stand up to his bed?
No, he wasn't able.
At any point during your life, did you ever see Eric stand up to his bed?
No, he was not able.
No further questions.
Witness,
This woman, Eric Campbell, is your best friend.
Yes, sir.
And you traveled here from across the country to be here to speak in his behalf.
Yes, sir.
And you would say whatever you need to say to, if you thought would help him.
I would tell the truth only.
Well, you were strongly motivated, aren't you?
Could you be more specific?
You're motivated. You have Eric's interest in mind.
Yes, sir.
You don't know the Faulkners at all, do you?
Pardon?
You do not know the Faulkners. You didn't know them, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
With respect to this abuse that you saw, did you tell your parents?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did they ever make a report to the Department of Social Services?
They did. They did not want to get involved due to Ed's aggressive behavior.
Okay. Did you ever make a report to the Department of Social Services?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell one of your teachers?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell a guidance counselor?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell a school principal?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever tell one of the coaches?
I told no one.
And despite this, you continued to go over to the house.
Yes, sir.
Now, you knew Ed was making meth,
Yes, sir.
and you continued to go over there.
Yes, sir.
And as a matter of fact, you participated with Ed in making his methamphetamine.
Once or twice, yes, sir.
Okay. Enough to, as you say, learn it.
Yes, sir.
And you never reported this, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You and Mr. Campbell actually enjoyed drinking together, didn't you?
From time to time, yes, sir.
Well, pretty frequently, didn't you?
Responsibly, but yes.
Okay. And you also smoked some weed.
Yes, sir.
And you also did methamphetamine together.
Once or twice, I did not care for it.
But you cared for the marijuana.
Yes, sir.
And you cared for the alcohol.
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Woolman, you were with Mr. Campbell when you broke into the church, right?
Yes, sir.
And when the authorities showed up, you didn't tell them what had happened, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
You didn't tell them the truth.
No, sir.
You lied to them for about half an hour or so.
Yes, sir.
And the night that Ed Campbell assaulted Holly Campbell, you were over there at that house, weren't you?
No, sir.
Well, if Eric said that you were, is he lying?
We had gone over there. I'm not sure if that was the night. We had stepped inside the house. Eric had just made it over the threshold, and Ed hollered over the balcony, "Is it Nicholas or is it Eric?" And Eric said, "It's Eric." And I was standing right there at the door, and then Ed said, "You need to leave unless you want to see bloodshed or clean it up."
And so what did you do?
We left.
What did you do? You said we left.
I left with Eric.
Did you go call the police?
No, sir.
Did you go tell your parents?
No, sir.
What did you and Eric then, after you left, after you crossed back over the threshold, what did you do?
We went back to our apartment.
And what?
Hung out, played video games, watched a movie, maybe went to sleep.
No further questions.
Good rep.
Now, when you heard Ed Campbell say, "Get out of here unless you want to clean up blood or unless you want to see blood," whatever it was, had you heard him say things like that before?
Yes, sir.
Was that unusual that he said?
No, sir.
And why did y'all leave?
Because we were intimidated and we didn't want to become part of the conflict with Ed.
Now, you said that you told your parents about Ed Campbell abusing Eric. Is that right? I may have misheard your testimony.
Yes.
But you never reported it to the Department of Social Services.
No, sir.
And what did your parents think about it when you told them?
They thought Ed.
Your Honor, I'm asking her.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just get to the jury in just a few moments while you're there. Don't discuss this case for yourself. And should you form or express an opinion about this case during this time, that's your excuse. Make your pledges at court.
What did your parents think when you told them about Ed abusing you?
They thought he was very aggressive. They thought he was crazy. My mom had actually met Ed during a 4th of July event.
And what steps did they take? Did they tell you, did they alter in any way how they wanted you to interact with Eric after you told them about it?
They told me to stay away from Ed, that they really cared about Eric. He had interacted with my family and had been taken into our home. Eric was the only friend I had. They just wanted me to stay away from Ed and to be cautious at all times.
You don't know when I offer on that question. And I would say to stay open the door and ask him specifically, did he tell his parents? Did his parents call DSS? And I think I have a right to ask him what their reaction was when he did tell them and what steps they did.
Your Honor, just contend that it's hearsay.
Allow him to answer, Bill. You wait to.
After you told your parents about how Ed was abusing Eric, what did they say to you?
They told me to avoid Ed at all costs and to just keep my distance, that they were okay with me spending time with Eric because they cared about him and he was taken into our family, but they knew Ed was a very aggressive and unstable man.
Witness with state.
You said that you worked over there about 12 hours a day.
8 to 10.
8 to 10. I'm sorry. And you spent a tremendous amount of time with Eric, is that right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Anything along those lines? Thanks, sir. You stand in.
Thank you.
For that,
Your Honor, if that would be convenient, we'd ask for the morning break.
ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this point. During our morning recess period, it is your duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. It's your duty not to talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. It's your further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you, to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you about anything, you let the sheriff know about it when you come in. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial, and do not form or express any opinion about this case during this period. With that, ladies and gentlemen, while everyone else will remain seated, I'll excuse the 17 of you and ask that you return to assemble the jury room at 20 minutes after the hour of 11. Again, we go by that clock. That charge, please.
Hi guys, welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and we are in the midst of an array of witnesses called by the defense in order to defend Eric Campbell. We are ending up on the Eric Campbell trial. This is the case against Eric Campbell, who's accused of killing the Faulkners with his father. And we're hearing a whole lot of testimony about the way that Edward Campbell abused his son, Eric. Now, many of us are questioning the veracity of this testimony, and more so questioning why it was, now that Eric was grown and he had left the house, how this type of behavior, how this type of abuse would have influenced him in his older age. I'm happy to tell you that at 1 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to have a psychologist on with us to answer some of those questions and address some of those issues. I think the defense tried to do that on Friday with Dr. Hagen, and I think many of you didn't find him terribly compelling. What often happens in these cases, especially with those of you who have been watching trials for a long time, is that these experts are really seen as nothing more than hired guns. So we did want to bring in a psychologist to talk to us about how this type of abuse could affect someone so many years later, and in such a way that perhaps he could not report his father and he could not get away even as when his father was in the Walmart. I did see on one of the chat rooms that Nellie said that some locks and keys are invisible. I thought that that was very compelling, and that's something I wanted to discuss with our expert who's going to be in here later on this afternoon. As we hear this testimony, remember guys that this goes to the defense of duress, which I think is a charge that the defense will ask for in this case. I know Stephanie mentioned this morning that duress is not a defense to murder in North Carolina, and she's 100% correct. However, it is a defense to some of the other charges. And you've got to look at these cases legally and sort of break down the charges. When we talk about first-degree murder, which is the reason that Eric Campbell is being charged with a death penalty allegation, that is either premeditated or felony murder. It goes with one of the felonies. So the defense's plan here is twofold. Go after the premeditation aspect and try to make the defense that Eric had nothing to do with the premeditation of this murder, and then go after the felonies that would make this a felony murder charge. And I think given what they have to work with, the defense has done an effective job. The other thing that I wanted to point out that I saw this morning is the prosecutor is just absolutely fabulous at her job. She, with the first witness for the defense this morning, which was the uncle of Eric Campbell, who came on to testify to some of Eric Campbell's abuse and some of Ed Campbell's behavior, she consistently objected and was able to, in many ways, shut down the testimony of the uncle. Given that she was successful in many of her objections, she objected to hearsay, she objected to relevance, she was successful in enough of those objections that she didn't have to cross-examine that witness. And one thing that's difficult for younger attorneys, and as you get older you get a little bit better with this, is knowing when you don't have to ask a single question, knowing when to keep your mouth shut, as they say. And this prosecutor has done a great job in talking when she needs to talk and keeping quiet when she needs to keep quiet. So that has been extremely effective, and I think she's done the same with all of the witnesses this morning. It's going to be interesting to see where the defense goes with this and how far they go with it. I know many of you are wondering, isn't this testimony better suited for the mitigating factors of a death penalty case? And you're correct, and I think that if in fact Eric is convicted, we will hear more of this type of testimony in the death penalty part of the case. But it does go to the duress defense, and that's why the judge is letting it in, and that's why the judge is allowing it to go as far as he is. The last thing that I wanted to speak about, that you had all been speaking about this morning on the chat rooms, is the demeanor of the various witnesses. I used to go to a continuing legal education speech that was given in Philadelphia called Trial as Theater. And one of the things that we've learned as lawyers is to make sure that you're putting on your best players. Many of the witnesses in this case are chewing gum, and I know that for many of you that has either distracted or detracted from their testimony. If you're a lawyer defending this case, why take that chance? I'm with many of you who have said, make sure that your witness is taking out their gum. I know Sky said something about it's really important to ensure that you are putting on your best possible witnesses. How easy would it be to say, make sure that you're not chewing gum, or someone grab that person and say, spit that gum out of your mouth while you're on the stand. You can put a piece right back in as soon as you get off. Because the last witness I know many of you felt to be very compelling, the best friend of Eric Campbell, and that is, whether we like it or not, in large part because he was attractive, he was able to communicate well, he made eye contact, his body language was good. So much of what we say is said by our body language, our demeanor, and our tone, rather than our words. So I think that all of you trial watchers have been right on this morning in pointing out some of the issues with some of these witnesses, and hopefully the crux of what they had to say will overcome their body language and their demeanor, because that's really what the jury should be considering when it comes to considering the evidence. So for right now, I want to go through some of the testimony of Eric Campbell, because many of you have been comparing that to what we've heard today. Some of the things that these witnesses have said were things that Eric Campbell did not say last week. And that could be for a number of reasons, which I'll explore with Dr. Huber, our psychologist who's coming in to speak with me at 1 o'clock this afternoon. But it's important to remember that some of the things may have been forgotten by Eric Campbell, and some of the things may have been purposefully omitted, whether it's out of shame or guilt or any other reasons. So I'd like to go through Eric Campbell's testimony and sort of compare that with some of the things that we saw this morning. The other thing that I want to do when we're done with this is tell you a little bit about the next trial that we have starting later on this week, maybe as soon as tomorrow. I think you guys are going to find it fascinating. It's a case that I'm really eager to cover for LawNewz and to discuss with you, because it gets into a lot of the things that we've seen in many of these cases, and mainly the opioid crisis here in the United States, and the problems with pain pill addictions that lead to heroin addictions, that lead to the use of methadone. And in this particular case, which starts their jury selection starts today, it's a case where an addict is accused of killing a police officer during a car accident when he was allegedly had used methadone earlier that day. So I'll tell you a little bit more details about that in a little bit, but for right now I want to start going through some of the direct testimony of Eric Campbell, and then bit by bit sort of comparing that with what we've heard from the witnesses that have testified in his defense today. So let's start with clip EC 17, that is the beginning of Eric Campbell's direct examination. We'll go through some of his exam during the break in the morning for Campbell. I'll also tell you a little bit more about this trial we have coming up, and then we'll go back to the courtroom as soon as they're live. So for right now, EC 17.
Now, is that the photo of your family?
Yes, sir.
And who's in that photo?
The smallest one, at the very bottom, that's me. At the right is my brother Nicholas. Middle is my mother, and on the left is my dad.
Do you have any idea about how old you are in that picture?
I don't. I'd maybe say about a year.
And if I may publish Defense Exhibit 22 on the television.
Yes.
And what's that a picture of?
That's my mother.
And you said in your testimony that was what your mom looked like before her injury.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I only know most about it from my father.
I object as a relevancy, Your Honor, at this point.
I only know most of it from my father, what basically he's said about it. We lived in the south tip of Texas, about as close to the Mexican border as you can get. We had a ranch, and my father he had always used drugs in his life, and my mom would partake. And my dad told me that
I'd object. That's a hearsay.
Sustain that.
that she was using fin fish.
Motion strike.
What?
Mr. Campbell, when there's objection, you can stop talking. And if the judge says sustain, that means you just have to wait till the next question. If he says overrule, then you can answer the question. If you're ever confused about that, just ask me and I'll let you know.
Yes, sir.
Now, in that photo, does that look like your mom as you remember her?
I've never seen that photo, but it looks like the other one. Yes, sir.
But in your memory, in your memory of her as a child, she looked differently than that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if you would tell the jury, what's your memory of her as a child? What was she like in your memory as a child?
She was confined to a wheelchair, an electric wheelchair. My first remembered memory of her is her telling me that she's hungry, and I can barely open the refrigerator, and I pull out a slice of ham and cheese to feed her. And the other is having to brush her teeth. She could barely speak, couldn't move. It was a brain aneurysm.
No, I'm handing state it's been marked. It's exhibit 23 and 24.
Yes.
Mr. Campbell, I'm handing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 23 and 24. Starting with 23, can you tell me what that is? If you can speak up, I know
that's my mom.
And what do you mean by that's your mom?
That's how I've always remembered her.
And what is she doing in that picture?
She looks upset. She's has her seatbelt on in a wheelchair. Her left arm has always been locked in that position. She couldn't really open her right hand either.
And defendant's exhibit 24, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's me and my brother. And we're taking a picture with my mom.
And is that your mom as you remember her? And would these photos help illustrate your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer defense exhibit 23 and 24.
Objection.
Objection to relevancy, round now. Oh. Your Honor, may I publish defendant's exhibit 23? Now, that's the photo you said when your mom is sitting in a wheelchair.
Yes, sir.
If you would tell us a little bit about what she's doing in that photo.
I don't know. She looks upset.
Is that an accurate, or what's the way you remember your mom?
To be honest with you, I couldn't really tell you. She never really talked very much.
Well, besides having difficulty speaking, were there other limitations she had?
Just about everything.
And tell me more about what you mean by that.
She couldn't walk. She couldn't go to the toilet with herself. She had to bathe, eat, brush her teeth. Nothing.
None of my published defense exhibit 24. Now, is that the photo you're saying of you and your brother and your mom on the couch?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any idea how old you and your brother are in this picture?
I don't. 7. 10 maybe.
Now, during these years, when you were in elementary school, who else lived with you besides your mother?
They're in elementary school.
Yes.
Fourth grade and on up. My stepmother, or who became my stepmother, Holly Smoot.
Before your father met Holly, who lived with you and your mother?
There was a variety of women. Before Holly, it was a woman named Wanda Nolan. Before her was Linda Lamont.
And was your dad present in the home during those times?
So there's just the beginning of Eric Campbell's testimony about some of the interactions that he had as a child. I'm Heather Hansen. Welcome back to LawNewz Network. We are on a morning break in the Campbell case as we continue with the defense part of the case. A few things that have come up in the chat room while I was watching that clip, one of which is the fact that we've only heard, I think Linda mentioned that we've only heard from the expert for the defense, and we haven't heard an expert to say that this type of abuse, this type of upbringing could actually allow someone to escape it. We have, I think, all seen people or know people who have had abuse and have gone on to not be involved in murders. And certainly one would hope that the prosecution would address that part of the case. Hopefully that will happen in rebuttal, although, you know, it may well be that there isn't a witness willing to go to the extent that a prosecutor might like in this case. So that could be a reason why we wouldn't hear from such an expert. But it's certainly a good point that it would be nice to hear from someone from the other side rather than just Dr. Hagan, who testified for the defense. And we'll explore that with our expert witness who's going to be here this afternoon at 1 o'clock as well. The other question that came up this morning, and I think it's an interesting question that we've talked about a lot here at LawNewz Network, and that is whether or not there's going to be an expert to speak to brain damage for Eric Campbell and whether there's been any MRIs of the brain. I think one of our LawNewz trial analysts, Sam Braverman, had talked about the fact that with time and as our medical technology gets better, MRIs and CTs and all types of different scans are now being done of the brain that can actually show the types of damage that will support these sort of mental defenses and support the idea that perhaps a defendant like Eric Campbell did not have the capacity to make appropriate decisions. This case is a little bit different because it doesn't seem as though the defense is taking a very strong diminished capacity defense, but rather a duress defense. And we'll go through some of the key aspects of a duress defense during the next break. I'm going to go through them and write them all down so that I can discuss them a little bit more thoroughly with all of you. In the meantime, as we wait for the defense to continue their case in the Campbell case, I want to play a few more clips for you of Eric Campbell in his direct examination. We're going to play clips number 18, 19, 20, and 21, which is more of the direct examination of Eric Campbell. And then we'll come back. If they go back live to the courtroom, I'll be sure to bring you back live to the courtroom right away. But in the meantime, I do want to compare a little bit of what Eric is saying to what the witnesses we've heard today have said and will say. So back to a little bit more of Eric Campbell's direct examination.
And what was your father like when you were in elementary school?
We had just moved to a town called Alvin, Texas. We lived in a house that was a fixer-upper. It was basically a trashed house. Every day, go to school, we get home, we would work. As to things, it was as he always was, I guess.
And what do you mean by that? How was he like he always was?
He obeyed, he listened. That was what life was.
And did your dad ever use physical force against you?
Yeah.
If you could tell us more about that.
You know, for basic about any kind of mistake a boy could make, you were hit. If he was feeling more formal, he'd take you to the bedroom and strip you down from your waist and just go ham with the belt. Sometimes he'd turn it around and use the metal end. It was basically, when he was done, you were black. From the bottom of your legs to the back of your neck. Sometime he had me come back out of the bedroom and strip off my pants in front of Holly to show her. I don't know if he was looking for her approval or whatnot.
I object to this. That's not responsive to the question, Your Honor. Explain.
Come on. So, Mr. Campbell, if you can keep your voice up and tell the jury about times in your childhood when your father hit you with an instrument.
Instruments weren't used too often. My dad liked to use his hands.
Did he ever hit you with an instrument, though?
Yes, sir.
And if you could tell the jury about when he hit you with an instrument.
Just a mistake done. I don't remember what the mistake was, but flipping the screwdriver to the other side and just laying a hollow, resounding thunk on the head. Just in passing.
Did your father ever hit you with a gun?
Yes, sir.
If you would, try to keep your voice up and tell the jury about when that happened.
I think I was 4 or 5. This was back in the south border of Texas, and my dad was taking us to go shooting, and he was walking out there to set up targets, and I remember aiming down the barrel at those targets, and my dad saw me, and he was out there setting them up at the same time, and he ran back and grabbed the gun out of my hands, and a pistol hit me with the butt of the gun on my head. I just remember after that laying in my bed, and I was holding paper towels to my head to stop the bleeding.
And when that happened, what were you thinking? What were you feeling?
I don't know. Just fear. Just not wanting to touch those things again.
And when you were in elementary school, when you were a younger child, I mean, what were you like as a child?
I got home, I was very shy, but friendly. I got along. I was respectful.
And did you have many friends?
No, sir.
Did you ever have accidents as a child when you were sleeping?
Yes. I wet the bed for quite a long time in my life. That, and also while I was awake when I was younger, I used to throw up a lot. My dad would, if I didn't make it to the toilet to throw up in time, my dad would start beating me as I cleaned up my throw up.
Would you get in trouble if your dad would find out you wet the bed?
Yes.
And what would his response be?
He'd just take me over to the bed and start whipping me over.
All right, guys, the Campbell case is back live. Lieutenant Robert Critcher's on the stand, so I'm going to take you back there live. We'll be back during the first break.
Driveway and pulled halfway off the road into the drive. He saw the driver take out what appeared to be a road map and began to look at it. The subject appeared to be into the drive. He saw the driver take out what appeared to be a road map and began to look at it. The subject appeared to be in his 40s with a buzzed haircut and a few-day-old facial hair. Did not see passenger. He turned down his driveway, which was directly across from Sheila Vaughn's residence. He noticed a funny-looking sign on the front of the vehicle, which looked like Texas. He went to the house, came back, and a few minutes later, the vehicle had left. You could see where the vehicle turned around in the Grand Ole Opry parking lot and headed back north on Highway 96. Did not see the vehicle anymore.
In that interview, Lieutenant Critchard, Mr. Weary, how did he describe the driver?
Probably 40 years old, has a buzz, hairdo, and facial hair.
And could he describe the passenger?
No.
And what did he say that passenger was doing?
He couldn't see him.
Now, on January 12th, 2015, did you interview Josh Boyd?
Yes, sir.
John Hand State, Mr. Marcus, Exhibit 46.
Yes.
Lieutenant Critchard, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 46. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a statement of an interview that was taken on the 12th day of January 2015 at 4 p.m. in a phone interview with a Josh Boyd.
And when you, did you write that?
Yes, I did.
And did you write down everything Mr. Boyd told?
I wrote it down as he told me.
Your Honor, this time I vote to admit Defense Exhibit 46.
No, sir.
Much less.
Lieutenant Critchard, if you would read that statement.
Says Mr. Boyd stated on December 31st, 2014, New Year's Eve, that he and Michael Weary on 96 North headed south. They were behind a white SUV when he got to Soundbacker Road, dirt road. On the right, the vehicle put on the signal lights. He and Michael both commented why is a clean SUV going down a dirt road. The vehicle sped up and did not turn. He went down the road in front of them. One point SUV put on his brakes like if it was going to turn. He continued up the road is where the little white fence was pulled off on the side of the road. The driver took out what appeared to be a road map. He and Mike thought this was strange because GPS today said it looked as having a light beard. This was sometime around 3:30 to 4 p.m. They turned to the left and went to Josh's house so he could get to his vehicle and go hunting. Did not see the SUV on the roadway. When he left, he headed south. The next day, he went to Josh's house at 6:50 a.m. When he pulled from the driveway at 7:05 a.m., he saw smoke through the fog and saw the house on fire.
Thank you, Lieutenant. If I could just have one moment. I'm handing the state what's been marked as. I'm sorry. On January 5th, 2015, do you remember interviewing John Slagle?
Yes, I do.
And is that the proprietor of the Slagle store in Virgilina, Virginia?
Yes, sir, Virgilina.
Virgilina. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I'm handing the state what's been marked as Exhibit 47. No, Matt, first the witness.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Critchard, I'm handing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 47. What is that?
It's a interview that I did with John Slagle on the 5th day of January at 2 p.m. at his store in Virgilina.
And did you sign it before?
I did.
And is it an accurate report of the things that Mr. Slagle told you?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 47 into evidence.
Inject. Much less.
Now, Lieutenant, if you would, can you read that statement into evidence?
John Slagle stated that on Wednesday, 12/31/2014, New Year's Eve, two white male subjects came into his store in Virgilina, Virginia. One subject was older than the other, like a father and son. The subject was driving a white SUV parked in front of the store. The subject came into the store and walked around. The older subject asked for a road map. He had not seen subject before, and he asked where were they from. The older subject said Texas. Jimmy Long, a customer, was sitting in the table in front of the window. He told the subject he had a cousin who lived in Austin, Texas. The subject purchased one slim bottle drink, possibly a Pepsi or Dr. Pepper, and one pack of nails. Both subjects took back to the counter, would not come directly up to the front of him. He thought this was strange. There was a monitor of the There was a monitor in front of the cash register and timed out after 72 hours. This was sometime after 6 p.m., not sure, because Jimmy Long stated he had to leave at 8 p.m. Jimmy Long had his pistol on his side and could be seen by both subjects. The next day, John saw these subjects on TV and made a comment that these were the two in his store.
And was that everything that he told you that day?
Yes, sir.
No, I have no further questions. Thank you for your time, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Lieutenant Critcher, you spoke to Michael Weary over the phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
You guys have an interview room and the capability to video any interview or talk that you have with anybody at the Sheriff's Office, is that correct? But you didn't do that with Mr. Weary.
He called me and he gave it to me as just general information because he said it was something he thought was suspicious that I need to know.
And may I approach? And Detective Critcher, after you made this report, you typed this report, is that correct, on State's Exhibit number 45 with Mr. Weary, is that correct?
Secretary typed it, yes.
Well, did you tell her what to type?
I hand wrote it out and I give it to her to type.
And is this your signature?
That is my signature.
Is Michael Weary's signature on here?
It is not.
Did you ask Michael Weary to look back over this statement that you wrote down to make sure that that's exactly what he told you?
Mike was not in my presence at that time. He was on the phone, and I did not get back with him. No, ma'am.
So he didn't review what you wrote to say that that's what he told you. Is that correct?
No.
And if I may approach again, Your Honor, when you spoke with Josh Boyd, you did that, you say, on January 12th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did that over the phone?
That's correct.
You didn't call him in and videotape that interview, did you?
No, I did not.
And is Mr. Boyd's signature on this statement?
It is not.
Did you ask him to review the statement to make sure that that is, in fact, what he told you?
No.
And the same with Mr. Slagle. Is his signature on there?
It is not.
And did you talk to him and ask him to review that was exactly what he told you?
I read that statement to him in his store, did not get him to sign it, and I gave him a copy of the statement.
You gave him a copy of that typed statement?
Yes, I did.
And he said
it was mailed to him, ma'am. I'm sorry. It was mailed to him.
And did he mail it back saying that that's what he had said?
No, ma'am, it didn't.
And if you asked them any follow-up questions, you didn't write that in your interview there that you typed up, did you?
I didn't do any follow-up.
When you were talking to him on the phone, you didn't ask them any questions, you just heard what they said?
Well, I asked some questions, just like in the statement it asked as far as what he said they looked like. I asked him, could he identify them, and that's when he told me what he told me is what they looked like.
But you didn't write down what you asked them and what their response to your question was?
No, I did not.
I don't have anything further.
To the best of your recollection, did you write down everything they told you?
I did. I wrote it down as it was told to me, the way they told it to me.
No further questions.
No, sir.
Here we call Jennifer Warman. Now, Ms. Warman, tell the jury who you are.
Jennifer Warman.
And where do you live?
In Spring, Texas.
And what do you do for a living?
I stay at home with my children.
And are you married?
Yes, sir.
And who are you married to?
To Shane Warman.
And Shane Warman's the man who testified just a few minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Shane?
We officially met in first grade, and we've been dating on and off since 6th grade.
So you've been friends a long time before you were married?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you known Eric Campbell?
Probably since around 6th grade, but we really got close around Shane's 18th birthday, which was in 2012, I believe.
Now you say that you all were close. What do you mean by that?
He was over at our house often. I was over with Shane and Eric when they were living in Shane's grandmother's apartment.
And what kind of relationship did you or do you have with Eric?
when I married Shane, Eric came along.
He was, so they're very close.
He's our family, yes.
On those, you're talking about a couple of particular times.
Yes, sir.
What did you notice about his relationship with his siblings? Well, did you see him interacting with his siblings?
Eric, yes.
And tell us a little bit about that.
Eric was always with his siblings. Alyssa, like if my youngest son, or my son does this to my husband. He hangs on his legs and they have to kind of walk around. Alyssa did that all the time to Eric. She was constantly with him. Eric was always the one kissing the bobos and giving the hugs and kisses and very above them and fatherly-like.
Now, you mentioned that you were there another time. Were you there on occasion when Alyssa had a birthday party?
Yes.
And when was that, if you remember?
I don't recall the year. It was, they were still building the swimming pool. I was still pregnant, so 2014.
So did you witness some interaction between Edward Campbell and Holly Campbell that was significant to you that night?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what did you see happen?
Holly was taking a cookie sheet of French fries out, and a few of them were burnt, and Ed didn't like that, and so he took his hand underneath the cookie sheet and popped it out of his hands, and fries went flying all over the floor.
And what had to happen as a result of that?
Holly didn't do anything. She acted like it was casual. The fries got cleaned up later. She put more fries in the oven and continued cooking.
Now, was that pretty much, had you spent much time over there before or after that?
No, sir.
So that was just one of the couple of times you were over there?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you aware of a time when Eric moved back into that? You mentioned that he was living at Shane's grandmother's house. Were you aware of a time when he moved back into his family home?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, had Eric at times spent the night with you?
Yes, sir.
And were there times when you had an encounter with him late at night or after everyone had gone to bed?
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
He would just be sitting up, not sleeping, and I would ask him, "Are you okay?" And he would just answer, "Yeah, it was a bad dream. I'll go to sleep in a few hours or whenever I can."
Now, during the time he had moved back into his family home, would you also see Eric? Did he come over to your house still?
Yes, sir.
And how did he appear to you when he would come back over?
Very distressed, bags under his eyes. You could tell he hasn't been sleeping. And
did you understand why he was having trouble sleeping at his home?
Objection.
This is good.
Well, did he describe to you some of the problems he was having sleeping?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
That he was having memories of things that had happened in what he called that home or that house.
And did he describe how it felt to him?
Said that it was like an elephant was sitting on his chest, that he couldn't breathe some of the times when he was waking up.
During the years that you've had a relationship with Eric, what was his general demeanor like?
Very soft-spoken. The only time I've really seen him open was whenever he would be with my husband. He was great with my son. Like Shane stated earlier, he was very
How did he treat you?
Objection.
When you saw him interact with his father, how was he around his father?
Very submissive.
And was Eric a close friend of yours?
Yes, still is.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Finish with the state.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You stand.
Thank you.
Further evidence? Done.
Here we, Mr. Kemp called Aisha Chaudhry.
Be silent, swear that evidence you should give the court and the jury should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Will you state your name? Tell the jury who you are.
I'm Aisha Chaudhry. I'm a psychiatrist.
And Dr. Chaudhry, where are you employed?
I work at Duke University in Durham, North Carolina.
And what is your job at Duke University?
My job at Duke University involves taking care of Duke University students, young adult population, for their mental health and psychiatric treatment needs.
Now, explain to the jury the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist. I'm sure they know that, but just to be clear, if you'll explain the key distinctions.
Of course. A psychologist is a mental health specialist who has non-medical training. They are not trained in the field of medicine. However, they have expertise in the theories of understanding the behaviors of humans and things that go wrong with that. A psychiatrist is a medical doctor who has completed their medical training, including surgery, obstetrics, GYN, internal medicine, radiology, and at the end of that training as a medical doctor, then the psychiatrist undergoes additional specialized training in mental health issues.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, tell us, how did you train to become a psychiatrist? Tell us about your training.
I completed I completed a 5-year medical training program. That was the program that I was enrolled in. Following that, I completed a 1-year required licensure internship, 6 months of general surgery, 6 months of general medicine. Following that, I completed my United States board exams. My training was at the Aga Khan University in Karachi in Pakistan. And after passing my U.S. medical boards to qualify for my MD, I underwent a residency training at Duke University Medical Center. The first year of that training was Part of it was general internal medicine, part of it was psychiatry. The next,
Dr. Chaudhry, let me interrupt you. What
Yes,
year
sir.
was it when you began your residency training at Duke?
So that I began that in 1993.
Okay, go ahead and then continue on. I just
Okay.
wanted to give it some timing.
Sure. From 1993 until 1997, I completed the accredited requirements for a general and adult psychiatry residency. The following year, I was invited to stay as a executive chief resident for the psychiatry residency program. So I exited my chief residency year in 1998.
Where did you go to work after you, and were you qualified to practice medicine as a psychiatrist at that point?
Yes, sir, I was.
And where did you start working at that point?
I began working at Durham County Mental Health Center. At that time, it was called the Durham Center, which was a job I did for 2 years.
And what kinds of things did you do in your practice with the Durham Center?
At the Durham Center, we had a population of individuals who have had severe and chronic mental conditions. They were often very underprivileged, often were on public assistance for their health care as well as for their food and residential circumstances. So my job was to be their psychiatrist. I would treat people with conditions such as schizophrenia, severe bipolar disorder, severe personality disorders, in addition to very severe personality disorders and anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as severe depression with psychotic features or other psychotic conditions.
Now, did you continue in that job? How long did you stay in that job?
I stayed in that job for 2 years, after which students, they're young adults.
When you mentioned that your patients are students and young adults, is the clinic set up to provide care just for the students?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what range of ages do you generally specialize in, focus on?
Most of the time, the patients I see are somewhere between age 18 to age maybe 29, 30, 35 at the oldest.
Is that care available to undergrads, graduates, and professional students as well?
Yes, it is. It's for all enrolled students.
Is there anything significant particularly about that age as far as mental health is concerned?
Absolutely. It's a very important age, not only for people as they're developing their individuality, their personality, their temperament. It's also a very important age where young people, most of us, actually have undergone our training that becomes our career in the future. So it's a very rich time of learning, as well as developing peer relationships. In addition to that, that also happens to be, from a neurobiological standpoint, a period of time where the human brain is undergoing a very robust and very important reorganization, sort of like in the first year of life, where a baby will undergo these very important big learning steps. They'll learn to walk, they'll learn to talk. Those are similar things that are happening in the human brain during the phase of young adulthood. That's also happens to be an extremely vulnerable time where a lot of chronic or severe mentally, where chronic severe psychiatric conditions can begin. People might appear to be starting to have some mental health difficulties. These can often bloom into more serious conditions like schizophrenia, like bipolar disorder, substance use disorders. That's a very vulnerable time for people, as well as other psychiatric conditions, anxiety disorders, obsessive compulsive, post-traumatic stress disorder as well.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, over the years, and in your practice at Duke, do you treat all sorts of mental health conditions?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about the range of conditions you see in your practice at Duke?
Of course. So things could be as mild or transient as a young person, a college student, experiencing extreme stress because their father was diagnosed with cancer, or their mother has lost their job, or or they're having difficulty with their academics or their professor or their roommate. And these are very developmental things that most of us go through, and part of my work is actually to support these people through this process and help them to not only manage their symptoms but also to build life skills that help them to be able to navigate these things in their life going forward. This is pretty mild and short-term kind of treatment required. Sometimes I see people who have fairly severe problems, lifelong problems that have been going on for many years, severe anxiety disorders or post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as chronic recurring anxiety, depression. And then at the very end of the spectrum, sometimes we'll see people really starting to unravel in terms of beginnings of psychosis or the beginnings of bipolar disorder, which are lifelong and potentially debilitating conditions.
And Dr. Chaudhry, how many people have you treated for these various disorders over your career?
Very, very many people. I would say probably thousands. I wouldn't be able to give you a number, but probably several thousand people.
Now, is most of your work as a treating physician or as a psychiatrist who actually treats patients?
Yes, I would say less than 20% of my work is doing this kind of work related to the law. More than I would say 80% or more of my work is my clinical work.
Now, do you also, you mentioned that you do other kinds of psychiatric work. How did you get, what kind of work, how are you here? In what capacity are you here as a witness?
So I'm here in my capacity of working as a forensic psychiatrist.
How is that different than as a treating psychiatrist?
It's very different because as a treating psychiatrist, there are two critical differences. Number one is that I have a patient-doctor relationship with my patients. I'm their doctor, and with that, I am obliged to, number one, keep their information confidential. That's required by law for HIPAA. The second thing is it's my obligation to provide treatment recommendations and to assist them in identifying their treatment based on their treatment needs and based on their preferences. In my forensic practice, I don't have a patient-doctor relationship with anyone who I examine, and it is not expected or required. I'm not their treatment provider, so I don't make any, I can't make any treatment recommendations for that individual.
Now, and how long have you been working in the capacity of a forensic psychiatrist?
I began doing this work in 2013.
Now, is your approach or your ability to diagnose mental disorders any different in your clinical or forensic practice?
Yes, there are some key differences. The first difference is that if somebody comes to me in my clinic, that is because they're asking me for help. It's something that they themselves are seeking. Whereas when I do a forensic evaluation, it's usually not the individual who's requesting that I work with them. The second thing that's very different is, by and large, when I do a clinical evaluation, I'm relying, almost 90% of my information is based on what that person is sharing with me in my office. So just like any of us would go to the doctor and they would say, you know, having problems with sleep, great. Tell me about your sleep problems. When did they begin? And so I'm basically relying, the bulk of my information is coming from that person who's giving me, you know, their symptoms. The difference in a forensic report is that I cannot only rely on what the examinee is sharing with me. That's because of the nature of the reason that I was hired, is because there are some legal charges there. And it's important for me not only to count what that individual is sharing with me, but it's also important for me to review as much what we call collateral information, additional information from not just other parties at the present time, but also to look over the course of a lifetime. Because that longitudinal view, that longitudinal information gives you a lot more information, and you're better able to see the picture of what's going on. In addition, in my clinical work, often I'll use what are called standardized objective rating scales. These are screening tools, and I use them just as a way to provide optimal patient care. In particular, when I'm conducting a forensic assessment, these rating scales are very important because these are standardized instruments. They are normed. They are designed specifically to pick up things in case I have missed something. And I also use scales that are designed to identify if somebody is trying to falsify their symptoms. So that's also another important component. And I use this in a more rigorous way in my forensic assessment than I would in a clinical setting.
Dr. Chaudhry, are you licensed to practice medicine in North Carolina?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how long have you held that license?
I guess since 1993.
And are you board certified as a psychiatrist in North Carolina?
Yes, sir, I am.
Now, at this time, Your Honor, I'd offer Dr. Chaudhry as a witness qualified to render expert opinion in the field of forensic psychiatry.
Yes, sir, Judge, I'd like to be heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll excuse you to the jury for just a few moments while you do not discuss the testimony yourself, this should be formal or expression. Any opinion about the issue in this trial will not count.
Your Honor, my objection is to her being qualified as an expert in forensic psychiatry. I believe she certainly is qualified as a psychiatrist. I don't believe this court has heard any testimony about any fellowship, any training, any sort of specialized training that she has had in the area of forensic psychology. She certainly has been able to tell the difference between forensic psychiatry and psychiatry. That is not anything that requires any special skill. Anybody can read that. She's opened some sort of forensic psychiatric practice, but the only thing, she hasn't testified to any generalized training or skill set that she has to perform. Dr. Chaudhry, you, on your CV, ma'am, you stated that from 2009 until 2010 that you are a forensic SWAT team member. What does that mean?
Ma'am, at the time, the Department of Psychiatry at Duke University had created a forensic task force so that psychiatrists who were affiliated with the department with various areas of expertise in their clinical field would be available for for forensic consulting services if the need were to arise.
So you have not completed the forensic fellowship that's offered in North Carolina, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you are not board certified as a forensic psychiatrist, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You're not even eligible to sit for that because you have not completed the forensic fellowship.
Yes, I've not gone through a formal training. However, part of the general psychiatry training and part of the general psychiatry board certification actually does require specialized forensic training during the course of that. And during the course of my ongoing training At that point, I had participated in that curriculum. I passed all the requirements for that.
And that's back in 1993?
This was the final year of my training, so this was in 1997.
And since then, you haven't done a forensic fellowship?
No, I've not done a forensic fellowship.
And you're not board certified?
That's correct.
And you haven't done, the last time that you did any training was in 1997?
That's not correct. It's part of my requirement to maintain a license that I engage in ongoing annual training, and that ongoing annual training is something that is incumbent upon each physician to select training that is required for, that is consistent with their area of practice. My area of practice includes young adult general psychiatry, as well as my area of practice includes forensic psychiatry. In addition to that, I underwent recertification for my general and adult psychiatry boards in 2009, and that has a standardized curriculum that is not physician-driven or physician-selected. That is a part of the general competence, which includes forensic training and updates on that as well.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Not this time, Your Honor.
Again, Judge, I renew my objection to her being qualified as an expert in the area of forensic psychiatry. I do not believe that there has been a proper foundation shown that she can, that she has had the proper training, and that therefore she would have the proper knowledge to be able to render an opinion in forensic psychiatry, which would be the defendant's mental health or state at the time of this offense. And that is what is pertinent to this particular case, Judge. She states in her evaluation that she performed, that we were given, that she was requested to perform a psychiatric evaluation on Eric Campbell, not that she was asked to perform a forensic psychiatric evaluation on Eric Campbell. Certainly she could have treated him and seen him after this occasion happened and render an opinion as to his mental state when she interviewed him and that he came to see her. But I don't believe that she is qualified to render an opinion as to his mental state at the time that this occurred. And I would ask that you not allow her to be qualified as a forensic psychiatrist.
Sure, if I may, Your Honor. Well, I didn't think.
This is central to your stuff. You ought to do it. You can have a chance. Okay. Go do it.
Don't wait on me. Dr. Chaudhry, have you said that you have worked as you developed set up a forensic practice in 2013, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, have you been asked to evaluate different people related to legal proceedings?
Yes, sir, I have.
And about how many times have you evaluated people?
I couldn't tell you, but you know, at least I would say probably somewhere between 30 to 50 times.
And have you, in addition to that, studied in the area of forensic psychiatry, studied the issues related to forensic psychiatry in North Carolina?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you done additional training, like continuing education training related to forensic psychiatry?
Yes, sir, I have. In addition, I have been admitted as an expert in the state of North Carolina for forensic psychiatry in at least one previous instance.
Nothing further, Your Honor, related to that.
But any of this continuing education in the area of forensic psychiatry, that's not listed on your CV, is it?
No, it's not listed on my CV. However, I am a standing member of the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, and I actively participate in ongoing clinical activity and ongoing educational activities that are provided by the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. There is a quarterly newsletter which I receive. There's a quarterly journal in addition to which I engage in peer supervision and peer discussions around this.
But you're not licensed, I mean, you don't have a certification from them in forensic psychiatry.
Ma'am, there is no prohibition on a generalist from practicing in a specialty area of field if they have conducted the adequate educational, if they have covered the adequate educational material, and if they demonstrate competence.
They offer a certification and you do not have it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I renew my objection.
Your Honor, the rule doesn't say anything about certification. What it does say, an expert by knowledge, which she has based on more than 20 years of practice, skill, which she has based on her setting up her practice and continuing to see clients as well as doing continuing legal education. Her experience that goes back to, I mean, diagnosing someone for a mental disorder in and of itself is related to the practice area. The area of the law relates to the training and the continuing education, and she said that she has continued to do that. I think that what the state is talking about are things that are relevant to cross-examination, but not to her qualifications as an expert. I mean, I don't think there's any qualification that you be board certified to testify related to a specific area of, to a specific issue in the case, at least not by my reading of the rule. Her testimony will be based on sufficient data and facts. She can explain her principles and methods and how she approached the case. And so we would contend that she's qualified based on her training and experience. And I mean, really, the state's objection is to the certification, and I don't think that's a valid basis.
Our objection is to the fact that I don't believe that there's been any foundation to show that she should be qualified as an expert in the area of forensic psychiatry. None of that was laid out here, Judge, and I think just because she set up a practice and says that she set up a practice in January of 2013 that she is a self-proclaimed forensic psychiatrist doesn't make it so. And I just don't think that she's qualified to testify as to his mental state at the time that this occurred. Sure, she can talk about any diagnosis that he had perhaps when she met with her. There's no doubt she's been in mental health. She's worked at Duke Student Health for 20 years, worked with adolescents, worked with folks who are the same age as him who have mental health symptoms or issues at the time that they are seeing her. And that's what she does.
Okay, I would have received for what she set herself up across the examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Chaudhry, at some point were you asked to do an evaluation in this case?
Yes, sir, I was.
And exactly what were you asked to do?
I was asked to perform a general psychiatric evaluation for your client and to address my findings in relationship with his legal case.
Now, do you remember when you were asked to do this?
It was sometime in the fall of 2016.
And what was your approach to this evaluation? I mean, how did you plan to carry out the evaluation?
I carried out the evaluation as I usually do, which is I request a certain set of data, of materials, of background information involving an individual's previous medical records, previous psychiatric history, any child protective services records, any occupational records, any other interviews of people who have known this individual longer than I have. In addition, any legal information, any discovery files, any medical records or other records, custodial records from when the individual has been incarcerated. In addition to that, I review, I interviewed Mr. Eric Campbell. Part of my visits with him, I conducted 4 face-to-face visits with him. Part of those visits were actual interview of asking him both open-ended questions as well as closed-ended questions, as well as conducting standardized clinical rating scales to identify the intensity or severity of the symptoms if they were present.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, when you told us what you did overall, sort of chronologically, how do you, well, first of all, did you receive information that was collateral to what Mr. Campbell told you, or other information?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how much information did you receive?
Oh, I couldn't tell you the exact number of pages, but it was at least 3,000 pages of information, maybe more.
When did you review that material before you talked to Mr. Campbell?
I received that material before, but I did not actually review that before. When I met with him, and I do this with everybody that I'm conducting an assessment for, that I want to actually just see that individual as they are and form my own opinion based on what I have seen in my clinical examination and my psychiatric examination, and then follow up by reviewing additional materials and collateral sources.
Now,
so I had received the information, but I met with him before I reviewed that.
When you first met with Mr. Campbell, during your first meeting, what were your general impressions of him during that meeting?
My general impression was that that Mr. Eric Campbell was in great distress, that he was horrified by the nature of the events that he had witnessed. He was horrified that he had not been able to do anything to intervene. He was very self-blaming. He was very self-critical, not only about these events in particular, but he also blamed himself as being a terrible person who had never been able to stand up to his father his whole life.
Now, you mentioned earlier at some point you did something called standardized rating scales.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us, and we're going to go back to your interviews in a few minutes, but I want to first talk about those standardized rating scales. What are they?
Standardized rating scales are clinical instruments. These are different than psychometric testing, the way that a psychologist would conduct that. These standardized rating scales are developed for use in clinical settings. They're not something that is that I can just make up. These are developed by different teams of scientists, psychiatry researchers. It sometimes takes up to 10 years to develop one standardized clinical rating scale. There's a lot of assessments, a lot of identification of, number one, is this sensitive? That means, is it going to pick up something? Number two, is it specific? Is it going to pick up a diagnostic thing that we actually want it to pick up as opposed to a bunch of things? And then the third thing is its reliability. Is it reliable? As a mathematical concept of reliability, does it mean that this can actually consistently show the same thing? And then the other part of it is inter-rater reliability. So if 3 different psychiatrists administer the scale to the same individual, are we going to come up with very similar responses? So it's a very tightly measured instrument. It's sort of like the mental health version of a blood glucose level, right? So how do we know that a certain blood glucose level is in the normal range? The only way that we know that is because, you know, tens of thousands of people's blood glucose levels are tested, and then you identify, okay, where is the range of what is a normal blood glucose level, and then what's outside of that range is considered above or below. And the same is true for the psychometric, or for the clinical psychiatric rating scales. This is how it's designed, is to identify what is within the normal range, what is above, and what is below.
Why do you give them? I mean, why is it important to you as a forensic psychiatrist to give these standardized rating scales?
There are two reasons. Number one is that it is important for me to identify whether or not the examinee is exaggerating or not exaggerating their symptoms. A lot of times examinees, for example, Mr. Eric Campbell, was underreporting his symptoms. And it wasn't until I actually looked at some of the rating scales that I realized the severity of some sets of symptoms that he wasn't actually sharing with me. And in fact, that's a consistent theme across the board in terms of several records that were reviewed for Mr. Eric Campbell, even when he was a little kid, is that his consistent theme, his consistent pattern has been to underreport the distress that he's feeling. So in that instance, to really identify what exactly is an objective level of severity, whether or not this person is sharing this information with me voluntarily. And then the other part of it is to make sure that I'm actually not missing something else, like I said, that the person might be underreporting. And especially in the case of forensic evaluations, I always administer a malingering test because we do know that given that this is a legal situation, there is always a potential risk for an individual who I'm examining to either exaggerate or to minimize their symptoms as a way of trying to seek advantage. So that's part of what makes my evaluation a reliable, comprehensive forensic evaluation.
Now, which standardized rating scales did you give in this case?
The standardized rating scales I administered were, first of all, was the TOMM, T-O-M-M. It's called the test of memory malingering. This is different than the test that was administered by the state's expert, Dr. Wolf. This is an opaque malingering test in which the examinee is unable to determine what exactly is being tested. And it's because of that, it's considered one of the most reliable malingering tests. The other tests I administered were the clinician-administered PTSD rating scale. The clinician-administered PTSD rating scale is one of the most thoroughly studied clinical rating scales to identify post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic stress disorder is known to be a chronic recurring condition, potentially. It can also be a very acute and short-lived condition. And in this case, I felt it was very important for me to do a good job evaluating, to identify what degree of these symptoms had predated the events that have led to these current charges, and what degree of these symptoms have emerged since the incidents in question, because obviously this was a horrific and traumatizing incident in and of itself to everyone involved. Other tests I conducted were the brief psychiatric rating scale, which is a broad, general, standardized scale to identify the presence or absence of psychosis, of thought disorders, hostility, depression, and anxiety. Other scales included the Montgomery-Åsberg Depression Rating Scale, which is a well-known and well-established standardized rating scale for the presence of existing symptoms of depression and the severity of those symptoms as well. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anyone here. The Hare Psychopathy Checklist, revised version, which is a test to identify the presence of antisocial personality features or personality traits, meaning another word for that is psychopathy or sociopathy. I also administered a mini mental status exam, which is a 30-point questionnaire, which is designed to identify an individual's cognition and memory at the time that they're being tested. Another scale that was not administered but is a appraisal guide is called the Violence Risk Appraisal Guide, which I used. The disadvantage of this is that it's a static scale. It doesn't change over time. And the advantage of the other scales are that these things will change over time. They're really based on the situation, whereas the other one is based more on history. And of course, you don't change your history. Your history is your history. So that doesn't really dynamically change over the course of a lifetime.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, let's start with the TOM, or the test of memory malingering. Tell us a little bit about administering that test and what the results of the test were.
So the test is, you administer the test in 2 trials. This is almost like a memory card game, you know, when you're a little kid and you kind of try to match pictures. What we know about this test is that even individuals who are severely impaired with severe mental status changes, severe dementia, they are able to accurately identify this test. And so if somebody is even minimally pretending that, or even minimally unable to match those pictures, that's a really good indicator. This is a highly sensitive, highly specific test for memory malingering. And in the case of Mr. Eric Campbell's scores, he scored 100%. There was absolutely no evidence that he was trying to malinger or falsify any of that test.
Now, when you talk about the symptoms, Dr. Chaudhry, at any time did Eric Campbell say to you, give you any sort of result or diagnosis for himself or anything like that?
No, he did not.
When you talk about symptoms, what do you mean?
What I mean is I will ask people, how is your health? How is your sleep? How is your concentration? How is your mood? How are you getting along with people? In his case, how are you getting along with things when in your in central prison? And a lot of the times, people will volunteer this information to me. I don't have to ask them or dig for it. But in the case of Mr. Eric Campbell, it took a great deal of effort for me to dig for and to identify the symptoms that he was experiencing, mostly because he was very self-critical. He was very self-blaming. He wasn't complaining, so it did take some effort to get that information from him.
You mentioned that another standardized clinical rating scale was the Hare Psychopathy Checklist. Tell us a little bit about that and why you give it.
The Hare Psychopathy Checklist, as I mentioned a few moments ago, is a standardized rating scale that is designed to identify the presence of antisocial personality features. Also, another word for that is psychopathic personality features, traits. We know that people with those type of antisocial personality features and traits are very smooth, they're very charming, they're very glib, they work, they effortlessly avoid blame, they will put blame on others, they put their own needs above others, they use people for their own personal gain, they don't really establish deep and meaningful, caring relationships with people. And what we know about the Hare PCL for standardized ratings is we know that the maximum score possible on the Hare Psychopathy Checklist is 40. We know that a score of 30 or more is diagnostic of antisocial personality disorder or psychopathy. So 30 or above is diagnostic. We know that people who are not psychopathic, but they have criminal histories, their usually average scores are in the range of 20 to 22. So it's people who have no criminal background, they usually score 5. And Mr. Eric Campbell scored 6 out of 40 on the Hare Psychopathy Checklist rating scale.
Now, The brief psychiatric rating scale, tell us a little bit about that.
The brief psychiatric rating scale can identify hostility, aggression, psychosis, depression, anxiety, and the cutoff score for that to show any pathology. I'm sorry, I'm just going to take a moment to make sure I get it right here. So the cutoff score for mildly ill is 31. A score of 41 corresponds with moderately ill, and a score of 53 is considered to be markedly ill. So Mr. Eric Campbell's combined total score was 62, which is remarkable because at the time that I had examined him, he had already been prescribed medications. So clearly there were what we call residual symptoms. So sometimes you take, a blood pressure pill, you're taking the pill, but your blood pressure is still a little bit high. And clearly in this case, he was taking medicines, but they weren't sufficiently controlling his symptoms. Also, his anxiety and depression subscales were highest in elevation. This was elevated at 24. Again, that's an indicator of somebody who is not aggressive or hostile or suspicious of my examination, but is giving more sort of genuine information, more and more open to my examination.
Now, you also mentioned that you did the Montgomery-Asberg Depression Rating Scale.
Yes, sir. This is like I said, a depression rating scale. So the overall score range, the maximum score one could get is 60, and ranges between 0 to 6 is normal, 7 to 19 is mild depression, 20 to 34 is moderate depression, and greater than 34 is severe depression. So Mr. Eric Campbell's MADRS score was 32, which indicates that his depression symptoms had only been partially treated, as he was still in the upper level of the moderate depression range.
And now, Dr. Chaudhry, you mentioned the Violence Risk Appraisal Guide.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
The Violence Risk Appraisal Guide is the instrument that I said. This is not exactly a test. This is not something based on what I can ask an individual. This is really based on the aggregate of their history, of their past history, of their behavior as a child, of their parents' history. Were the parents married or not? Was there a parent who was a substance abuser or not? It involves the child's behavior, the individual's behavior as a child in school, in elementary school, as well as any prior history of legal charges. So this is, like I said, it's a scale that is designed to sort of give a broad brushstroke image of what this individual's past history is, and it's basically an appraisal guide for risk of violence.
And are some of the features of that appraisal guide beyond the person's control, like
yes,
parents'
absolutely.
activity and things like that?
Yes, and that's what creates the limitation of it. I think it's an important and useful tool to have it's sort of like putting together a puzzle. So this is one of the puzzle pieces, and I would be remiss if I didn't use this tool to create a fuller image. But I think the limitation of this scale is that it doesn't change over the course of your lifetime, because you can't change your behavior of what you did in elementary school. You can't change whether or not your parents were married. You can't change whether or not your parent was a substance abuser. So this is something that doesn't change over time, but it is an important thing to have as part of the overall picture of the assessment.
Now, there was the Folstein Many Mental Status Exam. I'm not sure we mentioned that one before, and what is that?
This is a test of memory and cognition at the time of the examination. This is a fairly commonly used test. A lot of hospitals will use this as a routine cognition memory test in, in individuals with Alzheimer's or other forms of cognitive disorders or dementia. And it's a very sensitive test in the sense that if an individual is, suffering a head injury, and at the day of the head injury they're not really able to perform that well, but over the course of time, this is a test that changes very quickly and rapidly, and is something that you can use to measure a person's progression over time. In the case of Mr. Eric Campbell, he scored a 29 out of 30, indicating no evidence of impaired cognition at the time of the testing.
And finally, the clinician-administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, sir. The clinician-administered post-traumatic stress disorder scale is considered the gold standard for identifying presence of post-traumatic stress disorder. It also is a tool that can identify the current presence versus the lifetime presence. It also identifies the severity if such a condition is present, and it identifies whether or not there are associated features in terms of sometimes people have PTSD where the bulk of their features are related to things like flashbacks. Sometimes the bulk of their features are related to avoidance features, amnesia, losing touch with reality. And so this is a test that is very thorough in that sense. It's 30 items. It takes about an hour or sometimes more to administer the test. It's a pretty big deal.
What were your findings? Did you give this test to Mr. Campbell?
Yes, I did. And I'm very glad I did because, like I said earlier, he did not express a lot of these symptoms to me during my interviews with him. In fact, the score of, so let me just give you an idea. The score of 0 to 19 is asymptomatic. 20 to 39 is mild or subthreshold PTSD. 40 to 59 is moderate PTSD. 60 to 79 is severe PTSD, and greater than 80 is extreme PTSD. So Mr. Eric Campbell's scores on the scale are 65 for current symptoms, which is in the range of severe PTSD. His score was 80 for symptoms within the past month, and he scored 100 for lifetime symptoms of PTSD, which is well above the cutoff for extreme PTSD.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, I want to ask you a little bit. You keep saying PTSD, and what is PTSD? What is post-traumatic stress disorder?
So post-traumatic stress disorder is a complex psychiatric condition. It is something that not only involves a presence of symptoms, but it also is a condition in which people suffering from this will experience an absence of what is normal. And so it's difficult to diagnose. Most people with PTSD will not actually come to the doctor complaining of PTSD. They won't know what's wrong with them. This is a condition that occurs it can only be diagnosed in the presence of a single or recurring severely traumatic situations or events during which that individual experiencing the event is overwhelmed, is helpless, is horrified, and the prognosis, the risk of developing this is greater if this is recurring. So post-traumatic stress disorder can happen as a result of obviously combat trauma. So people who are exposed to death, killing, brutality in combat settings, in war. The people who have had a single tour of duty are certainly at risk of developing it. People who have had multiple tours of duty, those are the people who are at highest risk of developing. Other things that can trigger, that can cause post-traumatic stress disorder, other events, are things like natural disasters, hurricanes, mudslides, floods. Other things include rape or severe physical trauma, physical abuse, including events such as witnessing other people. So things like, if your child is, drowned in a river while you're watching and you're helpless there, you can't do anything. That's a horribly traumatizing event. So those are all circumstances that can trigger post-traumatic stress disorder.
Now, did you, Dr. Chaudhry, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Eric Campbell suffers, or, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty as to whether Eric Campbell suffers from a mental health disorder?
Yes, I do.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether he suffered from a mental health disorder at the time of the events in this case back in January 1st, 2015?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is that Eric Campbell suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder prior to the events that led to the present charges, and that the events that have led to these present charges have compounded the presence of post-traumatic stress disorder for Eric Campbell.
Now, let me ask you, Dr. Chaudhry, you mentioned that you reviewed a lot of information related to this case, and we're going to talk about some of those collateral sources. But I want to talk to you first about the diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder. Were you the first person to diagnose, based on the information you've reviewed, were you the first person or doctor to diagnose Mr. Campbell with post-traumatic stress disorder?
No, sir, I was not.
And when are you aware was he originally diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, the phrase post-traumatic stress disorder was found in the records from the psychiatrists at Central Prison. The symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder are actually documented prior to that, from when Mr. Eric Campbell was a child.
So when you say he was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder at Central Prison, who was that who originally diagnosed him? Do you remember?
Yes, I remember at least two names. One of them was Dr. Gabriella O'Connell. The other one was Dr. Newman.
And who are they? I mean, what's their role with Mr. Campbell? Are they are they people who work in sort of the capacity you're working in, or are they different?
No, sir, they're not evaluating him for the forensic purposes. They're actually treatment providers. These are individuals who have a patient-doctor relationship with Mr. Eric Campbell. These are psychiatrists who are employed at Central Prison Psychiatric Facility, and they were actually his treatment providers at that time.
And has he been treated for that disorder since he's been incarcerated pretrial?
Yes, sir, he has.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the things you reviewed relating to Mr. Campbell's childhood. But first I want to talk to you, as part of your evaluation or as part of your testimony today, have you also reviewed the results of psychological report by Dr. Fox at Central Regional Hospital?
Yes, sir, I have.
And did Dr. Fox at Central, and is it your understanding that Dr. Fox was a person who evaluated Mr. Campbell on behalf of the state?
Yes, sir, she did.
Now, what was her findings, as you remember, related to malingering?
Dr. Fox, I'd say, conducted a really, her report was very thorough. She did conduct malingering testing in addition to conducting other psychometric tests, some of which actually have malingering scales built into the test. She did a very thorough job, and her findings indicated not only that Mr. Eric Campbell showed no evidence of malingering or falsifying or minimizing, exaggerating symptoms, but also that he had a significant elevation of the PK scale, which is known to be consistent with elevation in people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. So the state's experts' findings were very similar, even though she used different tests. They were very similar to my testing findings.
Now, and when you say the state's expert, you mean the psychologist who did the testing?
Yes, sir, that's right. Dr. Fox. Now,
in relation to your evaluations, you've mentioned that you reviewed a lot of material. And I want to ask you about some specific, a lot of this material was given to you sort of as background information. Did you list in your report people, sort of witness statements that you reviewed?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, as part of your review, did you review statements provided to you by Greg that were taken regarding Greg Jurek?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what about Christy Nolan?
Yes, sir, I did.
And Shane Warman?
Yes, sir.
Did you review a number of or a myriad of other witness statements that were provided to you?
Yes, sir, I did.
How about what other kinds of specific information did you review that came to you from Eric Campbell's childhood? Let's start with the childhood first.
Most significantly, I reviewed records that were provided by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. These included investigations on neglect and abuse of Mr. Eric Campbell and his brother, Mr. Nick Campbell, perpetrated by their father, Mr. Edward Campbell. This included psychological report both of Mr. Eric Campbell, but also of his brother, Mr. Nicholas Campbell, and a family assessment report, also conducted by the Department of Family and Protective Services. But that was not all. I would have to say there were, at the time when I prepared this report, I believe you had provided me with maybe one or two instances. I think it was a period of 1 year from 2000 to 2001. What was really remarkable was that following my preparation of that report, I was sent an email by Mr. Durham that said there is additional information by the Texas Family Protective Services, and I was actually quite stunned to see the amount of material, the number of times that the family had been investigated. I think there were over 1,000 pages that were there in addition to what I had seen initially. So it was actually quite surprising and quite jarring, I would say.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, what did you find out about Eric Campbell's family through these records and the interviews about the sort of the makeup of his family when you were doing your review?
What I discovered was that it was a very complex and very unusual makeup of the family. That Eric was a young child, had almost no memories of his mother before she was in a wheelchair. His main memories of her involve, that she was just there and that, they would need to brush her teeth and she never really spoke. he really didn't have any other clear memories about his childhood, actually, which is remarkable. One of his very first memories that he described to me was being pistol whipped by his father in the head. And I believe he actually has a scar still of being 4 or 5 years old, just crying, blood being everywhere. Didn't know if there was anybody who could help him, just getting paper towels and holding them onto his head. This is a very different type of first memory than what most people would have. So the family circumstances were quite difficult, to say the least. It was also became evident that Mr. Ed Campbell had a very volatile personality and a very unpredictable relationship with the children, that there were times where he would be caring and loving, but also times that he would punish them without warning, sort of on the drop of a hat. They would get hit, and this is not just from the reports that I was provided by Mr. Eric Campbell. I mean, these are reports from his uncle, Mr. Greg Jurek, and
Object to that. Anything that's hearsay.
I'm sorry, sir. So just materials that I reviewed that were provided, interviews from other informants.
Now, why is something that happened that far back in childhood relevant to your consideration in a case like this?
It's very relevant because the childhood is a time where an individual is starting to develop not only the actual brain development, but they're developing their relationships with people. For example, in Mr. Eric Campbell's case, his relationship with his father, but also in terms of his development of his personality. There are, what we know is that humans and even pets, we develop attachments to people. We develop attachments to each other. We develop attachments to our caregivers. And what we know is that for individuals who have very secure attachments, they feel like they are cared for unconditionally by the people who love them. You could be going through all sorts of difficult things, but your mom will always be there for you, or your dad will always be there for you. And in situations as what Mr. Eric Campbell was experiencing, his attachment was very disorganized. On the one hand, his attachment was that he cared about his dad, he wanted to please his dad. On the other hand, he was terrified of his dad, because if he did anything that his dad possibly construed was wrong, he was going to be beaten severely. So this was a very, and I think the other thing that's remarkable about the family, I should add, is that there were no other adults really in close proximity. So I've seen many cases like this where there are other adults. There are grandparents nearby, there's an uncle or an aunt, there might be a coach, or there might be, a neighbor but in Eric's family's case, he was very isolated. He wasn't having play dates. Or having sleepovers. He wasn't, going to Cub Scouts or playing Little League or anything. So these children were very isolated from other people who could have possibly seen what was going on. The people who did have a window into the life were interviewed and described very harsh circumstances. I think it's also remarkable that even before Miss Valerie Campbell became wheelchair bound, her brother describes a very also limited relationship with the children. So I'm not actually very clear that even in her presence that Mr. Eric Campbell actually was able to have a really strong, well-attached relationship with his mother. Given the reported history of chronic substance use in both parents.
Now, you've talked a little bit about the relationships, but as it relates to, what is the impact of trauma on the brain? I mean, how does this these traumatic experiences, how do they affect actual brain development from a psychiatric standpoint?
So there's actually, PTSD is one of the very well-studied conditions because it is remarkable that there are so many areas of biology that are impacted by the problems, by the experiences of post-traumatic stress disorder. So number one, we know that there are actual shrinkages of certain areas of the brain in individuals who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and that this is far more profound in early age of trauma as well as in repeated trauma. So there's a part of the brain called the hippocampus, and if there are several studies that show that there's an actual shrinkage of the part of the brain called the hippocampus in people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. It's also remarkable to see that following successful treatment of PTSD, those shrunken hippocampus images actually return to normal. So it's sort of like you can see it's like an X-ray where you see a broken bone, and then when you treat it, it heals. It actually looks better. So that's one really important thing. The other really important thing is that there is a change in relay, brain cell relay mechanisms in certain centers of the brain, for example, in the amygdala, which is the fear center of the brain. And so fear is one of the most basic instincts to life preservation. We're terrified, and so we do what needs to be done to stay alive. What we know is that for people who have severe chronic PTSD, this amygdala has hyperactivity. So the amygdala is flooding, is way more active in the same kind of situation that a person who doesn't have PTSD would be, of course it would be active, but this is, orders of magnitude different in a person who has PTSD. The third really important difference, so not just the brain structure and the brain cell relay systems, but the third thing is the actual rush of hormones. So we all know about the fight, flight, freeze response, right? When something stressful happens, our adrenaline kicks in, and that's what helps us to survive. What we know is that in individuals with PTSD, their baseline cortisol levels are lower than what a normal person is like. And we know that in conditions of stress, actually those adrenaline levels, that norepinephrine and epinephrine response is much more elevated in a person with PTSD than it would be in a person who doesn't have PTSD.
How do we know these things?
So there are hundreds and hundreds of research studies that have been confirming these findings.
And what impact does that have on a person in general who has post-traumatic stress disorder in relation to traumatic events or scary events?
Well, this is very important because what ends up happening for a person with post-traumatic stress disorder, and this is different than somebody who's just experienced a traumatic event. A person with post-traumatic stress disorder basically reorganizes their brain, their hormonal reactions, and these things are unconsciously being done, and also their behaviors, in which they're unconsciously reorganizing their lives. They're changing their behaviors, they're changing their personality style, they're changing how they interact with people as a result of doing anything that they can to avoid the triggering or the distress that comes with these. In addition to that, that's when there's nothing stressful happening. But in addition, under stressful conditions, when there's something terrible happening, their brain is not functioning the same way. Those relay mechanisms and the response to those high adrenaline levels is not functioning in the same way that it would for a person that doesn't have post-traumatic stress disorder. So it changes the individual's behavior and decision-making capacity, both at a conscious level and at an unconscious level, and in a quiescent setting, but also in a high-stress setting.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, you mentioned that the doctors at Central Prison diagnosed Mr. Eric Campbell with chronic post-traumatic stress disorder. You've described what that is. What was the basis of the post-traumatic stress that those doctors described in their diagnosis?
In their notes, that they described the primary trigger, the primary trauma for a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder was related to the abuse he experienced at home at the hands of his father.
And now, when you diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder, would it be fair to say that you had more information than those doctors did?
Yes, sir, that's probably true.
And what was the basis of your diagnosis?
The basis of my diagnosis was the history that had been provided to Texas Family Protective Services, the substantiation of abuse and neglect that was found by the Texas Family Protective Services. In addition, there were psychological evaluations of Mr. Eric Campbell that demonstrated I believe the words were an excessive amount of fantasy and imagination that was detrimental and that would probably cause problems for him down the road.
Well, let's give that some context. When you say there was a psychological examination,
yes,
when
sir.
was that psychological evaluation?
The psychological evaluation was conducted at the time when Mr. Edward Campbell was incarcerated and there was nobody available to take care of Eric and Nick.
Well, do you remember his age is my question. How old was he?
He was 8 years and 4 months of age.
Why was that finding significant to you?
It was a finding that was significant not only to me, but also to the psychologist who conducted the evaluation. And she remarked on that at least twice in her report. It's remarkable because what we know about human cognitive development, this is just how children think and how their stages of development occur, is that from ages there's sort of this age, that there's a stage in which children really engage in fantasy thinking and they believe that that's real. But that stage really ends around the age of 7 for the vast majority of children. And if it does go beyond that, it's minimal and it's transitory. So this is sort of where children are make-believe play kind of stuff, where they're sitting in a cardboard box but they think it's a rocket ship. So what's remarkable is that Eric was 8.5 years old, and the extent of which he was experiencing this fantasy play, this fantasy escapist kind of thinking, was elevated compared with what one would expect for his age. And that the psychologist's impression was that he was escaping in this way and that this was detrimental to him. I think another thing that's remarkable is that at the same time his brother, Mr. Nicholas Campbell, underwent a psychological evaluation. Now he was 4 years older than Eric at the time of this evaluation, and presumably he had had 4 years of additional exposure to living in that home and in that family. And reading the reports that described his behavior and his responses was very remarkable for that these were blunted responses in which a child that age it was remarkable at which he was not able to respond. He was passive. He was sort of not responding in a manner. The other thing that was important was that at the same time of those assessments, the family assessment was conducted, and Mr. Edward Campbell's responses were deemed to be unreliable. And the people conducting the assessment had the impression that he was withholding information, he was pretending that things were the way that he said they were, when in fact they weren't. So he was actually not, the sort of falsifying scales on his testing were elevated. So he was not telling the truth.
Dr. Chaudhry, related to...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess at this point during our luncheon recess. During our luncheon recess period, it is your duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. It's your duty not to talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. It's your further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you, to say anything in your presence about this case. anyone communicates any information to you at all, you need to let the sheriff know about it when you come in. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial. Stay away from your smartphone if it has anything to do with this case. And do not form or express any opinion about this case during this time. With that, while everyone else will remain seated, I will excuse the 17 of you and ask that you return and assemble in the jury room at 2:30 this afternoon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and we are just finishing up at the beginning of the testimony of the forensic psychiatrist for the defense in the Eric Campbell case. I know some of this testimony can be dry, but it's very important for the defense's theory of the case, which is that the abuse that Eric Campbell took at the hands of his father lent itself to a reasonable belief that he could not escape from his father, even though, as many of you are saying, he had already lived at home. He had already escaped the father's house. There was no reason that he couldn't just break away. The defense of duress, which is really where it seems the defense is going in this case, has three main components. They are there. You have to believe that you're an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury. So Eric had to have had that belief. That has to be a well-grounded fear, which is why we're hearing this testimony about all of the things that Ed Campbell did, not only to Eric, but to other family members, to establish that his fear of his father was well-grounded. And here's the last one that many of you are sort of questioning, and that is there has to not have been a reasonable opportunity for escape. And so here the defense, I think, is trying to establish that for Eric, there may not have been a reasonable opportunity for escape. I know a lot of you have questions about some of this, how PTSD works, how it compares with PTSD in soldiers, whether the symptoms of PTSD differ by person. Fortunately, we're about to have a Skype guest who's going to help us with all of that. Dr. John Huber is about to join us. So we're going to set up Dr. Huber to answer your questions and my questions and talk to us a little bit about the psychological aspects of this case. Please bring your questions in, send them to me via Twitter, send them to me on the chat rooms. I'm happy to share them with Dr. Huber and see if we can't get some discussion going about the defenses in this case and what to expect from the prosecution when it comes to the psychologist and the psychiatrist that we've heard from. So for right now, I'm going to throw you to clips number 22 and 23. These are the clips where Eric Campbell is talking about his childhood and the fact that his father was stealing his Adderall and using it. And then when we come back, we'll have Dr. John Huber here to talk to us about these aspects of this very interesting case.
I learned.
Now, at some point, did you get prescribed Adderall?
In 6th grade.
And did you take the Adderall?
I did, sir.
And how did that affect, your experience at school or your general well-being?
It changed me. I was, I guess you could consider hyperactive. I mean, that's why they prescribed it in the first place. But one of the effects of it was it made me better able to control my crying. My grades went up. I was able to sit still again in classrooms. Life was generally better.
Do you know about how long you took Adderall?
Until at the end of the 7th grade. Towards the end, anyway. My dad, he started to take it.
And what do you mean he started taking it?
He told me that I was doing just fine in school and I had to learn how to live without it, and that I didn't need it anymore.
And when you say take it, you mean he took it from you, or he would actually take it himself?
But whenever we'd go to the prescriptions or the doctor's office to get it renewed, he would fill the bottle and he would just take the bottle.
And do you know how long that went on for?
Gosh, for maybe 6 years.
Now, after those 2 years of homeschooling, did you return to a regular high school?
I did.
And how did that come to pass that you were going back to high school?
It was after 2 years of homeschool. After 2 years of homeschool, with a kind of like a self-serving curriculum, it was you had to take credit by exams to go back into high school. And my dad, he basically forged a piece of paper with grades and imaginary classes that I would have been expected to take for the 9th and 10th grade.
And at the home, when you were homeschooling, was there a curriculum? Did you have formal instruction?
No, it was just, it wasn't so much as I spent those 2 years learning as taking care of kids.
And at that time, in high school age, after you finished homeschooling or during the homeschooling period, what was your relationship like with your father?
It was unsteady. It really depended on whether my dad had just used his drugs or not, which would dictate how the day would go.
Objection.
And during that time period, when you were high school age, did your father ever use physical force against you?
Yeah, he'd go a little bit overboard sometimes.
And if you would tell us more about that.
One time I was playing with a lighter and Holly turned around and she stepped towards me and she walked, I guess the lighter singed her, and she told me to go to my room, and she told my dad, which was what was usual. If something happened, she would tell my dad.
And what happened next after she told your dad?
The first time my father comes upstairs and he starts yelling at me, goes back down, comes back up. This time he's brought a belt and starts hitting me with it. He hits me until he's winded. He goes back downstairs, comes back up again, hits me a little bit more, not as much, yells at me. And the last time he just walks right back up and he grabs I was on the bottom bunk, and he just grabs the top bunk and starts stomping on me. And he stomps on me until he breaks one of my hands.
Now, when he was stomping on you, you were high school age at this point, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you fight back?
Didn't move.
Did you? You say you didn't move. You were laying on the bottom bunk, is that right? And where was your dad positioned as he was stomping?
It was bunk beds, so the bottom one was larger than the top, and he had his hands on the top bar, and I guess for balance.
And did you try to get away from him? No. Why didn't you try to get away from him when he was stomping on you?
It makes it worse.
And how would it make it worse?
It would seem like I was running from him. He would have grabbed me and pulled me back probably to the floor and kept going. It was better to try to play to his mercy.
Now, I realized I forgot a little bit during elementary school, so I'm going to go back just a little bit. Was there ever a time that you recall that you were taken into the custody of the Department of Social Services?
I was.
And if you can, tell us what was happening around that time.
Me and my brother, we found my dad on a toilet. He is unresponsive, and we called the police, and I guess my dad I don't know if he overdosed or not, but we were taken to,
so he was on the toilet. Did you see anything else that was concerning to you besides him passed out on the toilet?
Just a needle.
You say a needle? And do you know who called 911?
My brother.
And do you know about how long you were in a foster home?
A couple weeks.
And after you returned home, did your father say anything to you about the decision Nick made to call 911?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was just life continued on. Life in that home was a little stressful, I guess. My dad had just gotten his first girlfriend, Linda, after my mom, which was quite a few years, and little things.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and I'm happy to welcome our guest this afternoon, Dr. John Huber. He is a clinical forensic psychologist. He's been following the Campbell case, and he's here to discuss with us some of the questions that have come up this morning and over the course of this case. Welcome, Dr. Huber.
Thanks for having me, Heather.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm going to hit you right away because a lot of our audience has a lot of questions and or problems with the defense of this case. So let's talk a little bit about someone like Eric. He's now a grown man. He was a grown man at the time of the crimes, and yet he's making this argument that because of his PTSD and because of the way that he was reared by his family, that he was unable to escape and step away from these crimes. How does that work? Is that true when it comes to our psychology, that there are times that you're not able to run away even when you have the opportunity?
Definitely. I mean, we see it all the time with regular domestic abuse cases. We also see it, we've talked a little bit about it, as PTSD, and that trauma. He's going to be living that, whether he's with his dad or not. It's going to be going on in his head over and over and over when he sleeps, when he's awake. So he is haunted by this, and hasn't left, even though physically he may not be around.
Now, if he's so haunted, why does he then choose to go on this quote-unquote camping trip with his father? Why go back to the person who has caused so much damage?
Well, a lot of it has to do with fear, the reprisals that he would get because he was abused so much. That is a natural kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to comply. He's been trained to comply, as opposed to standing up and saying no, because the consequences were very severe. Not like maybe you or I experienced when we were kids, saying, "Hey, I don't want to do that," and your parents are all right with that.
Right. We just heard from a psychiatrist that one of the things that played into her, and she's just started her testimony, but one of the things that played in was that sometimes Ed Campbell was actually very loving towards his children. Does that play into that idea that you want to spend time with the abusive parent?
Well, if we watch little kids who are abused, a lot of times they're always like doting love on the abuser over everybody else because they want that person to love them and think, if I just love them enough, they'll stop hurting me. And when they give love back, that just intensifies that desire to help that person love me more, essentially. So yes, definitely, it's a difficult situation.
One of the things that you mentioned, Dr. Huber, before we came on air that I thought was very interesting is you talked about how people who have been abused and sexually abused, you mentioned, the way they react when their abuser passes away. Can you talk to our audience a little bit about that?
Well, I've seen it in my practice. We've also read lots of research that a lot of these children, when they're heinously abused growing up, and then the abuser dies, a lot of times they suffer because it's a loss, and it's hard for me to understand it working with these individuals, but they try to explain it to me, and my patients have, that regardless of what happened, it's still their parent. Right. It's still their father or their mother, and it hurts.
Talk to me, because one of the things we haven't heard anything from the prosecutors, neither a psychiatrist nor a psychologist has testified for them yet. I'm anticipating that we'll hear something in rebuttal. But give us sort of the flip side. Instead of arguing for this being an excuse for Eric, how is this not an excuse for Eric?
Well, if I was on the prosecution side, I would probably be going after the research that shows a lot of our victims of abuse don't end up becoming abusers. They a lot of times end up becoming protectors of people who are bullied and abused. And you know, the numbers vary. It's somewhere between 1 in 4, 1 in 5 actually become abusers. So what about the other 70 to 80% of the people out there who don't become that way? That's where I'd be going if I was working on the prosecution side and said, okay, how do we know he's in that 20 or 25% that's going to be an abuser?
Let's talk a little bit about, and this sort of gets a little bit dry, but I think a lot of our audience is asking questions about that. You are a clinical forensic psychologist, so you're board certified in psychology, is that correct?
I'm a clinical psychologist licensed in Texas, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the forensic part of that, is that where you actually go in to testify yourself?
Yes, ma'am, and you know, I meet all the state requirements here in the state of Texas to be able to call myself a forensic psychologist. Yes.
Now, the question has come up, why not have a treating physician for Eric Campbell rather than calling in experts, paid experts, and, you know, all of these things that sort of do hit the credibility of these various experts? Why is it that we more often see people come in from outside who are paid by the lawyers?
Well, the therapist, there's a couple of things, and judges, believe it or not, are actually kind of cautious about this. One of them is that the therapists that are working with these individuals actually have a therapeutic relationship with them and are expected to continue working with them regardless of what's going on in the court system. So they don't want to do anything to disrupt that. Right. The other side of that is that therapist is only able to be a witness to fact. What has gone on in therapy? How many sessions have you had? Is you know, he super emotional when you talk about certain things? Not predicting whether he could have done this heinous crime or whether he not giving any kind of statement as to he is a perpetrator or he is violent, he is going to do these things. They can only talk about what's gone on in therapy.
So it's less opinions and more facts for a treater. Yes. And then for someone who is able to speak to, well, it's my opinion that this impacted this crime this way, that sort of goes beyond what you're allowed to do, and it does get into expert testimony, which is something that I guess treaters aren't comfortable with.
Well, again, it destroys that therapeutic relationship, and the expectation is that they're going to continue that. And, you know, as a forensic psychologist, when I get asked to come in there and make determinations and make estimates as to risk assessment and things like that, I've gone through and done a very different assessment on this individual, and not necessarily an assessment that would be beneficial for therapy, but one that would answer the questions that I'm being asked.
Let me ask you, one of our viewers, Linda, had asked about whether or not the PTSD that someone, because we know Eric was diagnosed with PTSD. The PTSD that someone like Eric would experience at the hands of an abusive parent, how is that the same or different from the PTSD that a soldier would experience at war?
Well, they're actually very similar. You know, there's a set of behaviors that are associated with post-traumatic stress disorder, and they manifest themselves within those boundaries of that, including having nightmares, reliving events. We talked about why would he comply with dad even though he's not living there. Well, the minute he hears that voice, he could fall right back into that state where maybe he was 7 or 8 years old and experiencing that violence right away, and he can't separate from that. And that's part of the treatment that we go through, whether it's somebody who walked into a marketplace in Iraq and had an IED blow up, or someone had a parent blow up and start abusing people. It's essentially the same.
And is the treatment the same? So, you know, some people have been able to get over it. I don't know if that's ever actually done or if it's just handled in a much more mature way. But is the treatment the same, whether it's someone who's experienced it at war or someone who's experienced it at home?
They're very similar. Again, treatment, you know, we know there's certain modalities where it's EMDR or virtual reality. There's even some research that shows that treating cases medically with ecstasy, MDMA, has some benefits, but it goes down to the individual person and what their specific deficiencies are and what needs to be dealt with, and the therapist would identify that as they were proceeding with treatment.
You brought up the virtual reality, and that's something I've been reading about. We don't have time to sort of get off on that road, but it's it's one of the ways that people who suffer from PTSD are treated, isn't it? By using virtual reality headsets to sort of get themselves in a similar situation and overcome it. Is that right?
Exactly, and they learn that, hey, they can deal with it, and what happened, what happened to them back there was back there and not right here. And, along with that, of course, they're doing some therapeutic interventions. They're not just like, hey, go play this video game that's going to make you experience your trauma all over again. Yeah,
I would love to just talk about that, and it's interesting in learning empathy and wearing it. We'll talk about that another day, Dr. Huber.
All right.
But Addicted to Trials also had a question that I thought was interesting. She asked whether, when it comes to PTSD, are the symptoms different from person to person? So one person who's abused in their childhood might have night terrors, another may have an unusual attachment to the abusive parent. Is it different for different people?
Well, the diagnosis has a list of behaviors that are associated with that, and you have to have so many out of 5 or 6 different things, 2 or 3 of those, and so they can be different, and they can be made up of different outward expressed behaviors. So they can be very similar, they can be extremely different. It just, everybody copes and deals in their own way.
And to that point, so some of our audience has said, and I understand the difficulty with understanding this, why not? Some people are able to break the cycle of abuse and others are not. Is there one thing that makes a difference? Is it a brain chemistry thing? It is the level of abuse? Is it some supportive person? Is there any one thing?
I wish there was just one thing. It would be real easy. Then we could just go with all abused victims and say, hey, here's the support you need and you're done. But that's not the way it works, and it boils down to the individual, their own personal life stressors, their ability to trust and ever have a safe environment again, as well as learned coping skills. Have you learned a different way to deal with things as opposed to just abusing people like you were abused?
Let's take a tiny little segue. I know we only have you for about 5 more minutes, but you and I started to talk about this before we came back on, and we're definitely switching topics here.
Okay.
But we're talking about jurors and the psychology of jurors as they look at witnesses. And if a witness hasn't brushed their hair, or is chewing gum, or is not not making eye contact, how much of finding credibility in someone as human beings and the way our brains work, how much of that is dependent on those things as opposed to the things that the person actually says?
Well, there's some evidence that says, you make your decision about somebody initially within the first 10 to 20 seconds. And we essentially are using a stereotyping type mechanism in our brain. And that's normal. That's a normal processing thing. But what we're dealing with here is a bunch of young people. I noticed that this morning as I was watching the trial. It's like, wow, these people seem rather naive. Right. And I think it's just because of my perceptions of them and how they are dealing, chewing gum, not making appropriate eye contact, and things like that, which we're struggling with in the real world right now. We're having more cases of millennials having anxiety attacks and depression, almost double what it was just 2 years ago. So there's a whole lot of not socially educated people that, hey, this is a serious thing. Why aren't you putting your best foot forward? And that does leave issue with how credible are they.
I have one other question that came in, and this gets a little bit complicated, but the doctor who's testifying now, and I know you're busy at the hospital yourself and have to return, so I'm going to sort of just touch upon this.
Okay.
But Nellie had asked, the doctor who's testifying now, when qualified, when they went through the qualifications, the prosecutor objected because while she has some experience as a forensic psychiatrist, she's a forensic psychiatrist, not psychologist, she's not specifically board certified in that. She's board certified in psychiatry. She hasn't taken those extra steps. Is it your experience, having testified, that goes more towards for the jury to give her as much weight as they want to give, or is that something that's enough to make her disqualified to testify altogether?
For the longest time in the forensic arena, medical doctors were kind of given carte blanche, whether they had training in that area or not. That's changed a lot today. And in psychology, the difference is, in a lot of cases, most medical doctors, most psychiatrists don't have as much assessment training as a psychologist. That's one of the things that is kind of our venue as psychologists. And we have tests to identify violence and rates of sexual aggression and things like that. And a psychiatrist, an MD, has their clinical expert opinion without that empirical research data behind them. So I can see how the judge may not want him to go somewhere, or the psychiatrist to go somewhere where they haven't actually got the support of empirical data, whereas a psychologist, a forensic psychologist, should bring that to the courtroom.
Well, Dr. Huber, I love having you on, and I love talking to you about these issues. I know you have to go back and round on your patients, but I want to thank you, and I'm sure we'll have you back again sometime soon.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it, Heather. Thank you.
See you soon. So I hope that answered a lot of your questions, guys. I know that this case it rests very heavily, almost completely, on this defense of duress. And if the defense of duress is successful, that may actually be successful in overcoming the first-degree murder charge, because either it's premeditated murder, which the defense is arguing it was not premeditated on the behalf of Eric Campbell, or the other way that it's first degree is felony murder, and the duress defense may play into some of those felonies. So we'll continue to watch the psychiatrist who's going to be returning after lunch. I do want to play, in light of Dr. Huber's information about why those abused don't just leave, I do want to play a little bit more of Eric Campbell's testimony, because we heard in some of these clips about the fact that he actually bailed his father out of jail and was speaking to his father in jail. And I think that's part of what's so hard for us to sort of wrap our heads around. So I want to play that testimony in light of what we've heard, and then think about that as we hear from the psychiatrist this afternoon. So for right now, let's go to clips 24 through 26 and play those together so that we can sort of get some context for what we'll be listening to this afternoon.
On that recording of that jail visit from November 12th, 2014, whose voice was the loudest voice that we heard?
That was my dad.
And who are the other two voices?
Me and my brother.
And what's your brother's full name?
Nicholas Quinn Campbell.
Now, at one point, we heard, I can only describe them as some weird noises, and then someone said to your father, "You need to chill out." Did you hear that when we were listening to the recording?
Yes, sir.
What was going on during those weird noises?
He had dropped the phone, and he was using his fists, and he was beating his face and telling us, "Look what we're doing to him."
And who says on that recording, "You need to chill out"?
I don't know.
You don't know if it was you or your brother?
I don't.
And then later we heard some kind of rapping, like bump, 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 and then "Get me out of here" with Sharp. What was going on during those bumping noises?
He was hitting himself with the phone.
And what did you think when you saw that?
I was afraid for him, and I was kind of glad that he was behind a plexiglass partition.
Were you scared sitting there?
I knew he couldn't get to me, so his anger wasn't really frightening.
Now, towards the end of the call, he mentions a book that someone sent him. It was kind of a weird history, I think, is what he said. Was that a book you sent him? Is that your voice?
Yes, sir.
And was that something he asked you to send him?
I did.
And at the end, he asked you about ordering him a Fodor's, like a Fodor's travel guide. Did you order him a Fodor's book and send it to him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so? Did you send him other books that you know of?
I know for sure about that one book I sent, but I'm not sure about any others.
You're not sure whether or not you sent him any others?
I don't know if my brother sent him any, or just...
And I think also at some point, y'all are talking about attorney Charles Adams. Is that your dad's court-appointed attorney in Texas?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that. On the audio, someone is saying, you know, Attorney Adams, that's the same attorney I had. Do you know whose voice that was?
That'd probably be my brother's.
And at the earliest part of that, your dad's talking a lot about a phone card. Did you want to buy him a phone card?
With a phone card, he'd be able to call us at any time, and we'd be expected to answer. We wouldn't have the excuse that we couldn't afford to pay the fee to answer the call.
So did you want to buy him one?
Not particularly.
Did you or your brother ultimately buy him a phone card?
Yes, sir.
Well, he also mentions at some point making invoices and make what they need. Do you know what he was talking about?
Yes, yes.
And what was he talking about?
Making...
Objection.
Making false papers. It's something that's been done quite a few times in the house before.
By who?
By my dad.
And what did he want you to make those false papers for?
He wanted for us to make him basically a false income, so that he'd be able to give it to or we'd be able to give it to a bail bondsman.
And if you can speak up a little louder and into the mic.
Yes, sir.
And if you could just say it again, what did he want you to make false papers for?
He wanted us to make false papers so that he would have an income that he'd be able to give to a bail bondsman, so that they would feel more obliged to get him out.
Did you or your brother do that?
No, sir.
Now, we've heard testimony from Miss, who was then Miss Holly Campbell, Miss Holly Smook, about seeing her running into you at your dad's house. Do you remember running into her at your dad's house?
Yes, I do.
And what happened when you saw her?
I'd gotten off early from work that day. It was, I guess, somewhere around noon or something, and she was parked. She was there as well as her father was also there. All three kids were, and she was just packing stuff into the truck. I got out and I talked to her for a bit, and I asked her if she saw my post-it note on the door asking what had happened. Then I started helping her load stuff up.
And what kind of thing, do you remember what kind of things you were helping her load into the car?
One part of it was scrapbooking stuff.
And did you ask her for money to help bond your dad out?
I was asking her for my car title, just because it was never signed over to my name. As for money, I don't remember.
So you think you might have, but you don't remember?
Well, actually, if I was asking for my car title, it probably was to get money.
I see.
In essence.
Now, at some point, did you come during this period of time when your dad was in jail from? Your dad got locked up on September 20th and got out on December 8th of 2014. At some point during that time, did you come to live at the Indian Acres home?
I did.
And that's your dad and Holly's home. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And why did you end up, or how did you come to live there?
Shane's grandmother, Colleen, I had told her that my dad was in jail and that we were trying to bond him out. And she had heard a lot of stories about my dad from...
Objection. Sustained.
And what happened after you told her that your dad was in jail?
She told me I had to leave.
Objection.
And she told you had to leave. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And did you move out of her house when she asked you to leave?
Yeah. I walked out, started packing my stuff, and I knocked on the door, and I thanked her for giving me a place to stay for so long, and I told her I'd be back to pick up my belongings on a different day.
So there you go, guys. There's a little bit of testimony from Eric Campbell about having been separated from his father and out and about and living his own life, and then somehow being sucked back in and actually helping get his father out of jail and being kicked out of his stepmother's house. The relationship with the stepmother I have found to be very interesting. He talked a lot about the fact that the father seemed to show the stepmother some of the bruises, almost as if, in Eric's words, he was sort of showing off. The stepmother, I believe, and I think some of you in the chat rooms have been talking about the fact that she denied the meth having been made at the house. That relationship with the stepmother is one that seems to be less than functional as well, and something that I'm sure will be addressed by the psychiatrist who's testifying. She already has spoken to the lack of a relationship for Eric with his biological mother even before she suffered the brain aneurysm, and she's talked a little bit about how all of that goes into her analysis. Now, for those of you that aren't buying a piece of this, I'm sure that we will hear from the prosecutor on the other side as well, and that's where these jurors, who are ultimately going to be the arbiters of these questions, will have to weigh the experts on one side against the experts on the other side. This prosecutor has done a phenomenal job, in my opinion, and I don't think she will let these questions that we have go unanswered. So I do think we'll see some rebuttal witnesses in this case, which doesn't always happen, as you know. What I'd like to play next is the clips number 27 and 28, which again go into Eric is taking the money to get his father out of jail, to post bond for his father, and then spending some time, some good time with his father. But then the crossbow and how that plays in, and if you're going on a camping trip, what do you need a crossbow for? I know many of us have questioned why the need for the lie that was used. And so clips number 27 and 28 go into those aspects of this case a little bit. So let's watch those together, and then we'll be back to discuss.
Now, at some point, did you and your brother have enough money to bond your dad out?
I guess so. I mean, he was bonded out.
And who actually handled that transaction of giving the money to the bail bondsman to bond out your dad?
My brother.
And do you remember how much money that was?
$7,500. And
do you know where that what different places that $7,500 came from?
Came from some of my dad's belongings that my brother was able to pawn off on eBay, and from my brother's Christmas light work. Some of the money that I put up mainly went to his books. He ate through money, basically.
What was your brother's job situation, or how did it compare to yours?
He was self-employed. He was as a general contractor, and also hanging up Christmas lights, and it was the season.
Now, after your dad was bonded out, did he come and live with you at 3015 Indian Acres?
He didn't. He never stayed the night, I don't think.
Did you see him after he got out?
Yes, sir.
And if you remember, where was the first time you saw him after he got out?
I remember seeing him at my brother's, just being surprised that he was out.
And did y'all talk about him being out, or talk about his plans?
Yeah, he kept talking, saying that if we had certain documents to get together for him.
Objection. You may answer that.
If we had the certain documents that he wanted, and if he was even going to plan on going to court or not.
And do you know when his court date was? And did he talk to you about any other of his plans?
Not particularly. He wanted to finish up the shop.
What do you mean by finish up the shop?
One of the nights he just needed to be deconstructed, basically.
And did he tell you why he felt that it needed to be deconstructed?
Yeah, because if the cops had, searched the shop, they would have rearrested him and probably everybody else that was ever present in the house.
And was that something that was done, the deconstruction of the shop?
Yes, it was.
And who did that?
My dad, he tried to help. He was only able to spend like 5 minutes in there before he had to leave. It was just, I guess, watching all this stuff that he had bought from eBay and everything else being broken is basically what he thought was his life's work. He spent 8 years, something like that, in the shop doing this sort of thing.
If you can step up, be closer to the mic.
My brother helped for a bit, but the majority of it was taken down by myself.
And how did you take that down?
I knocked out the laboratory walls. I moved the refrigerators back. So, I basically took all the circulation equipment for condensers out. Took all the pipes and tubes for the ventilation shafts, and painted some of the walls and some of the wooden benches that had chemical stains on them.
And why'd you do all that?
First, it had to be done. And second, I did not mind doing that.
And why didn't you mind doing that?
I thought it was something that had been destroying the family life for a long time.
And what did you think was destroying the family life for some time?
Not just the methamphetamine by itself, but the spending day in and day out in the shop. It became an obsession for him.
Now, when we left for lunch, you were talking about how you and your father and your brother Nick were at a park. I think you called it the airfield, a piece of land there around a campfire. And at that time, did your father tell you anything about what his intentions were?
It began with,
You may answer. And if you would, try to be close to that microphone and speak up.
He began with wanting to pull evidence for Holly. He talked about that for a while. And he also talked about leaving to spend maybe an indefinite time camping.
And did he talk about anything else that night?
Just not particularly, no.
And after that night, did you see your father again?
Yes, sir.
And what were the circumstances under which you saw your father again?
I believe I went to my brother's and I saw him there, and he took a ride with me. I was driving the Nissan, and not part of the way home he wanted to stop, and I dropped him off, and he gave me a list of items, and took it, and I went back to the house.
So, and when he gave you the list of items, what was the purpose of that? What did he say about that?
He was planning on going on the lam.
And what do you remember? What was on that list?
Variety of items.
Were they things that were in the house?
Yes, sir.
When you say a variety of items, do you remember anything that was on that list?
Yeah, I remember one of the strange ones was a wetsuit, or dry suit, I think it was, and flippers. But,
and what else, if you remember, what else was on that list?
Camping supplies. He wanted me to grab some weapons for him.
And what weapons did he want you to bring?
A bow for sure. And there was a few other items on the list when I saw it when I was up here.
Oh, was that list that was entered into evidence the list of items for the camping trip?
Yes, sir.
And that list that was previously admitted included, well, you know, I'm not 100% sure what was on that list, but that was the list of items that your dad asked you to gather for camping. Is that right?
It included hobby items and stuff. So.
And did you collect those items?
Yes, sir.
And when was the next time you saw your dad?
I left immediately after I collected those and came back to pick them up.
And what was the plan at that point?
I didn't have a definite plan whether I was going to go with him or not. It was more of along the lines that we started driving, and he really, really wanted me to go along.
And why did you go along?
I thought he was emotionally, he was having some serious emotional problems, and he made me feel I could fix it.
And how did you know that he was having some serious emotional problems?
He was talking about, you know, how if he ever went to jail again, he'd have to kill himself, and, you know, that nobody was helping him, that he's losing his kids, and that he just didn't know what to do.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit more about how Eric was brought back with his father, not sure whether he was going to go on the camping trip with his father, but went and helped with providing the equipment for the camping trip, including some weapons and a wetsuit. You know, it's definitely interesting testimony that this jury has got to be shaking their head over. Is this something that Eric was actually involved in the planning, or is it something that Eric was just sort of along for the ride and had no idea what was going on? That's ultimately going to be a big part of their deliberations when this case is over. You know, the defense is still in their case in chief. The psychiatrist is currently on the stand. We're not sure how many more witnesses, and I would expect personally some rebuttal witnesses from the prosecution to respond to the medical witness from both now a forensic psychologist and a forensic psychiatrist. The next clip is Eric Campbell speaking about the actual events on the nights that they went to the Faulkner's home. So this is where things start to get much more relevant, much more applicable, and it's also the area that we'll see as we continue to go through clips in this case that the cross-examination was at its strongest. So let's go to clip number 29. When we come back, my fellow host Aaron Keller will be here with you, and I'll be back again tomorrow. So clip 29, and have a good afternoon.
Just trying to get it up my face. I had enough time to talk to him.
And where did he go?
You know, by the time we had exited the woods, it was almost full dark.
If you can try and keep their voice up.
We were in somebody's backyard, it looked like, and all we did was skirt around the tree line, like, you know, between two properties you have the copse of trees, and we just stayed into that and tried to just get back to wherever.
And what happened next after you realized you were in someone's backyard?
I got out of it. We kept on going until we hit another, I don't know if we hit another side yard or what, but eventually we wound up on a road.
And where'd you go from there?
It's full dark, and we couldn't decide left or right. And, you know, I said, let's go left, and we ran down that way for I don't know how long. My dad said that was not the way back, and he turned around and started going the other way. And thought eventually, I mean, if you run along a road, you're going to hit some kind of marker to know where you are.
Then what happened?
He kept going. I don't know, he ran, he pulled away from me just because he ran, I guess, faster. I didn't particularly know the reason why we were running in the first place, but it was cold. You just get the blood pumping. Remember, he turned right, and I lost sight of him. When I caught up to the place where he had turned, it was, I guess, a kind of dirt ATV path. And the moonlight was just right that I could see down the entire path. and I didn't see him.
And what did you do?
I started looking to the left and right through the trees. With the moonlight, you'd see silhouettes. And I saw basically a shadow pass on the left, and I started chasing it basically through the trees. I just ignored the path itself.
And then what happened?
It was, by the time I'd gotten to the edge where the silhouette had been, my dad had already taken off through basically what looked like a field at first, but it was actually a backyard.
Was that the Faulkner's backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what happened next after, I guess you described you're standing at the edge of the wood line and you've seen your father kind of run through this field or be further heading in this field. What happened next?
I stopped at the line, the tree line.
And then what did you do?
I waited to see what he was doing.
And what was he doing?
I lost sight of him past the back of the building, and then I'd catch his shadow again, basically. It was just too dark to see exactly what was going on. I started chasing after him.
And did you catch up to him?
I did.
And where was he when you caught up to him?
By the time I caught up with him, he was walking down a back patio.
And did you talk to him?
Yeah, I asked him, "What are you doing?"
And what did he say?
He didn't quite shush me, as basically tell me to shut up.
And then what happened?
He walked around the corner. I was almost right behind him at that point.
And what happened next?
Kept going. Walked around one corner of the house to the side, and he stopped there for a moment and just went right on by.
And then what happened?
He walked up to a front door and he rung the bell.
And where were you when he walked up to the front door?
At the corner of the house. There were some trees there, just by the trees.
And what happened next after he went to the front door?
He rung the bell and ran.
And how far did he run?
Actually, a little bit past the corner of the house. I thought we were getting ready to actually run, so I was a little bit farther than that, but he stopped and stayed.
And then what happened?
Lights came on, front and back, and there was a man that came out of his front door. He came out of his front door.
And do you now know that person to be Mr. Jerome Faulkner?
I do.
And what happened next?
The man went back inside, and the back lights turned on, and my dad strode back up to the front door.
And then what happened?
Who's
he?
My dad rang the doorbell.
And what happened after your dad rang the doorbell?
He waited. There was a man that answered the door, and I remember my dad saying that our truck is broken down. If I could use your phone.
And what did you think when you heard your dad say that?
We didn't have any phones to begin with. I believe that maybe he truly just wanted to call somebody to see if anybody was there first.
And then what happened?
He walked right in.
And he being, is that your father, walked right in?
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I started hearing yelling. Yelling come from the house, screaming. People saying, "Get out of my house. You're not welcome here." Yeah. I don't know.
And what else did you hear?
I heard people by these windows. I was at the corner of the house, and I was hearing someone yell, "We don't have any money. We don't have anything. Just get out."
And then what did you hear?
Somebody screaming, "God help us," and a gunshot. It was,
And what was going through your mind when you heard all that?
I was afraid that my father was robbing somebody, that somebody had just been shot. And somebody was.
And what else did you think when you were standing there?
I didn't know what to do, whether I should run and stay where I was, or see if anybody was shot from the gun. I don't know. I stayed where I was.
Do you have any idea how long you stood there while this stuff was happening inside?
I don't.
And what happened next? I mean, when did you stop standing?
My dad came back out.
And what did he look like when he came out?
I couldn't see his face. The light was behind him, the porch light.
And what happened after he came out?
He walked up to me and said, something about backing him up and being there for family. He grabbed me by my coat and just pulled me inside.
What happened when you were inside? What'd you see?
There's liquid on the floor. So there was a living room. There was nobody in there. It's a hallway. There was some kind of nightstand in the hallway, and the bedroom was two people.
And you now know those two people to be Mr. Jerome Faulkner and Miss Dora Faulkner, is that right?
Yes.
And when you entered that bedroom and saw them, what did they look like?
They looked like they were in pain. The man Jerome had an arrow coming out of his chest.
And do you remember what Miss Faulkner looked like?
I don't remember. There was another person that was on the bed. And I don't know if they were holding their hand to their head.
And what happened next after you were in their bedroom?
My dad.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
My dad pulled me through the doorway, put me against one of the walls. I just remember seeing an arrow that was in somebody's chest and thinking that's not supposed to be there. It's not supposed to be an arrow, It's not supposed to be an arrow there. And my dad's back. He reloaded an arrow and kept telling the other person that was on the bed to make this easy. Just screams.
And what was going through your mind?
I don't know at that point. The point all I remembered is seeing an arrow in a man's chest. Being afraid. didn't know which way to turn.
And what happened next?
A woman screamed and went silent. And my dad's back as he swung something. I don't know how long I was there. He came over to me and ripped off the backpack that I was wearing and sent me out of the doorway to the living room.
And did you go to the living room?
Welcome back to the Law News Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. It's good to see you this Monday afternoon on a rainy day here in our Midtown Manhattan neighborhood. We're listening to clips from the trial of Eric Campbell in North Carolina, who's accused of going on a multi-state crime spree with his father, which resulted in the deaths of 2 people, a couple, there in North Carolina. The crime spree spanned all the way from Texas into West Virginia, North Carolina, and it's been the subject of a trial with strong elements of forensic evidence and also strong elements of a question of culpability. The defendant, as we just heard in that emotional soundbite, says his father was the one who murdered the couple that the son was ultimately accused of killing. Now, the issue here is going to be whether or not the jury believes the son and whether the state can get a felony murder rule to stick in the case of the son. There's plenty of evidence that's been presented that the son had a hand in the killing and that the couple was slain with a series of instruments, all the way from bows and arrows to knives, etc., etc., etc. Most states have a felony murder rule that says that if you're helping someone in the commission of a felony and they kill someone, then you can also be on the hook for the murder. So that rule, assuming that it exists in that fashion in North Carolina and within the standard parameters, could still stick in this situation. But the defense is doing everything it can to try to mitigate situations here. There's been testimony from the defendant that he was abused through his whole life. There's elements of PTSD leaking into this thing as a result of the abuse that apparently was occurring within the defendant's family. And of course, we know the father of the defendant is not going to be tried because the father committed suicide in custody while these trials were in the process of taking traction. We're going to continue with our review of the statements of Eric Campbell with clip 30. This is more of him on cross-examination, I believe the beginning of his cross-examination from the witness stand last week. We're expecting to have more live testimony in that trial coming up at about 2:30. We will be back, though, in about 7.5 minutes.
Mr. Campbell, you've spoken to the authorities several times about this matter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to them on January 1st, 2015.
Yes, sir.
You talked to them just after you were taken into custody, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were taken to Greenbrier County Sheriff's Department and you were read your rights.
Yes, sir.
And you were told that you had the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
And you were told that you had the right to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
And you were told that anything that you could be used against, anything that you said would be used against you in a court of law?
Yes, sir.
And you waived those rights, is that correct?
Waived them?
You waived them?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that when you waived them, that you understood absolutely what you were doing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said at that time you were going to tell the officers what happened, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And today, when you began your testimony, you stated that you told them everything that happened, is that right? You told the jury that you were going to tell them that today, is that right?
I told them everything that I could.
You told them everything that you could. What could you not tell them at that point?
I told them everything that I was able to.
Okay, so you're saying that at that time you made a complete and total disclosure to the law enforcement authorities in West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
But you told the jury that you were going to tell them everything, that you were going to tell them everything today, is that right? The truth, the whole truth,
yes,
and
sir.
nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember that conversation that you had with the authorities in West Virginia?
Not particularly, no.
All right. It was recorded, is that right?
I understand it was recorded, sir.
And you've seen a transcript of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, you told them about that evening there in the Cornwall community, didn't you? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You told them that you saw Mr. Faulkner checking his mail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that at that point you turned around to go investigate further, is that correct?
It was the house across the street.
Right. The house across the street that you were talking about camping at earlier, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You said your dad grabbed a sprayer.
Yes, sir.
And it was a backpack sprayer with a hose and a nozzle and a pump on top, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as a matter of fact, it's the same sprayer that's sitting here in evidence right now?
Yes, sir, that's what my dad had.
It's the same sprayer that you bought at Home Depot?
Yes, sir.
It's the same sprayer that you and your father filled with drain cleaner and water, is that right?
No, sir.
Is it not filled with drain cleaner and water?
I didn't know it was filled with drain cleaner.
You said he sprayed it in the guy's eyes.
Yes, sir.
He grabbed a sprayer and a crossbow. He told me to come with him. Is that what you told him?
He had a backpack and a crossbow.
He went through the forest, which wound up at the back of this guy's property, and he walked around the side of the house, and he told me to stay there at the corner. He went to the guy's door and knocked.
Yes, sir.
The guy answered the door, and he took the sprayer, ran into the house, sprayed him in the eyes, and I didn't see the rest of it. He came back outside and grabbed me. He pulled me inside. We were both in the bedroom. They were both screaming for help. Do you remember telling Sergeant Baker that in West Virginia?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And when you were asked who was screaming, you said the wife was. And when you were asked, and the man? And you said, yeah. And then he stabbed him. Is that what you said?
I don't know. My dad had a weapon in his hands when he was hitting them.
When you asked if he stabbed them, you said yes. And then you said, where did he stab them? Did he shoot them or stab them? And you said, crossbow. He shot them with a crossbow.
Yes, sir.
But that's not how you said it earlier, is it?
He shot them with a crossbow.
Well, but you said earlier you said he shot him with a crossbow, then he stabbed him. Is that right?
I saw my father's back as he was hitting them.
You said earlier that when you walked into the house, there was a man sitting there, or laying there with a crossbow bolt sticking out of his chest. And you said to yourself, that doesn't belong there. Is that what you said earlier?
My dad dragged me inside the house, and yes, that is what I said.
Okay. But when you told Roger Baker what happened, you said you saw him shoot.
I saw him shoot
the man with a crossbow. Is that right?
I didn't see him shoot the man with the crossbow. I know he shot Dora.
When you got in the house, your dad's already sprayed them with whatever's in the sprayer, and you said, then he stabbed them. Is that right?
I don't know.
Would it help to look at the copy of the transcript? Would that refresh your recollection?
I believe it is what you are reading it as.
Well, I mean, it's not what I said, it's what you said, isn't it?
If I got the order wrong, I'm sorry.
This was the day after it happened, is that right? And this is at a time when it is fresh in your memory, is that correct?
Fresh. I don't know.
Did you hear the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you can understand the question, right?
Fresh. I didn't want to remember any of it.
All right.
If I got it in the wrong order, I didn't mean to.
Well, you
if I got the wrong person, I didn't mean to.
You just recounted it for the jury, didn't you?
Yes,
so
sir.
when you recounted it for the jury, did you tell the jury everything that happened?
Yes, sir.
We're continuing our review of testimony from last week that perhaps you missed while we were covering the O.J. Simpson parole hearing in Nevada. This is Eric Campbell, the defendant who is facing murder charges for the death of a couple in North Carolina. He, on the witness stand, claimed that his father was the one who actually killed the couple and that he was just forced along on this multi-state crime spree out of fear that he would be further abused by his father, who he testified had been very abusive to both himself and other family members in the past, or was somehow along for the ride. So the defense seems to be to point the finger at the father, who committed suicide in custody, and also to have Eric Campbell be the most soft-spoken human being on the planet on the witness stand, which appears to be part of the tactic here. So we were listening to some of the very beginning of cross-examination in the case. I want to move now to clip 31. We'll continue on with the cross-examination of Eric Campbell, and of course we are expecting live testimony in that case to resume after the jury's lunch break in about 20 minutes.
So he said, "This is what it feels like to see what I see," and he grabbed the spear and he speared the guy.
That was what my dad told me. He had told me after, when we came to the office, that he had tried to impale the guy with the spear.
Well, you told Roger Baker that's what you saw.
I was trying my best to tell them everything.
You said I'm sorry, I missed that part. Apparently, a woman had gotten a gun, and he had gotten a gun in his hand also.
Yes. He said that he had disarmed her, and he said that she had almost shot him.
Because when you went to the front door of the Faulkner's house, they were armed, weren't they?
They were not. I don't know. I don't think so, though. My dad didn't say that.
They both had guns.
He said he got the gun from the dresser.
He got the gun from the dresser, which is it's in the bedroom, isn't it?
I believe so.
You said he got it out of the dresser and he shot the guy in the leg.
Yeah. My dad shot the guy in the leg.
Did he stab the guy with the spear that you had in your bag?
He said that he stabbed him, yes.
Well, did you see it?
I didn't see him stab him.
But you had the spear in your bag.
Yes, sir, I did.
So how did he get the spear out of your bag to stab them if you didn't see it?
He had jerked the bag off me and told me to go in the living room.
But you were outside, remember?
He had pulled me inside.
But you were outside for 5 minutes or more. Is that what you said?
I don't know how long I was outside.
You were outside with the shoulder bag. And where was the spear?
It was inside there with the telescope and the water jug.
So you're outside with the telescope and the spear and the water jug, and he's inside with a crossbow. Is that right? He went to the door with a crossbow and bolts and sprayers. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
A crossbow that he had to manually load. Is that right?
That's the type it was, yes, sir.
It was a crossbow that had a shoulder stock. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
and you fired it by putting it against your shoulder and releasing the trigger. Is that right?
Yes, a trigger released it, yes, sir.
You and your dad had both practiced with it along the way. Is that right?
We had stopped there because we wanted to find some deer and practice with it.
And you loaded it by putting the foot stirrup on the ground and pulling the string back with both hands until it cocked. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it took a considerable amount of strength, didn't it?
I believe so.
You said he shot the guy in the leg. He started screaming for his wife. He told the guy to give me the money or I'm going to shoot your wife. The guy said no. My dad picked gun up and pointed it at his leg and fires a bullet. He screams, "Where's the money at?" The guy still wouldn't answer him. He asked the wife doesn't answer him. He takes the spear. He starts beating him with it.
Sir, I got it. I know that's what it says.
Well, that's what it says because that's what you told Sergeant Baker. Is that right?
I tried to get everything in the right order, and I probably did not.
Okay.
I know I did not.
But most importantly, you got everything in the right order this time because you were actually in the house when this was happening. Is that right?
No, it's not right.
Well, how did you know everything was happening if you were outside at the corner of the house?
Because my dad explained everything to me when I was in the office.
All right, but
He
you didn't tell
recounted
them that, did you? You recounted it in the first person, didn't you?
Because I tried to tell them everything that happened.
You said he starts beating the man first. The man's on the ground bleeding. He reloads the crossbow, points it at the wife, and fires a bolt in her side.
Yes, sir.
Now, there are two people, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And there were guns in this house?
Yes, sir.
The Faulkners had guns, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had walked up to a strange house?
My dad had walked up to a strange house.
Well, you were with him, weren't you?
And I followed him.
You followed him.
Yes, sir. I didn't know that he was going to do that to those people.
And you were strange to them, is that right?
Yes, sir.
They didn't know who you were. The detective said he was still alive after getting stabbed in the neck, and you said he was breathing. You said, I was staring at the man, and she's crying on the bed, and he grabs the bag. The detective said, grabs what? He said, grabs the bag. He wraps it around his, not to prolong his suffering. Is that what happened?
He explained to me that the guy wasn't dying. But I don't remember a bag.
You didn't say explain to Roger Baker, did you? You weren't talking about that. You were talking as if you saw this in the first person. Is that right?
I know I was.
So did you not tell Roger Baker the truth?
No. Saying that, even though I said it in the first person, did not. The order was wrong.
What order was wrong?
The way things happened. I told them things that my dad had told me.
So at that time, even though you told them like you were in the first person, you say you were relying on your dad's account of things?
No, I wasn't lying. I was trying to tell them everything I could.
So yesterday, when you were kind of acting befuddled about this white Suburban, the truth of the matter is you knew that he was entirely without resources, didn't you?
While he was camping, he wanted to stay in the state park. Your resources have to be brought with you.
All right. Well, Sergeant Baker said, hold up. The stolen vehicle is the least of your worries right now. I don't care about the stolen vehicle. Where did he get that vehicle? He said, he told me he got it from Huntsville. Sergeant Baker said, Huntsville? He went down, and I'm sure you told you it was stolen. He said, once we had left. But you knew from the time you saw it, it was stolen.
No, sir, I've never seen a stolen vehicle before.
Right, but your dad was up there dependent upon you for food,
Yes, sir.
communication,
Yes, sir.
money. Your dad was not going to use a credit card up there, was he?
I don't know. I wouldn't think so, no.
Well, you wouldn't think so because...
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. We are expecting to go back to live testimony in the North Carolina murder trial, double murder trial, I should say, of Eric Campbell in about 10 minutes. But meantime, we have Nicole DeBrard on the line with us here at the LawNewz Network to talk a little bit about the strategy that's being played out here. Nicole, welcome to LawNewz.
Great, thanks for having me.
So what do you make of this case? We've got a husband and wife killed in what the prosecution put across as just a heinous crime that involved bows and arrows, knives, guns, the burning of the victim's home, the stealing of the victim's car, and it's part of this alleged multi-state crime spree. The defendant's father kills himself in custody, leaving the son to alone face the rap. The son, after getting pummeled by the state with all of this forensic evidence, takes the stand, and we're reviewing that testimony from late last week here in the break. He takes the stand. He's timid. He's wearing the what appear to be the standard issue eyeglasses that every defendant always wears on the stand. And you know, he's just saying, well, my father abused me nonstop my whole life. I had to go along with it. My father is the one who actually went in the house and then killed this couple who died and who are the result of this instant case. So, I mean, what's the defense plan here? Is the defense plan to get just potentially one juror to feel sorry for him and to either hang on the counts or try to convince everybody to go not guilty? Is that what they're aiming for here?
It sounds like that's what they're aiming for. I think it's one of these sort of situations where it's just such a terrible, terrible, awful crime that they're doing anything they can to throw mitigation and somewhat of a distraction into the mix. And so essentially you have this case where this adult son is blaming an adult father for ongoing abuse and making that sort of an excuse. I have to say, I really think it's going to be a hard sell in this case with these facts. There's just too many things that went on for too long, too many opportunities to try to withdraw from all of these different criminal episodes, and so I think it's a tough case.
I would agree, but the flip side is that this ultimately is a potential death penalty case in North Carolina. North Carolina is not a state that's known for meting out the death penalty with any frequency, but it is an option. So is this performance enough to mitigate the death penalty, and then if there's a conviction, just flip it into a lifelong prison sentence?
I think that may actually be the goal here. I think it's going to be very difficult to show that he's not guilty of this offense. You know, it sounds a little bit like they're trying to raise a duress defense, but that may be just too hard of a sell. However, if, you know, any of the jurors believe that this is a circumstance where, you know, he really had this just terrible upbringing and was in fact himself subjected to abuse, and that the reason that his decision making allowed him to be in this circumstance was one of his own terrible circumstances, he very well could be looking at a life sentence. It could be simply that they are trying to get a life sentence out of this case as opposed to the death penalty.
It could be that, and as we said before, North Carolina has the death penalty, but it doesn't frequently apply it. It's not like Texas or other states where the switch just appears to be incessantly on. So the ability to mitigate, at least if we look statistically in North Carolina, might be a lot easier than it would be in some other states, especially considering the facts of the crime spree.
Exactly. I mean, it's again, really, really bad facts make for a difficult defense. And so, you know, the defense attorney has to do everything they can to try to explain what was going on in this client's mind at the time that these offenses took place. And to do that, they need to make sure these jurors understand everything about the background of this young man that they can.
So let me ask this question. You currently do criminal defense work. You used to sit in the prosecutor's chair. So you made a switch across the aisle career-wise. So I'm going to ask you to dial all the way back to the prosecutor's days. When you were a prosecutor, how did you try to mitigate what I assume you may be engaged in now, which is this dressing up of the defendant in the least suspect clothing, attire, garb possible? And does that really have a true effect on the jury, or do they look through it?
I think they typically look through it. I mean, this is going to be obviously a criminal defense attorney wants to put their client in the best light possible so that the jurors can actually pay attention to the facts instead of just staring across the table at, how creepy the client may or may not be. However, the prosecutor is going to do everything they can to highlight the awfulness of the crime, sort of the length and duration of the planning and the different steps that were taken throughout these criminal episodes. And, I think that every time they raise some gap in time, they're going to be raising to the jury the idea that he could have withdrawn from this crime. He could have done something to report what was both happening to him and what was happening to other people, and that just didn't take place.
That could be. I don't disagree with the analysis. Did you cringe as a prosecutor when you used to see the standard issue defendant glasses come out on the witness stand, or were you just immune to it at some point?
At some point it's to be expected. I mean, really, I think a defense attorney wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't try to put the best face forward. I mean, this is it's a human being on the other side of the table. If you're the prosecutor, you need to be focused on the facts and the law, and really worrying about too much about what the other guy looks like at the other side of the table is really probably a little bit misguided. I mean, we're hoping that ultimately the jurors make the decision based on the facts and the law, and not essentially what kind of clothing this guy's wearing or whether or not he's got glasses on. And I think that jurors are generally pretty smart and are able to look through that kind of thing and make the decisions they need to make.
Now, what do you make of the ultimate blame the father defense here? Because we saw it come out a little bit in the state's case in chief, and I think that the defense was able to successfully hijack a couple of the state's witnesses and say, wait a minute, they wedged this whole element of an abusive family into some of the cross-examination of some of the state's witnesses before they even took the case from the defense standpoint and put the defendant on the stand. I thought that was successful defense work, because whenever a defense attorney can kind of take and inject the theme of the trial into the state's witnesses, that's sort of a win in and of itself. And I'm guessing that you have chalked up a few of those victories yourself.
We have. I mean, really, you're trying to make sure that this whole story gets told. I mean, anytime you have a criminal case, the state has come with this story of their own from the very beginning, and they see it how they see it. And so the defense attorney has to do everything they can, and they don't get to start. They are stuck with waiting for the state to make their presentation and make their case. And so to the extent that through cross they can start to tell their own story, they would be very wise to do so. And I think that's always a smart thing to do.
Now, in this case, we have what appears to be some degree of a defense of duress. But the question I have legally is whether or not what happened here, or what's alleged to have happened in this abusive family, the abuse, according to the testimony, spanning from father to multiple people within the family, is that enough for duress here to fear the potential for more abuse? I mean, usually duress is like literally having someone aim a gun at your head and saying you need to do this, or something like that, or it's got to be really, really extreme, at least in the cases that I remember reading. Is this sort of generalized fear of a generalized continuing abuse enough to trigger duress, in your opinion?
I don't think legally it does trigger duress. I think it's enough to get an instruction to the jury. Anytime you have any evidence whatsoever of a defense or of a claim, then the jury has the right to consider whether there's enough. That said, legally, I don't think they get there. What it does for them is give them a great deal of mitigating evidence to help with the punishment phase.
If you were sitting in the prosecutor's chair in this case, how would you try to counteract what the defense is putting in front of the jury?
Show the advantages that this defendant had. They're going to be highlighting all of the disadvantages, all of the abuse. The prosecution needs to highlight the advantages on the other hand, that, this person was clothed, that he was fed, that he had an opportunity to be in school, all of the things that, some people wish they had the ability to take advantage of. The other thing is that, they need to stretch out the planning and the criminality over time so that, again, they can highlight the fact that if he didn't want to participate, he could have withdrawn and he could have sought the help of people who could have helped him.
The withdrawal element, I think, is the key one, and I'm glad that you brought it up because I think the facts of this, as they played out last week, indicated that at some point the son bailed the father out of jail on another offense. Well, I mean, if the son were truly being abused, why did he bail his dad out? Why didn't he go to the cops and say, oh, by the way, the guy you've got locked up there, did something egregious to me in relatively near memory, and by the way, throw a few more charges at him?
Exactly. I mean, if he was in custody and the son was not in custody, certainly he was safe from him at that time period. It doesn't mean that the defense can't urge that he knew at some point he would get out, and he was greatly concerned that if his failure to assist his father would worsen his situation. But I think the prosecution needs to make sure they highlight the fact that, look, we had him in custody at some point. You got him out. You must not have been afraid at the time that you did that.
And there's an element of this being a multi-state crime spree. We keep saying it as if it were something that happened in just a few seconds, but to me the key for the prosecution is going to be to point out, hey, that meant state after state after state, stop after stop. They stopped here, they stopped there, they stayed overnight, they went to eat, they stopped at a truck stop here, there, and everywhere, and that there were 50 or 100 places where this particular defendant, the son, could have withdrawn from what was going on.
Right.
Is it a good idea or am I on to something that perhaps one tactic we'll see coming out of the prosecution here is for the prosecution to slow that time down and really let it sink in and say, it's a 5-hour trip from here to there. He had 5 hours to consider leaving, and he could have left once they arrived at this X on the map, et cetera, et cetera.
100% likely, in my opinion. I think that if they don't do it, they're missing a big opportunity because this is something that once the jurors have a chance to sit down and think about all of those hours, minutes, seconds, where each decision was made, it's pretty upsetting to see how many opportunities he had to withdraw and he didn't, and the consequences.
Okay, Nicole, we're going to have to run. I appreciate you joining us because it looks like the judge is back on the bench live in North Carolina, so we don't want to miss any of that testimony. Nicole DeBoard, former prosecutor, current criminal defense attorney, thanks for joining us again here on the LawNewz Network.
Great, thanks for having me.
Okay, we're going to go right back to the courtroom in North Carolina now.
Shatner had found by oath to tell the truth that she took before our lunch and recess periods with the.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Chaudhry, when we left, we were talking a little bit about some of the background related to Eric Campbell's development. You specifically mentioned Child Protective Service psychological evaluations, and that were significant to you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Chaudhry. I'm approaching with defense exhibits 48, 49, and 50. Do you recognize first defense exhibit 48?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
This is a psychological evaluation conducted of Mr. Eric Campbell when he was 8 years, 4 months old.
And was that something that you considered in your evaluation of this case and of Mr. Campbell in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And this time I'd move to introduce defense exhibit 48. Dr. Chaudhry, I'm showing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit 49. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a psychological evaluation of Mr. Nicholas Campbell, at that time aged 12 years and 4 months.
Now, was that something that you considered as part of your evaluation of this case as a whole?
Yes, I did.
And were these documents part of a larger or much more voluminous group of documents that you received from Texas Department of Social Services?
Yes, sir, they were.
Or you received them from us, but they came from the Department of Social Services? Your Honor, this time I'd move to introduce defendant's exhibit 49.
Yes, sir, because it's not of Eric Campbell, it's of Nicholas Campbell.
I'm handing you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 50, Dr. Chaudhry.
Yes, this is a family evaluation of Eric Campbell, Nicholas Campbell, and Edward Campbell, seen on June 14, 2001.
And is that something that you considered as part of your evaluation of this case, or Eric Campbell in this case?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I move to introduce defendant's exhibit number 50.
Yes, sir, same grounds that it's not Eric Campbell's evaluation.
Dr. Chaudhry, when we were talking before the lunch break, you mentioned a couple of particular things that were concerning to you as related to these psychological assessment evaluations. Let's first talk about, and you sort of compared Eric Campbell's evaluation with Nick Campbell's evaluation based on their age. Tell us first some of the things you noticed in Eric Campbell's evaluation when he was 8 years old that were significant to you in his development.
So one of the things that was remarkable was the documented experiences of traumatic life events that the psychologist conducting the evaluation identified at the time of her examination. The other thing was that Eric Campbell described himself as happy all the time and denied any feelings of sadness, which seems out of sync with all these traumatic instances, including his mother suffering the brain injury and being placed in a nursing home, and his father being incarcerated, which is suggestive of underreporting. It's also remarkable that she documented his tendency to use fantasy thought at a level that, so what she says here is he does tend to use fantasy to excess as a means of coping. This is known as a common defense mechanism among children who are experiencing trauma and violence in their lives. There's another finding here where he talks about, Eric reported that he sometimes has nightmares, and they're usually about someone wanting to kill children. Another thing that was remarkable was when asked to talk about his most, well, it says here, Eric is uncomfortable when it comes to openly discussing painful emotional issues. For example, when asked to describe his worst experience, he refused and stated he did not want to talk about that. Because of this discomfort, he may become socially constrained or even isolated. This finding is particularly important because of his age. It suggests that many of the everyday exchanges that contribute to development are either avoided or approached with excessive caution. So all of this is remarkable because this was at a very early age and long predated the incidents that lead to the current charges.
Now, you mentioned that there were some, in your mind at least, when you reviewed Nicholas Campbell's report, that there were some distinctions that you attributed to the difference in their ages. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, it's remarkable because Nicholas was 4 years older than Eric at the time that this report was conducted. There are several instances in which it appears as though Nicholas is actually trying to appear, again, better than he actually is. He's responding with sort of ideal responses. Again, similar to Eric, but in other areas apart from just feeling happy. He also was unable to. Well, when there's a test known as a sentence completion test, and in Nicholas's case, the psychologist noticed that he was very guarded. It says here, on a sentence completion task, he was also very guarded, but he completed the sentence, my nerves are running short. That's the completion of the sentence from Nicholas. The psychologist writes, of particular significance was his sentence, I can't feel anything. Again, these are symptoms that are indicative of stress that he's not reporting, and I can't feel anything is specifically an indicator of numbing and avoidance symptoms in people who are experiencing trauma.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, based on just that information, would you be able to diagnose a child or something like that with some sort of mental disorder, just based on that information?
No, not on that alone.
But would those be things that you would consider important in follow-up?
Absolutely.
Now, there's also Exhibit 50, which is the family evaluation, and were there things in that evaluation that were significant to you in your review of this case?
Yes, sir, there were. This was a family evaluation conducted of Edward Campbell, Nicholas Campbell, and Eric Campbell. Some of the remarkable things, first of all, was that the psychologists conducting the evaluations, sorry, not psychologists, mental health professionals who were conducting the evaluations actually administered rating scales similar to what we talked about earlier, to what I had administered to Eric. And in those rating scales also there was sort of embedded questions that are designed to identify exaggeration or falsification of information. And it's notable that it says, Mr. Campbell received a clinically significant score on the defense responding subscale. Significant scores in this area suggest that the respondent may have answered in a socially acceptable manner. Therefore, all scores should be viewed with caution.
And when it says Mr. Campbell, who are they talking about?
They're talking about Mr. Edward Campbell.
Okay, the father.
The father, yes. So that's remarkable. The other thing that's remarkable is that in the section under summary and assessment, the report actually identifies areas of concern, child vulnerability, children exposed to violence, children's ages being 8 to 12, placing them at risk, caregiver capability, father engaging in violence with girlfriend, father has a history with APS and CPS, Animal Protective Services and Child Protective Services. Father has, there's a typographical error in the report, but the meaning is that father has not completed the grief process for loss of his wife. And father lacks family resources. Father admits caring for wife has impeded his ability to care for children.
So were these all things that you considered in assessing whether there was as corroborative evidence or corroborative information to the information that Eric and the other witnesses gave you? Was that
yes, sir. This is very important information because even the corroborative interviews of other people who knew Eric when he was a young child were obtained after the events that led to these current charges. This is an actual documentation that occurred long before any of these current charges occurred, and I think this is very reliable information that indicates that this is not information that was changed or at all inaccurate based on things that happened since Mr. Eric Campbell was charged. So I think this is very reliable information.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, I want to sort of shift gears here and talk a little bit about, you've talked about post-traumatic stress disorder, and I want to talk a little bit about the impact of post-traumatic stress disorder and how it influences decisions people make. What is the impact of post-traumatic stress disorder in general? Or what can be some of the things that, the impact?
Well, the impact of post-traumatic stress disorder in general, sort of in a non-stress related environment, actually relates to how people live their day-to-day lives. They will possibly avoid jobs, avoid situations, avoid people, avoid any reminders of traumatic events. They'll go out of their way. They'll make their decisions based on trying to avoid having any contact with that individual or with situations that remind them of their traumatic experiences. So that is sort of what they do on a day-to-day basis. Under stressful conditions, their inability to actually function adequately becomes amplified. And that's because there are parts of their brain that are not really harnessing information correctly, that are not relaying correctly. We know that there are parts of the frontal brain, the prefrontal cortex, is involved in decision-making capacity, is involved in judgment, is involved in planning, cause and effect, and understanding of that. And we know that in people who have PTSD, those areas of their brain are underfunctioning. We know that the fear centers of the brain, especially when under stress, are excessively firing neurons, and those are sort of overriding the frontal lobes of the brain, which is where people will be able to make decisions or even be able to process information of events that are happening right in front of them. People might not remember things very well.
Well, does that mean a person who suffers from post-traumatic stress can't do ordinary things in life?
No, sir, that's not what it means.
Okay. Now, would it mean that under stressful situations they would likely need to react differently than the rest of us?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, in this particular case, were there things that were significant about your diagnosis as it relates to the allegations in this case? And in other words, the people who were involved, Mr. Edward Campbell and Eric Campbell. How did that affect your analysis?
I'm sorry, sir. Could you just repeat the question?
Well, in this particular case, the Eric Campbell's father was also charged in this case. How did the fact that his father was involved impact your consideration of this case?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. At the time that these events were occurring, the events that were leading to these charges, I think this is very important to identify that not only is an individual who experiences, who suffers from PTSD, operating at a different mental level than a person who doesn't have PTSD, but in addition, that they're not just experiencing a stressful situation. Mr. Edward Campbell was actually experiencing a horrific situation. He was
You mean Edward Campbell or Eric Campbell?
I'm sorry, Mr. Eric Campbell was observing this horrific act of violence, and the person who was perpetrating that horrific act of violence was the same person who had perpetrated recurring chronic acts of violence on Mr. Eric Campbell since he was a young child. Not only did that occur, but then also after the death of the victims, Mr. Edward Campbell, Eric's father, went on to tell him about how he had actually killed Eric's sister when she was an infant, and kept talking about how it's not usually this messy. And for Eric, this was a horrifying thing to add on to what he had already experienced. So a lifetime of being the victim of physical and emotional traumatic abuse on a daily basis, of being beaten to the point where he was beaten into submission, and then witnessing this horrible act of violence committed by the father who had committed acts of violence to him, and then being told that his father had also killed his sibling, which he had never known before that. So yes, I think it's very significant that the perpetrator of this this act of violence, this horrific crime, was also a person that Eric had suffered from violence as a result of his actions.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether due to a mental condition or disorder, Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to kill on the night of these events?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is that due to being incapacitated by his symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as being incapacitated by the chronic effects of post-traumatic stress disorder, that when faced with the events of that night, he was unable to have the ability to exercise appropriate judgment or caution.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to take property with the intent to permanently deprive the owners of its use?
Yes, sir.
And what is that opinion? Is it the same as?
Yes, my opinion is that he was unable to form a specific intent because of the way that his brain was functioning at the time of the events.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to commit the felony of robbery with a dangerous weapon?
Yes, sir. My opinion is that he did not have the capacity to form specific intent.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Campbell had the mental capacity to form specific intent to kill the Faulkner's dogs?
It's my opinion that he did not have the capacity to form specific intent.
Now, I want to go back just briefly and talk to you about the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. And you've named some of them in general. But I want you to talk to us a little bit about the symptoms as they relate to Mr. Eric Campbell, based on your review of this case as a whole.
So I think it's important to identify that post-traumatic stress disorder is a chronic condition, and in many mental health conditions, what we see is the presence of things that don't normally exist. For example, for somebody with a psychotic disorder, the presence of something that doesn't exist would be hallucinations or delusions. Similarly, for somebody who has a psychotic disorder, there is an absence of something that normally would exist. For example, their ability to stay in touch with reality, for their ability to understand that the radio is not, specifically speaking with them. So I think that this is similarly true in PTSD, that in post-traumatic stress disorder, there are three basic clusters of symptoms. Okay, so the first one is the presence of new things that normally don't exist. And those are the sort of the hyperarousal symptoms. And we hear about this quite a bit in combat veterans and such things where People will hear, a door slam and will feel like they're in a combat situation, and it sounds like a grenade going off, and they begin to immediately experience either a flashback where they lose touch with their present moment and they think that they're back where they were, or that they'll experience a flooding of those memories. They might understand that they're not in that situation, but their memories are just being flooded, and they can't stop those memories from coming in. The second set of symptoms are what we call numbing or amnesia symptoms, and those are the ones that are actually more prevalent in, although it's true that Mr. Eric Campbell has symptoms in all three of these subcategories. It was surprising to me when I did the testing that this was the area where he had the greatest number of symptoms. So inability to remember events, blocking out events, dissociating meaning really not maintaining present contact with reality, things like derealization, where something is happening but it feels to you like this isn't real, this is happening on a movie screen, that this can't be real, not really being able to process that something unfolding in front of you is a real thing. And depersonalization is another form of dissociation where people will experience something that's going on with them right this moment, and they feel like it's not them that it's happening to, that this is another person who's going through this experience. And that is the bulk of the symptoms that Mr. Eric Campbell is scoring on the clinician-administered PTSD rating scale. The third set of symptoms have to do with arousal, irritability, and that is where people will sort of constantly feel like they're having to walk on eggshells. They can't relax, they can't sleep. Even when the threat has gone away, they still feel like that threat is still present. Even, I mean, for example, in Mr. Eric Campbell's case, when I met with him to interview, he was aware that his father was no longer alive. However, it was remarkable how often it was that he would slip into describing his father and describe his father in the present tense, even though mentally he knew that his father was no longer alive. It was that difficult for him to separate himself from the hypervigilance that the threat of his father still remains present to him.
Now, Dr. Chaudhry, you mentioned that he suffered from a number of these symptoms at the time of this offense. Based on what you know about post-traumatic stress disorder, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether he suffered symptoms of dissociation, derealization?
Yes, sir, I do.
Explain that to us, if you will.
It seems very clear from Eric's self-report, but also from the findings that I identified in the standardized rating scales, that Eric suffers from a unique version of PTSD that has significant dissociative features. And so there's quite a bit of medical research in the last 5 years that actually demonstrates that there are special vulnerabilities, people who have chronic trauma, people who have trauma at an early age, trauma that is perpetuated by a family member or a caregiver, and that people who experience that level of trauma, that dissociative symptoms of depersonalization and derealization are associated with more complex problems in the way that the hormonal responses occur, as well as in the way that the brain relay systems occur in the fear centers, as well as in the prefrontal cortex areas, which are the areas of executive function where judgment and decision-making capability occurs.
That's a lot of the medical terminology, but how would it affect his ability on this particular night to respond to these events?
The way that the way that Eric Campbell described his symptoms to me, and the way that he described them to his treating physicians at Central Hospital, is that there were times where he couldn't believe what he was seeing, and there are times when he understood exactly what he was seeing, and he felt paralyzed, horrified, unable to act. There were times when he understood what he was seeing. He had the mental thought of, I could do this, and then was terrified to be, I could do this, meaning I could escape, for example, this situation. I could call the police, and then being terrified with the thought that, no, my father is going to find me, he will find me, he will kill me, and I cannot disobey him. So it wasn't that he was in a single given mental state throughout the course of the time that these events were occurring. It was more that he was fluctuating in and out of different mental states based on the presence of PTSD symptoms. And that these mental states are not something that an individual can immediately, consciously ask their brain to go into. These are unconscious responses. As any of us have gone through something that's a horrifying, terrifying event, you know, the brain just sort of kicks in. These are reflexes, and they're not conscious reactions that a person has.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether post-traumatic stress disorder or chronic post-traumatic stress disorder that you have diagnosed Eric Campbell with affected his reasoning and decision-making on the night of Faulkner's death?
Yes, sir. It's my opinion that the chronic post-traumatic stress disorder combined with the acute trauma of the events that he was witnessing impacted his ability to function mentally as one would ordinarily think would be appropriate.
Dr. Chaudhry, earlier you referred to some psychological testing by Dr. Fox. May I approach your hand?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That is a psychological assessment conducted by Dr. Fox at Central Regional Hospital.
And was that what you were referring to when you addressed her testing, her conclusions?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Your Honor, this time I move to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 51.
No, stop.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, at this time.
Dr. Chaudhry, you indicated as a part of a forensic exam that you, versus what you do in the clinic, that you can't only rely on what the examinee says, but you have to look over collateral information and assess that against what the person you are screening tells you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of the collaterals, is that a fair assessment of what they're called? The collateral information is just collaterals. That's what you looked at.
It's a series of reports, but also records.
And you've stated that you looked at the Texas DSS records. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, you said they were quite voluminous. Is that right?
Yes.
But there were only two times or two instances that the Texas Department of Social Services was involved in Eric Campbell's life. Is that correct?
Yes.
And a lot of the material that was given was repetitive. Is that fair to say?
I would say some of it was.
And in 2000, the allegation was that Edward Campbell had overdosed in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that Nicholas and Eric found him and called 911. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that, they were examined by Child Protective Services and the social workers who work for them. Is that a fair assessment?
I'd say yes.
And that Nicholas and Eric denied any marks or bruises on their bodies, except that Eric had showed some bruises on his legs from playing. Did you note that in that assessment?
In addition to bruises on his legs, I would say what I noticed was that there were 18 bruises on Eric's body at the time, and some of those bruises were on his legs. There were several bruises around the area of his left arm, near the wrist, that appeared to be grasp bruises. He had 2 bruises on his left shoulder, as well as I recall there were 2 bruises on his back.
Now, some of those were noted as scratches, is that correct?
It's probably yes.
And are you making the assessment that they were grasp bruises?
No.
But nobody noted that they had found grasp bruises. None of these social workers noted that in any of their reports.
Actually, it was noted in the medical report that Eric had reported that a child on the playground had grabbed his arm.
But he didn't say that his dad did that.
He has consistently underreported any findings throughout, including during my examination.
See, Nicholas stated in the same, with this same report in 2000, we're still dealing with the overdose, that he says that the boys told workers that their father spanks them on their buttocks when they misbehave with a belt. They denied that father leaves marks or bruises on them. Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
And sometimes father makes them do time out in the bedroom.
Yes, I read that.
And in the interview, the children denied that the father mistreated them. They expressed that they loved their father and that they did fun things together. Did you read that?
Yes, I read that.
And the collateral information that was given to the social worker during this incident was given from Linda Cook, the girlfriend of Edward. Did you read her information?
Yes, I did.
And that she stated she has no concerns of Mr. Campbell abusing or neglecting the children. She agreed to take care for the children times Mr. Campbell is at work. Did you read that?
Yes, I read that.
Richard Reeves, also a collateral source of information that the Department of Social Services in Texas used, stated he had no concerns of abuse or neglect. He stated he and Mr. Campbell are like brothers and have known each other for several years. Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
In fact, there was no, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jurek, J-U-R-E-K, who was listed as Lisa and Gregory Jurek, the maternal uncle and aunt. They were also a collateral source of information.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mrs. Jurek, who was interviewed, stated that she had known Mr. Campbell for 13 years. She did indicate that he was controlling and secretive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she stated that the children are bonded to the father, and she does not suspect him of any abuse. Did you read that?
Yes, I read that.
She stated that he may have an alcohol problem, but she is not sure.
Is there a question, ma'am?
Yeah. Do you recall reading that? I'm sorry.
Yes, I did read that.
And she didn't indicate that there was any abuse that she saw or thought about. Is that correct?
I don't have a memory of it, but I just heard you read it, so I'll say yes. I don't have a memory of the exact words, I should say, but yes, the content I do remember.
And again, the social worker spoke with Mrs. Cook, who they mean Linda Cook. Mrs. Cook stated that she had known Mr. Campbell for the last year and a half. She stated that she did not become close to his children and would watch them for him. She stated Mr. Campbell has not been abusive towards his children to his knowledge. To her knowledge, I'm sorry. Do you recall reading that?
Yes, I think these are reports that are important because these were made by people who are very close to Mr. Ed Campbell, with the exception of the report from Mrs. Urich, who is the maternal grandmother of Eric and Nick.
Well, she's the maternal aunt, correct?
I'm sorry, a maternal aunt, yes.
And she indicated that Mr. Campbell was a controlling and secretive man.
Right, and I think that's one of the few unfavorable reports. I think the point that I think is important here is that the people who were Ed Campbell's close associates, for example, his girlfriend at the time, or for example, his best buddy, his best friend, their reports were very favorable about Mr. Edward Campbell, and saying that they did not have any concerns about Mr. Ed Campbell abusing his children. I think it's important to notice that Eric's maternal aunt, as well as Eric's maternal uncle, had expressed serious concerns, and these people were not close or intimate partners or best friends with Ed Campbell. And I think that's a distinction that I made when I was reading the material I was provided.
But the maternal uncle and aunt didn't give any serious allegations or concerns when they talked to the social worker who called them specifically about abuse. Is that correct?
I would say that's not accurate. I don't have the paper in front of me. So I'd like to take a look at it to review it again.
Well, would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion from the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services where they spoke to Lisa and Gregory Urich?
Sure.
May I approach?
Exhibit 642?
Yes, sir. Do you see that this is from the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services?
Yes.
And it says collateral information?
Yes.
Lisa and Gregory Urich? Or Jurich?
Yes.
And can you read this paragraph? Or if you read that, will that refresh your recollection?
Yes. I think that the key words here are, she stated that Mr. Campbell is a controlling and secretive man, letting them know only what he wants them to know. So I think that that's actually very significant, because what we have is a pattern based on the Texas Protective Service reports later on, where Ed Campbell was answering questions in a way that was evasive and obscuring basically he was giving unreliable answers. And I think this is, again, indicative of the real questions about the reliability, not only of what the Urichs are reporting, and perhaps this is actually minimizing, but I think it raises real questions about the reliability of the collateral information provided by his best friend and his intimate partner at the time.
And doesn't it also say in this paragraph, she stated that the children are bonded to the father and she does not suspect him of any abuse?
Yes, it does say that.
And you say that the material that you believe that the Department of Social Services in Texas reviewed is not reliable, but because it comes from Edward's best friends and his intimate partners at the time?
I think it's important to keep those relationships in mind based on what report has been given.
So if those are the reports that you also reviewed about Eric's childhood that came from his best friend and his girlfriend, wouldn't you also need to keep that in mind when looking at perhaps a bias that they had in whatever you read that they said to you?
Yes, and that's exactly what the purpose of using objective scales in my report, as well as using additional records. I think records are very important, in addition to just reports from individuals at different times in the history.
And in this, the investigative report, the conclusion was that they substantiated that Edward had been neglectful in his supervision. Is that correct?
That's accurate, yes.
That was the assessment, that neglectful supervision did occur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then that case was closed.
Yes.
Is that correct? And then there is the second incident that happened in 2001. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's when Ms. Cook, I guess there was some allegation that Edward had been abusive to Linda Cook and he was arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that there was nowhere for Eric and Edward to go while he was arrested, and so Child Protective Services was called. Is that a fair assessment of what happened?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And were they at school when this occurred?
I don't recall that.
If on April the 18th of 2001, it's indicated in the investigative report from the Texas Department of Social Services, on April the 18th of 2001, father was arrested for a Class A assault warrant from the Katy Police Department. The children were in school at the time. Is that a fair assessment?
Sure.
And during this department, that's when the defendant's psychological evaluation was done. It's during this particular case that was open with the Texas Department of Social Services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So this was from, I guess, April the 18th is when this report came in. And then it was closed in October of 2001. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And Eric and Nicholas were taken into protective custody for several weeks after this. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember the exact duration.
Well, if on May the 3rd of 2001, a worker was explaining to Eric that he was returning home with his father, that would be about 3 weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when they were explaining to Eric that he was returning home with his father, he was excited about this. That's what the social worker noted. Did you read that in the report?
Yes.
And that he stated that he was happy to be going home. Did you read that in the report?
Yes.
And the evaluation after this, well, let me ask you this. As part of this whole case file, is it fair to say that Eric and Nicholas will return to their father in around the 1st of May of 2001?
Yes.
And then Edward worked, or I guess for lack of a better word would say, worked at his case plan. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Are you familiar with the Department of Social Services and how they work?
I am to a degree. It's not my area of expertise.
But is it a fair assessment that if children are are taken from the home and returned, that a lot of times Child Protective Services stays in the home? Is that correct? Meaning that they continue to evaluate and continue to monitor and continue to watch what goes on in the home?
Yes, that's what usually happens.
And so do the records reflect that that's what's happening here, that Edward was working his case plan?
It appears as though there were certain recommendations that he did follow and certain recommendations that he didn't. At the time of the assessment, it's notable, and I can't, I'm not, I think that it's important that throughout, at the time of the assessment and at least one other time, Ed Campbell expressed that he was only doing this assessment process because he was required to do it. He had been actually recommended to follow up with individual psychotherapy as well as grief therapy, and there is no clear evidence that I could find that he actually did follow up with any of that.
But the Department of Social Services made the recommendation to place these children permanently back with their father. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And they were only removed from the home for 3 weeks, and that's because he was in jail.
Yes.
And they did a risk assessment and analysis report on Edward Campbell, they being the Department of Social Services.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes. One thing I would like to add, ma'am, that I think is important in the decision-making capacity, and of course I was not the caseworker or can't understand what was happening at the time, but I think it's important to underscore that a large portion of the decisions and the assessment around whether a child is returned to their parent custody or not really depends on what the child is saying. And as you have read, and as we read here earlier, that both of the children, particularly Eric, has consistently been underreporting the intensity of the difficulty that he was facing at home. So I think that those decisions were not being made based on necessarily the most accurate information available.
Well, he was evaluated by a psychologist, a clinical licensed psychologist. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that was in 2001.
Yes.
And her recommendation was continued placement with his father and brother seem appropriate.
Yes.
And that her concerns didn't have anything to do with abuse.
I think it's important to identify that she documented enough information that at the time, as I had mentioned earlier, is not necessarily, and she didn't actually identify abuse, but there were indicators that are defense mechanisms that were present at the time. For example, Eric responding unrealistically, saying that I'm always happy all the time, as well as Nick responding, again unrealistically, saying I'm always nice to people and I never get angry. Again, these are signs and answers that are indicative of guarding, of withholding information, of underreporting information, of appearing as though things are better than what they really are. And that's fairly consistent in the case of children who are being abused by a parent.
So everybody who they talked to was underreporting. Is that your testimony?
I think the culture of the picture that I'm getting clinically from all of these reports is that there's consistently a pattern of underreporting and isolation.
And in the risk assessment report that was also conducted by the Department of Social Services, not conducted by the clinical psychologist, but by the social workers on several different occasions. It appears there is one that's dated June 30th of 2001. Did you review that?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact date of every report that I reviewed.
Did you review risk assessments from the Department of Social Services?
Yes, I did.
And in the risk assessments, you notice that there are several different areas that the Department of Social Services looked at. The area of concern that's first, and this is they were, again, investigating and looking at Edward Campbell for neglectful supervision. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think one thing that is remarkable to me as I was reviewing those, and again, I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact date, but I do think it is documented, and I was quite struck by this, as I'm sure anybody would be, is that in one of those risk assessment reports, it's actually documented that Edward Campbell threw Nick across the room. This is documented in the risk assessment. And at the end of that assessment, there's the recommendation is, well, there's no risk, and it's okay to leave him in the custody. So I think that I'm not entirely sure that there was 100% internal consistency, that those risk assessments would be completely reliable, especially given one in which there's a documentation of a child being thrown across the room by the father.
So these risk assessments that are done, they are not reliable either.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that at least in one instance, it's questionable.
And certainly, and that they acknowledge that that may, I mean, Nicholas reported that about being thrown across the room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing that, the area that they looked into was, the area of concern was a maltreatment pattern. And on the scale of concern, the social worker posted very little. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, and that's what I was struck by, the discrepancy of that. If you have a child who's reporting to a social worker that the father threw them across the room, and the social worker is saying there's very little area for concern, I actually think that's questionable, in my view.
They obviously had some concern because they removed the children for 3 weeks and they remained in the home. In the home, I mean, they remained connected to the children and to Edward from May until at least October, when this case was closed. Isn't that correct?
My understanding is that the children were removed from the home for the duration of Edward's incarceration.
And then they returned to the home in May of 2001.
Yes.
And then there is a risk assessment report that was completed on June the 30th of 2001, which would be after Edward and the children were back in the home.
Yes.
And the Department of Social Services remained engaged with them. I mean, is that fair to say with the dates that are on these documents?
Yes, that's fair to say.
And so they're obviously performing a risk assessment and being involved with what's going on in the home, at least from May until October. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I think that's absolutely accurate in the way that you've described it, and I also think it's important to keep in mind that that process does not always is not an ironclad 100% sure process. I think particularly in situations where the only caregiver is the abusive parent, along with isolation from other additional support systems, most of us who have had any cause to be aware of children who are involved with Child Protective Services are aware that usually it's somebody like an aunt or somebody like a grandma or somebody along those lines that will activate the DSS system. What we know here is that Eric, as well as Nick, they were living in a very closed family system. Children were not allowed in the home to come over to play. Children were not allowed over for sleepovers. Other parents weren't coming over to pick up the kid from a sleepover. There were no grandparents nearby. There were no other additional support systems. And I think that that's the part of it. It's not just what you see on a piece of paper that is important. I think what's also important is to identify what are the existing contexts and support systems in that individual's life and Eric Campbell's life at the time, and there really weren't anything there. I think the idea that children actually are happy to go home doesn't say that, doesn't identify that there is no abuse going on in the home. I think that that is an indicator that the children have some degree of bonding with their father, who's their only caregiver. And we know that even in cases where children are being severely abused by their parents, children will still maintain attachments to the parent because that is their only that's their only support system. We see this in relationship violence in battered women, where the isolation that occurs to somebody who is the victim of abuse and trauma then means that their only lifeline, their only connection with the rest of the world is their abuser. And so they're kind of relying on them, and especially this is even more so when you're a child.
And Dr. Chaudhry, Eric Campbell attended elementary school, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he attended junior high school.
Yes.
And there is no record of any principal making any report to the Department of Social Services, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And there's no record of any teacher making a report to the Department of Social Services, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no report of any school counselor making any report to the Department of Social Services, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Eric's best friend, Shane Warman, indicated that he came over to Eric's house on multiple occasions and spent the night. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they had neighbors. Couldn't neighbors make a report to the Department of Social Services?
My observation of the reports that neighbors provided was that they were terrified of Ed Campbell.
But they never made a report, did they?
Not as far as I'm aware.
And Eric Campbell saw his pediatrician quite often, isn't that correct?
He was seen for follow-ups for attention deficit disorder.
So I understand that in your report on page 3, you indicate that his pediatric medical records are quite sparse. Is that the term that you used?
I think yes, that is.
And Dr. Chaudhry, didn't Eric Campbell go to the doctor at least 21 times in 8 years? Didn't he go to the Pearland Pediatrics during that time?
Yes, that's true. He was being seen periodically for ADHD follow-ups. In addition, he was seen because he had what's called Rolandic seizures. He was experiencing tonic-clonic seizures because of enlarged adenoids causing reduced oxygenation to his brain, and he would have seizures during the night while he was sleeping. I think to your point, again, the part that is remarkable, which is missing, are documentations around basic things like annual physicals, vaccinations. Children fall down, they get hurt, they go in for sutures, stitches. Active little boys, they fall down, they break a leg or an arm or a wrist or something. None of that was documented. So it really appears that the kind of pediatric services that Eric was receiving was related to his seizures and related to the attention deficit disorder follow-up, which was partly actually that Eric did get that medicine, but after some period of time, that medication was actually not being taken by Eric. The ADHD medication was being taken by his father.
Because that's what Eric told you.
That's what Eric told me, yes.
And you said that active little boys fall down, they break their legs, they get scratches and bruises. Isn't that a fair assessment?
What I would say is it's surprising that there is no pediatric follow-up for anything along those lines.
Well, when the defendant went to Pearland Pediatrics, the records that I have stated that they basically did a well check when he went. They certainly discussed his medication, but there are records, at least here's February the 17th of 2015. They assessed his diet and his sleep history, his development. They talked about safety things in the household. Did you review those?
Yes, I did. I think that those were, there were few notes that were that comprehensive. As far as I could tell, the bulk of the focus of the visit was around the ADHD follow-up.
Well, just on February the 17th of 2015, it seems that they did a general pediatric physical, general appearance, and they noted it was normal, well-developed, and well-nourished, no acute distress. Head and face, general findings. And they went on to look at his eyes, his ears, his nose, mouth, throat, neck, lymph nodes, respiratory system, cardiovascular system, gastrointestinal system. Did you review that from February of 2015?
I don't have an exact recollection of the note, but what you're describing sounds like a well-child checkup.
And again on September the 14th of 2005, there's actually a notation where the Adderall was discontinued. Do you recall that in any of the pediatric records that you reviewed?
I'm sorry, I don't have a recollection of these dates.
Well, you indicated that the records were quite sparse, but there's actually quite an extensive record here from Pearland Pediatrics. Isn't that correct?
Well, I would say that it's not as extensive as I would have expected, given the age of Eric Campbell.
So 21 times in 8 years is not a lot of times going to the doctor?
That's not uncommon for children who have ADHD, and the reason for that is that ADHD prescription medications are for stimulants. Stimulants are medications that are controlled by DEA, and what that means is that unlike your child's asthma medicine, which is a medication that the doctor can write a prescription with multiple refills for, a stimulant prescription is a medication that cannot be given refills for. And so children who are taking ADHD medicines often actually do have more follow-up visits because they need to go in every month to get a new prescription for their stimulant medication.
So he's going 3 times a year? And that you don't think that that is adequate?
What I'm saying is that it's not as I would be expecting for a child his age. I didn't see any records of his early childhood pediatric care that was given in his early childhood. He has a history of a head injury which appears to have been sutured. I didn't see any records of those. So I think that there are things that I would have expected to see in the records that I didn't see.
He saw a neurologist for the
seizures.
The seizures that you indicated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a record from the Texas Children's Hospital where he was seen for that. Do you remember that?
Yes, he underwent surgery.
I'm sorry?
He underwent a tonsillectomy to relieve him of the seizures.
And they also did a physical exam, a neurological exam. Is that correct?
Yes.
When they did they perform a sleep study on him?
Yes, they did.
And as part of that, they did a physical exam, a neurological exam. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And they noted that there were no abnormalities found.
Yes.
And you also reviewed, as a part of your collateral information, the juvenile records in which the defendant was did an intake and talked to the probation officer and the people from what we would call juvenile services, but basically his probation officer and those folks in Texas. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in that report, he never indicated to anybody that he talked to there that he was having anything that was going on in the home. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
And that was on May the 12th of 2010. Isn't that correct?
I don't have the page in front of me.
Well, when he was 17 years old, does that
makes sense.
Does that make sense that that's when he was talking to those folks?
Sure.
And this was after he had vandalized a church. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
And done, at least what was reported, of $50,000 worth of damage to that church.
My understanding is that that was over-reported and that the law enforcement assessment was that that was $10,000. But yes, I think chronologically that's accurate.
And he had a intake or a predisposition report with Katie. It looks like Sarral, Katie Sarral. Did you remember looking at that?
I couldn't remember the exact sheet of paper.
May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Chaudhry, I'm showing you what I've marked in State's Exhibit 643. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It says the Brazoria County Juvenile Justice Department Predisposition Report.
And if you can take a look at it.
Sure.
Does this refresh your recollection of this juvenile justice report?
Yes.
And in this report, Dr. Chaudhry, did you notice where well, I guess it was approved by Katie Sarral. It was actually submitted by a Criselda Quintanilla, the last name Quintanilla. Did you see that?
Yes.
And that she's a juvenile probation officer. And I would assume that in this report that there are questions that are in this report and they ask the questions that are on the report. Is that sort of what this layout looks like to you? Is that what that State's Exhibit 643 looked like?
That's, yeah.
And she asked Mr. Campbell about his relationships with his teachers and principals, and he said good. Is that correct?
Yes.
And said feelings about school, and he said, I like it.
Yes.
And aggressive or violent behavior, and again, he reported that nothing makes him angry or upset. Is that correct?
Yes.
Suicidal thoughts, none reported.
Yes.
Suicide attempts, none reported.
Yes.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he gave some information. They even misstated his, or miswrote his father's name on this. Did you notice that?
I did.
That they said that his father's name was Eric Watson Campbell as opposed to Edward. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And on the back page it says relationship with his father. Eric stated that he had a good relationship with his father. Did you note that?
I did.
Disciplined by his father, that his father will ground him for discipline. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Relationship with his stepmother, he stated had a pretty good relationship with her.
Yes.
An impression of childhood. Eric stated that his childhood was fun. Did you
Yes.
note that? And that they put him in the care, custody, and control of his father, and he had a curfew, and that he was not supposed to have any contact with Shane Warman. Did you notice that?
Yes.
But there's no indication that he followed those rules, are there?
I believe there were other recommendations that he did follow. I don't know whether he followed those rules in particular.
Sure, he was supposed to do some community service, pay some restitution, write some letters to folks.
Yes.
And in order to do that, the case was, he was going to be off probation and move on. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And as far as you know, he did, correct? I mean, he paid what was supposed to be paid and wrote these letters and moved on with his life.
As far as I know, yes.
In your report, Dr. Chaudhry, you indicated on page 6 of your report, you indicated that Eric reported a past history of suicide attempts by overdose in 2008, and then again at age 16 by bashing in his head. Isn't this correct?
Are you on the second paragraph or past psychiatric history?
Yes, ma'am, and it starts about the 6th sentence.
Yes, I see that.
And that was self-reported, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you take into account in your report where it was noted in the juvenile record that he did not tell them about any past suicide history? In fact, he said that he hadn't had any past suicide attempt.
That's a discrepancy.
And you didn't note anywhere in your report about the juvenile record, isn't that correct?
The past psychiatric history that I was referring to were not only information that was directly provided to me by Eric Campbell, but also notes that were documented in the Central Prison medical records, which is where this was also documented in those findings.
That he self-reported.
That's I couldn't tell you what was the detail of those notes, but I'm assuming yes.
And you didn't know anywhere in here about the juvenile record or that there was a inconsistency in what he had reported to you and what the collateral information was?
No, that's right. I did not document that inconsistency.
And when in the report, you talk about on page 2, page 2, 3, and 4. I guess it's basically all the background information. Where the defendant has told you about the things that happened in his past. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that's where you indicate about the pediatric medical records are quite sparse.
I'm sorry, could you direct me to the page that you're looking at?
Yes, I'm sorry. On page 3, the very top, is the second sentence. That his pediatric medical records are quite sparse and focus mainly on evaluation of ADHD, sleep apnea, and the associated seizure disorder. Is that what you noted?
Yes.
But you didn't note that he had a physical exam basically every time that he went to see about his ADHD medicine.
Well, I think that that's part of an evaluation for ADHD because, like I said, the stimulant medication for ADHD is something that actually has a risk of cardiac arrhythmias as well as hypertension. And so for children who do go in for ADHD follow-up, it's not just a matter of questioning their behavior and their response to the medication, but it does also always involve a physical exam to identify the risk for side effects from the medicines. So that's included, I mean, that's part of what's assumed in an ADHD follow-up evaluation.
And even in the identifying data on page 2, where you describe Mr. Campbell and his age, do you note anything that he had not lived at the Indian Acres, 3015 Indian Acres Street for the past 3 years before he had been arrested?
You're right. I didn't note that.
Isn't his independence an issue in this case?
Yes, that is. I will say that I didn't actually find any documented alternative address, and that's part of why I put this, because this was the permanent home address.
So in the collateral reports, and certainly statements from Eric Campbell that he has given to several people, and the indication from Shane, the information that was given from Shane Warman and the information that was given from Nick Campbell, you didn't note in there that he hadn't lived at home in 3 years?
I did notice that. However, I didn't document the new address in my report.
And you didn't document in there that he had lived away from home for 3 years and I just can't find the address?
That's right.
And on page 4 of your report, second paragraph, there are several recorded instances where the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services substantiated neglectful parenting by Ed Campbell. Do you see that sentence?
Yes.
And Eric was placed in foster care frequently. But that's not accurate.
Yes.
Is it accurate?
No.
But it's in your report that you based your opinion on.
Yes, this is a preliminary psychiatric report, and that there are that would be one of the inaccuracies in my report.
So have you done a final report?
My final report is being presented in this testimony.
Where is it?
As part of my presentation, as part of the conversation we're having.
So you haven't, the only written documentation that you have made of this report is what you are deeming the preliminary psychiatric evaluation that you presented with all of your opinions that you have stated here in this courtroom. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But this is not your report?
I would say that is my report. Unless there's other additional information that emerges, that would be the report that I've submitted.
Well, all of this information you already had, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you had the Department of Social Services records before you testified in this courtroom today, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you knew that him being the defendant being placed in foster care frequently was not correct. Isn't that true?
Yes, that's true.
But yet it's recorded as that in this report that was given to the state with your opinion in it.
That would be an error in my report.
And the same with the defendant not residing at the residence for the past 3 years. You knew that information before you testified today. Isn't that correct?
That's true.
And that also is an error in your report.
I would say neither of these is an attempt to mislead by omitting any information.
But it's what you based your opinion on.
What I would say is it's not merely the instance of his address or the frequency of him being held in foster care. I think what is relevant to my report and what really is the foundation of my report does not explain the address of Mr. Shane Worman's grandmother's home or how many times he was placed in foster care. The foundation of the report is based on a consistent pattern of isolation, of underreporting, of also his consistent reporting of the events that led to the present charges, the findings that not only I but also Dr. Fox had on his psychological evaluations that really identify that Eric Campbell, throughout the course of my assessment as well as Dr. Fox's, has not been trying to hide any information. So yes, there's an error in the frequency. Yes, there's an error in the address. Neither of those is indicative of any changes in my opinion on the mental state of Eric Campbell.
Well, you said that this was preliminary and that you were going to give some final report at some other time. Is that, or as you testify?
That's not uncommon to identify preliminary findings as well as final findings in testimony.
So are you're going to prepare another report? Is that how that works?
There's no indicator that that needs to happen. We're here with the findings that I've already presented.
And in those findings, you just said, and you noted on page 9 of your report, under the history of the incident in question, you noted that it is also on the after history of incident in question, it's the first paragraph there, the last sentence. It's also notable that the account Eric gave me of this incident is very consistent with the police interview transcript. Is that what you stated here?
Yes.
And so would that be the police interview transcript that you reviewed of the defendant talking with Roger Baker on January the 1st of 2015 in West Virginia?
I don't remember the name of the officer.
Well, what police interview transcripts did you review?
I don't have them in front of me. I wouldn't be able to give you the names of the officers right off my memory.
On the front of your report, in the the second paragraph where you discuss what you examined, it says discovery files pertaining to this case. Does that include statements that the defendant gave to a law enforcement officer on January the 1st of 2015 while he was in West Virginia?
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
And also a law enforcement interview that he gave to detectives Doug McPhee and Steve Hayes January the 2nd of 2015 while he was in West Virginia. Did you review that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And is it your opinion that the account that Eric gave you is very consistent with the police interview transcript?
I would say it's surprisingly consistent given the mental state and given the events that he had just gone through at the time that he gave those reports. And I think it's remarkable that even though several months have passed intervening, the reports, the basic account that he's provided has remained fairly consistent, not only with me but to other people that he reported.
Dr. Chaudhry, is it, so when did you interview Mr. Campbell?
The first time I interviewed him was in November of 2016.
And when's the next time you interviewed him?
December 13, 2016.
And the next time?
January 17, 2017.
And the next time?
January 31, 2017.
Did you interview him anymore?
No, I did not.
So you talked to him almost 2 years after the date of this offense.
That's correct.
And in the report that, in the version of events that the defendant gave you, where does it say in here that he and his dad were driving down Highway 96 and they saw an older gentleman at the mailbox and they stopped the car?
I don't have that in my document of the history of the incident in question.
And where in your documentation of the history in question does he say that his dad told him to turn around and that was the people that they were going to rob?
He did not tell me that.
And did he tell you about parking a car behind an abandoned house across the street so that no one would see what they were doing?
No, he did not.
Did he tell, where in this did he tell you that he knew that his dad went to Home Depot to pick up a sprayer because he knew he was going to rob somebody with it?
I do not have that information.
But those are the things that the defendant did tell to Roger Baker when he talked to him on January the 1st of 2015. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am. There are other areas of the report that Mr. Eric Campbell gave to me that are corroborated in the report that he provided to the officer. But these are areas that I did not receive when I took the history from Eric Campbell.
Because he didn't tell you about them.
That's right.
But you say on page 9 of your report that Eric gave me it is notable that the account Eric gave me of the incident is very consistent with the police interview transcript. Isn't that what you wrote here?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this point. During this time, it is your duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. Do not talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. Further duty not to talk to anyone else, allow anyone else to talk with you or to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you in any fashion, you let the sheriff know about it when you come in. Don't do any individual research, investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial. Stay away from your smartphones. And do not form or express any opinion about this case during this time. With that, ladies and gentlemen, while everyone else can remain seated, I'm going to excuse these 17 of you and ask that you return and assemble in the jury room at 15 minutes after the hour 4. Again, we go by that clock. That's your excuse.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. I'm Aaron Keller. It looks like we're taking about a 10 or 15 minute break. The judge said the jury should be back at about 4:15. It's about 4:04 on my clock right now. This is the murder case of Eric Campbell. He's facing what could be a potential death penalty, although it's rarely applied in North Carolina, for what prosecutors are alleging was a multi-state crime spree leading all the way from Texas to North Carolina to West Virginia and a number of other states in between. This is the defense's case in chief. The prosecution wrapped up around the middle of last week, and at the beginning of the defense's case, the defendant himself took the stand. What we've been listening to today is some expert testimony by some psychological experts, psychiatrists, whatnot, who claim that this defendant has everything from ADHD to PTSD. And there was an opinion rendered by the professional that we just saw on cross-examination earlier this afternoon that the defendant couldn't form the requisite intent necessary to be convicted of the crimes of which he's charged. And it was a blanket opinion across the board. Of course, if intent doesn't exist, if there is no intent to commit a specific crime, then charges are not supposed to stick. The issue that we're seeing on cross-examination is an attack not only on the expert's credentials and credibility, but also on the fact that there's not been an official final report issued. This expert is testifying about preliminary reports and opinions rendered, but there was not a final report issued, and the prosecutor really ripped her up about that in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see if we see more questioning go on here after this break, after we come back at about 4:15. It'll be interesting to see if the defense is able to rehabilitate this particular expert witness under the evidence rules. But as we continue to review this case, I want to dip back into some of the really critical testimony from last week from the defendant himself on the witness stand. This is some of Eric Campbell on cross-examination by the state of North Carolina.
But that's not what you told Roger Baker, is it?
I don't remember the transcript.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that you said, when asked if you're following him or is he following you, you said he was following me?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, because as it turns out, when you were in that Suburban by yourself, you took a left and headed up north into Virginia.
And I went the way I was instructed.
Instructed. You went the way that you planned.
My dad planned the way.
And you went along with that plan.
At that time, yes, sir, I did.
Now, that's not the only statement you gave to law enforcement authorities, is that right?
That's correct.
Because the next day, you met with Detective McPhee and Sergeant Hayes.
Yes, sir.
And you heard them testify here earlier this week?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they advised you again of your right to remain silent.
Yes, sir.
That you had a right to an attorney.
Yes, sir.
That at any time you could discontinue it.
Yes, sir.
And once again, you made a knowing waiver of your rights. How tall are you, Eric?
5'10".
5'10", and do you weigh about 160 pounds?
I've gained some weight since I've been in prison. Probably weigh 170 now.
Okay, because you were pretty fit when you were you were pretty fit before, right?
I think I weighed about 150 pounds.
Okay.
Well,
And your dad, he was smaller than you, wasn't he?
I don't know what my dad's weight was.
Well, I'm not asking you if you knew exactly what his weight was, but you knew that he was about 5'7", didn't you?
Yes, sir. I was a little taller than him.
Okay. And you knew that the two of you together still weren't as big as Mr. Jerome Faulkner.
My dad was a Thai fighter in his earlier life.
And you did some kickboxing too, didn't you?
I had a punching bag that I would just work out on.
Did you ever break your foot kickboxing?
As shaped from the tree line as he was running up to the house.
And you met him at the corner of the house on the sidewalk outside. Is that what you told the jury?
No, I met him when he was walking down the patio.
The patio. And you said, hey, what's going on? And you said he kind of shushed you a little bit, right?
He didn't want me to even ask anything at all. He didn't want me to talk.
And then he went over and rang the doorbell.
Yes, sir.
And you said you thought y'all were all getting ready to run.
Yes, sir.
Kind of like it was a prank.
I didn't know what to think at the time.
Well, but when you talk to Detective McPhee, it's a different story, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I didn't remember at the time that my dad had rung the doorbell and ran.
Did you remember at the time that when he was going up there and trying to pry open the windows
Yes, sir. That's what he
in the
said.
dark
to me.
of the night, that he intended to enter that house?
I didn't know he was trying to pry the windows at the time, but he said. That's what he said.
You didn't tell Detective McPhee that's what he said.
I know. I was trying to tell him everything I could. I didn't get everything right.
But the point is, it's not about what your dad said. It's about what you saw and what you did.
From what I saw and from what he said, I put together everything I could, and I told him that.
Okay, but you were here yesterday, and you testified after swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You told the jury that you were on the patio, that you were at the corner of the house.
Yes, sir.
You were right there.
Yes, sir, I was.
So you weren't telling Detective McPhee what he said. You were telling Detective McPhee what you saw.
I saw in the tree line, I saw my dad go up to the window. I could see his silhouette moving along the back of the house. And when I got to there, he was walking down off the patio.
Okay. While you were at the corner of the house, posted as a lookout.
My dad didn't tell me to look out or anything like that.
But when the car drove up in the driveway, you certainly alerted him to that, didn't you?
He had told me to be out there and look on the driveway.
Okay. As in to keep an eye out. To keep an eye out for an intervening neighbor. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
One of the many friends that the Faulkners had that would have come to their rescue had they just known.
Yes, sir.
For the sheriff's department, they would have come to stop you if they could.
Yes, sir. My father too.
To keep a lookout for them. You are telling this jury that that at the time when you're here, you're telling Detective McPhee that he just put water in the sprayer.
When we were at the campground and I was leaving, I saw him have a water jug.
Okay. But you also told Roger Baker the day before that you knew that he had the sprayer and that you knew he was putting lye in it.
I didn't know there was lye in it till at the house.
You knew that he was putting lye into it because he was going to spray it in their eyes, didn't you?
I never saw him put lye in it.
When you said, because I asked him about it when he started spraying him, he said he put lye in it, it's because you were in the house when he was spraying them there, wouldn't you? Weren't you?
No, sir.
Detective McPhee said lye, L-Y-E, lye, question mark, and you said, yeah. Now, you knew that when he was up there and going to prying up windows, you knew that that's what you were there to do, was to rob that place.
I didn't know he was prying windows.
Detective McPhee, when he was talking to me about this, he said, okay, keep going, please. And you said it was dark in the house. He went up to some of the windows and tried to open them up. He tried the back door. It was locked.
Yes, sir. That's what he explained to me. That's why he said he
he was going to break in. He just kept saying he needed money so we could break in and rob the place.
Objection. Objection, misstating what the
Restate.
He just kept saying he needed money so we could break in and rob the place. I'm reading off the defendant's prepared transcript.
Okay, I'm reading off the one that was done by the court reporter that reads differently. I apologize.
He wanted to make sure it was empty before he busted out a window. So he went to the front door and he knocked on it. A porch light turned on. He had a crossbow in his right hand and a wand in his backpack.
Yes, sir.
So when he walked up to the house and you walked up there with him, you knew that he intended to break into that house.
Not at the exact moment.
But that's what you told Detective McPhee.
I was trying to explain to him everything that happened and why it happened, and everything that my dad told me and what I thought I knew.
But you're not saying this is what your dad said. You're saying this because you were there.
If I got it wrong, didn't mean.
Okay, folks, we're going to break out of that replay of some of the critical testimony last week from Eric Campbell, the defendant taking the witness stand, trying to ultimately save his own life, because this could be a death penalty case, although it's rare to see that actually go that far in North Carolina. But this court is scheduled and timely, and the judge promised a 15-minute break. They're back in session, so let's go live back to the courtroom. We're expecting testimony to wrap up around 5 o'clock today.
Court here. Where does he say that that his dad and his dad had conversations, and that he knew his dad was going to rob a house?
It doesn't say that in my report.
But it does say that in the police interview, doesn't it?
Yes, that's right.
But you don't account for that in your report.
That's right.
And he talks about, again, picking up, certainly when he spoke with the Granville County Sheriff's Office, that they went to Home Depot and they picked up chemicals, specifically lye. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And where in your report do you even mention anything about chemicals?
I don't mention that.
And do you account for the inconsistency in your report?
I do not. One thing that I think is important to identify, and I did identify this in my report, is that it was very difficult to obtain the history of the event from Mr. Eric Campbell. It was remarkable that he was experiencing what I would say dissociative symptoms during the time that I was interviewing him. If you look at my handwritten notes, it's sort of one sentence about what was happening on the time of the event, and immediately the next sentence starts talking about something that, as I was interviewing Mr. Campbell, I assumed was related to the incident. However, it was sort of his brain was moving on into this tangential thought process, and by tangential I mean that it was going back into something that had occurred in the past. It was very, very difficult for him to focus and to be able to give me a linear account. And so it's not surprising that there were some things that were missing. And yes, I didn't identify that discrepancy in my report.
And you didn't confront the defendant about it in your handwritten notes? Meaning when you were talking to him, you didn't ask him about the inconsistencies between the version he was giving you and the version, or what he told detectives 18 hours after this happened?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't confront him with that information?
That's right.
And you didn't confront him with the information that you had, the information that he gave to detectives on January the 2nd of 2015. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're talking to him almost 2 years after this. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and I think that is my understanding of what explains omissions, is the way that memory works. specifically for an individual who has a PTSD is that it's very difficult for him to remain in chronologic order. The way that the events were occurring that evening, that night, his actual ability to be present in a chronological fashion was limited, was impaired because of his post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms. And I do believe it's accurate to say that reports that are immediately presented after an incident occurs will contain different degrees of information, will qualitatively have different information as well as quantitatively, and that the same information recounted 2 years later is presented in a different way. The brain is processing that information and those memories in a different way. And we also know that people with post-traumatic stress disorder have actual brain changes in the areas of the brain where memories are stored. So, for example, we had spoken about the hippocampus earlier today, where we know that there is actual shrinking of hippocampal regions that occurs in many people with PTSD, so it's not surprising to me that there would be inconsistencies in the memory. And in fact, the reason I use the word very consistent with the police interview transcript is because my expectation would be that there would be even greater inconsistencies given the interval of time that had passed. So I was actually quite surprised about the degree of memory preservation that had actually occurred.
But you don't account for any of the inconsistencies in your report.
That's right. What I do account for in my report is the diagnostic process and the diagnosis of PTSD.
Because that's the most important thing that you want to get out in your report.
My goal in performing this report is to identify what, if any, psychological conditions are present and how they relate to the charges in question.
And you're interviewing him 2 years later. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And you're doing a forensic evaluation. Isn't that what you said?
This is a psychiatric evaluation in conjunction with a legal case, which constitutes a forensic evaluation.
And forensic evaluators are supposed to confront the folks that they're interviewing with the collateral information that they have. Isn't that correct?
I think that what is important is to identify any discrepancies or to identify alternative sources of information. And yes, I did not identify that discrepancy in my report.
The discrepancy with the January the 1st transcript or the statement that he made there or the January the 2nd interview that he gave. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the defendant told you about this cathartic statement or what he says about his sister, that his dad confessed to killing his sister. You note that in your report. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you read Dr. Hagen's report as a part of what you did?
No, I didn't receive Dr. Hagen's report until later.
Did you read Dr. Hagen's notes that he took as that he based his report on?
I don't recall that I had those that report at the time, but I might have.
May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm showing you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as Defense Exhibit 41. Do you recognize this as anything that you reviewed as part of your exam and final opinion?
Yes. I would say I've probably reviewed, no? Yeah, I'm not sure that I actually reviewed these notes. So I think I definitely reviewed Dr. Hagen's report, but this does not look familiar to me.
But you said you reviewed his report after you had finalized yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't review these 12 pages of typewritten notes that Dr. Hagen put together as part of his report?
I may have reviewed them, but I don't have a clear memory of reviewing these.
Well, as you're looking at them now, is it fair to say that there's no mention of Michelle or anything that the defendant says about what that his dad said anything to him about his sister? And specifically, Dr. Hagen, Dr. Chaudhry, I believe Dr. Hagen talks about the incident starting on page 9.
Yes, I don't see any mention in this, in these notes.
But you said you didn't review those notes as a part of this, this incident.
Well, I clearly remember reviewing the Dr. Hagen's report. I may have reviewed these sometime back in the fall, but they're not jumping out as a clear memory to me.
But there's no mention of Michelle in those notes. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
And in your report, there is no mention at all of any chemicals that were used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the autopsy report that was provided? And you noticed on the autopsy report of Jerome Faulkner that there is many indications of chemical burns.
Yes.
Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Did you confront the defendant with that information?
No, I did not.
Did you mention any of that inconsistencies or those inconsistencies in your report?
My report was a diagnostic report in relation to the charges in question, so I did not.
He is charged with murdering Jerome Faulkner just as he is with murdering Dora Faulkner. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the autopsy reports that you were provided, that is not relevant to what you're evaluating him for?
Ma'am, my evaluation is a psychiatric evaluation.
So it's a psychiatric evaluation in that you listen to what the person who's reporting tells you, and you take that information and make a diagnosis.
In addition to reviewing previous records, as we've seen earlier today, as well as reviewing standardized clinical rating scales, as well as reviewing other materials. However, the purpose of my report is not to decide whether somebody is guilty or not guilty of a crime. My purpose of my report is to identify the mental issues as far as I can identify based on the information that I have.
But you didn't note any of these inconsistencies. You didn't confront the defendant with anything that wasn't what he told you and what went along with this diagnosis. Isn't that a fair assessment?
Yes, that is.
You relied on Eric's statements to
Not
the
entirely.
exclusion of other things that didn't fit with what the diagnosis that you wanted to make in this particular case.
I don't think that I conduct this evaluation or any other evaluation with any diagnosis that I want to make. I think that any conclusions that I come to are based on clinical interview information as well as collateral information, as well as the use of standardized rating instruments, which are both identifying self-report as well as identifying falsification of information.
But collateral information that you don't even mention in this report. Is that correct?
I did not mention the autopsy report of Mr. Faulkner.
Or the inconsistencies with both of the interviews?
Yes, that's right.
Where in this report does the defendant mention to you the plan that he had with his father?
It would begin on page 9.
And what does he report that the plan is?
The plan is for his father and Eric to go on a camping trip. That is what Eric said to me was the expressed plan, but that Eric was aware that his father was trying to escape from the law. However, that I'll just refer to my report here if you don't mind. Although Eric was aware that the camping trip was a pretext and that his father wanted to get away from the law and that he did not want to go on the trip, he agreed to do so because he was afraid that Ed's intent was to find Holly and the younger children and to kill her, and also he feared that Ed would put himself at risk if he was alone. So I think that although Eric was aware that this was not a camping trip per se, he was actually very concerned about the risk that Ed Campbell posed.
And that was a risk to Holly, is that correct?
As well as to his half-siblings, as well as to himself.
But he participated in bonding him out of jail, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he sold belongings to get him out of jail, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And he doesn't tell anybody in this first interview that he knew that his intent, that the defendant knew that his father's intention was to find Holly and to kill her. Does he?
No, he does not.
Does he mention to anybody in the second interview with the Granville County Sheriff's Office that his father's intention was to find Holly and kill her?
Not as I can recall.
Does he even mention Hillsborough?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Does he do that? Does he mention Hillsborough in the second interview that you know of?
I wouldn't be able to recall which, but not as far as I know. I can't say for sure.
And did you follow up and ask Mr. Campbell why that was part of the reason that he was going to come with his father, because he knew that he was looking for Holly and was going to kill her? Did you follow up what his role was supposed to be in that?
Well, the way that our conversation went was that he was afraid that his father would try to harm Holly or the younger children, and that he thought that he would be able to prevent that. In addition, that he felt that he would be able to actually help his father get back on track, get back in touch with, his father had been off drugs for a while. He wanted his father to get back in touch with nature and to recover from the substance use.
And did he tell you that when he left Texas that the defendant actually packed up the car or packed up the Suburban?
Yes.
Did he tell you that his father had given him a packing list?
I don't recall that I put it in my report, but I do recall that him telling me that they were packing up stuff and that his role was to pack up the truck.
And you didn't note that in your report?
No, I didn't.
Did you note in your report that that packing list included a crossbow?
No, I didn't.
And a sword?
I did not.
And a spear?
No, I didn't.
And multiple tools?
I did not.
And diving equipment?
That's not noted in my report.
And is it noted in your report that they went to Home Depot and bought the chemicals that they used in killing Jerome Faulkner?
No, that's not noted in my report.
And in the report, is it noted that they stopped along the way to buy goggles and gloves?
That's not noted in my report.
Is it noted in what he told you at all?
No, it's not.
And on page 9 of your report, it appears that the defendant reported that he had a Suburban, that his father had a Suburban. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, let me just
I'm
find
sorry, the
that
last paragraph of page 9.
Yes.
And he stated that he told Eric he bought it.
Yes.
Did you confront him in your notes, or do you note in your report anywhere that they had just spent a lot of money that they had to raise in order to get Edward out of jail?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. I'm not sure that it made much sense. Is it noted anywhere in this report where you asked Eric how his dad got the money to buy the Suburban?
No, it's not noted here.
Did you ask Eric how his dad got the money to buy the Suburban?
I didn't, because Eric was befuddled about where this Suburban came from, and he felt confused about it. He had already expressed that confusion to me.
And you didn't note that that was inconsistent with the fact that Edward had just gotten out of jail and did not have any money. You didn't note that in your report. Is
That's
that
right.
correct?
Yes.
And that it was inconsistent with the fact that Eric and Nicholas were selling off belongings in order to just raise that money. Did you note that anywhere in your report?
I did not.
On page 10 of your report, the second paragraph.
Yes.
At the end, it said, "My dad outpaced me a little bit." This seems to be about when he's, well, in fact, if you could just read that second paragraph.
They continued driving for 3 days or so, and he thinks they ended up in South Carolina, where they stayed a few days. His father was drinking and driving erratically the whole time. Eventually, they headed toward North Carolina to look for a camping place. It seemed to Eric that his father was looking for Holly. He seemed to think she had moved to Hillsborough. As night fell, they were looking for a place to stay and were walking around in the dark, looking for an empty house to take shelter in. It was very cold, so to stay warm, they began to run. My dad outpaced me a little bit, but I was trying to keep up with him. He broke off he broke off to the right, and I lost sight of him.
And then the defendant goes on to state that that's when his dad he saw a shadow slip from one building to another. Is that correct?
Yes.
He watched his dad ring the bell at the house and heard a man answer the door and say hello. So he tells you that all of this incident happened in Hillsborough.
No. So the way that it was described was that after they left Hillsborough, they went driving up to the west, to the northwest. And I think I described that at another point. But as I said, it was very difficult to follow the actual sequence during the course of my interview because of the way that the history was being presented, and it was very difficult to keep Eric on track.
Did the defendant mention anything in here where he and his dad had gone up to a convenience store up above the house where the Faulkners lived?
I don't have it in my report, but he did mention to me that he was sort of having that there was a time when the car stopped at a convenience store and that he was wondering if people were watching them or, but it was, like I said, it was very disjointed, and it was very difficult for me to put together the sequence of events based on the way that I received that history.
And as he's giving you this very disjointed history of events, you're not confronting him with these statements that he's given to law enforcement.
I'm trying to get the information as much as I can.
And he indicates to you that they go, what does he indicate to you, or do you put in your report that they stop at several convenience stores in Virginia after this happens?
No, I don't have that in my report.
Did you review those records that were given to you by in your review of this case?
That there were videotapes of stops and that people had witnessed the stops, yes.
Did you confront him with that information?
No, I didn't.
Did you confront him with the information that he was in 2 different convenience stores when his father wasn't around?
Yes, I didn't confront him with that information, but he did describe for me his thinking during those stops, during the times that after the incident, how he was feeling. And as I had mentioned earlier, it's important, the way that it seems very clear to me is that there were very graphic, horrifying things that he saw. The victims were brutally killed, and that those memories are very, very clear in Eric's mind, and that there are other parts of that night and the sequence of events following it that feel like they are a blur to him. It's very difficult for him to access those memories, and I'm aware that at the time that the incidents occurred and the reports that he provided, there's more clarity. Like I said, knowing what we know about the impact of PTSD on memory relay systems of the brain, as well as the passing of time, I think that it was very difficult for me to actually get information in a sequence and to get that information in very clear memory forms.
But you never follow up and ask him about the inconsistencies. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you never note the inconsistencies in your report. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And is there anything in your report about him going to these convenience stores in Virginia and his actions at those stores?
Not that I've documented.
Did you watch the videos?
No, actually, I tried to watch the videos, but I documented that there was a software incompatibility. I wasn't able to see all the videos. I saw a couple of the videos with my retaining attorney because they had software that was able to view the videos, but I could not see the videos.
Did you view the video with the retaining attorney for the Kangaroo Express in Virginia?
Not as far as I can recall.
Did you watch the video of the sheets in Virginia?
Not as far as I can recall.
So you didn't watch any of the videos that showed the defendant's actions short hours after these murders occurred?
Not as I can recall.
And you didn't base your opinion on those at all then?
That's correct.
Did you watch a video from the Walmart in Oxford?
Yes,
on
I did.
December the 31st of 2014?
Yes, I did.
Where the defendant is sitting in a Suburban for 10 minutes and never leaves the parking lot.
Yes, that's right.
Did you confront him with that information?
He actually reported that information to me himself, which was that his father had ordered him to park in a way that the father would be able to view the Suburban from all of the aisles, or that he was going to be using, and that at that time he was terrified. He thought he could run, but then he was terrified that his father would get him, and that his father was going to get him no matter what. And Eric has repeatedly stated that he was always submissive to his father's wishes, that he never questioned what his father said. And in fact, this is evidenced not only in the case of this incident, but also following his incarceration. There have been times when Eric has been brutally beaten by other inmates, and Eric has never responded in self-defense in rather just sort of pulling in on himself and accepting the injuries. More, again, part of that submissive pattern.
Dr. Chaudhry, you said that when you were speaking with the defendant, this is on page 11 of your report under present symptoms. It's the third paragraph under present symptoms, that you notice he continues to demonstrate hypervigilance, guardedness to sudden sounds and movements. Is that correct as to what you said?
Yes.
And that would have been the symptoms that you described that he would have been experiencing during this entire event. Is that correct?
Yes.
Including Virginia and including West Virginia. Is that correct?
I would say that these are not things that would consistently, it's not difficult, it's not possible to predict to what degree these are being evidenced at different times. One of the things that we do know about people with PTSD, who are suffering from PTSD, is that they have what's called a reduced baseline cortisol levels, which means that their reactivity when functioning on daily acts like driving a car, going in and out of a gas station, that kind of reactivity is reduced compared with normal people. And so it would be unsurprising to me if he didn't actually demonstrate any of this hypervigilance or hyperarousal type of symptoms at all during any of those videos, based on what we know scientifically about what's happening with hormonal responses in such a person.
So it wouldn't surprise you that he didn't give these, show these symptoms? Is that what you said?
Yes.
And you said that there were other symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. I think you said there was flooding and flashbacks, hyper arousal, so basically being shaky or nervous when you hear loud noises. Is that correct?
Yes, that's called hypervigilance.
And again, you talked about numbing and amnesia, dissociating of the events. Is that correct?
Could you please direct me to what page you're referring
I'm
to?
sorry, this was from your testimony earlier when Mr. Tyndall asked you, and you said there are 3 basic clusters from post-traumatic stress disorder, and you went into the hyperarousal, it's presence of new, and I didn't get the rest of what you said.
Yes.
The flooding and hypervigilance and flashbacks, and I believe you gave the example of if you slam a door, there's a loud noise, there's reaction, and is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And then numbing or amnesia, this is the depersonalization, as if you're watching something from a movie screen.
Yes.
Is that correct? And then you have the other one with the not sleeping, walking on eggshells, and things such as that. And you noted in your report, one of the symptoms that you noted of post-traumatic stress disorder, certainly how it affected the defendant, is that that he was essentially frozen due to the horror of witnessing the offense as they unfolded, and that's page 15, right? He was frozen. Page 15 of your report is the second paragraph before the words conclusion and opinion.
Yes.
And did you ask him about the fact that he packed up an entire house full of goods and belongings to the Faulkners after this event happened?
What he described was that there were many objects, and that feels like that there was a blur, that his father was telling him to go through the drawers just looking for something. He didn't know what he was looking for. He said, I think he was looking for money. And that there were objects that were taken, including Mrs. Faulkner's purse, as well as other valuable items.
And that not only did he take them, they were all packed up in bins, and
Yes.
they were packed up into the Suburban.
Right.
Did you see those pictures?
So I'm aware of that part of the narrative, yes.
But he's frozen due to the horror of these events.
Ma'am, as I described to you earlier, there's not a way to predict, and it exists on a continuum. And so there are times when he was unable to act. There are times where, like I said, he was acting without really a sense that this was that these were actions that he was conducting. And then there were times when he was fully aware of what he was doing, but he was acting under threat. And that he was following his father's instructions, and his mode, he was basically in survival mode. That there are parts of the time where his brain was unconsciously dissociated, he was shut off, he couldn't believe this horrible thing that he had been seeing. And there were times where he was aware of what had been going on, and the only way he could survive was to follow explicitly his father's instructions. And that's been a pattern for him his whole life. And that has occurred even since he's been in jail, when he's being beaten up by other inmates.
Is it fair to say standing beside your father when he has a gun and he starts shooting it at people would be a traumatic event?
Yes.
And have you seen the video from the traffic stop in West Virginia?
Yes.
And you see the defendant take off running.
Yes.
And not run to the Suburban that he had been driving. Is that correct? Do you see the defendant take off running to the red truck in which the bodies of the Faulkners are in?
Right, that is an example of extremely poor judgment. And in fact, watching that video is an example of what we call the fight, flight, or freeze response. So it is very clear in that video, it is very evident in that video that anybody whose brain would be functioning accurately with normal relay functioning, who was exercising any sort of reasonable judgment, would not immediately run away the way that he did, and would not immediately jump into a car that actually contains evidence of a horrific, gory crime, and that actually contains stolen items. So that's a perfect example of what one would call a flight response for somebody who just hears a gunshot and just bolts.
or on the contrary, is the perfect example of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. Isn't that correct?
One would say possibly, but I don't think so.
That they're effectuating an escape.
I suppose you could say that.
That they have a plan A and that they're taking steps to carry out that particular plan. Is that fair to say?
I guess. It just doesn't seem like a very smart plan.
And they drive away and they drive into what they think perhaps is a median that's going to take them not on I-64 West, but in the complete opposite direction from where the police are going to be looking at I-64 East. Did you confront the defendant with that information?
No, I did not.
That's the route that the truck took. Isn't that correct?
I guess I'm not very familiar with the roads in that area, so I guess that's true.
Did you look at the pictures that were provided in the discovery of what has been referred to as the divide?
I can't recall that I did.
So you didn't look at the way that the Faulkner's truck was found in West Virginia?
I can't recall that I did.
If you saw it, you would know what you had seen, I'm sure. So you didn't confront the defendant with any of this information that you found that you knew from West Virginia?
I don't believe I knew that piece of information.
You didn't have the discovery from West Virginia?
I might have had it, but I don't recall looking at it. And yes, I don't recall confronting the defendant with that.
So when the defendant gave you his version of events, on page 11, above present symptoms, in West Virginia, Eric was pulled over by police officers because of the stolen license plates on the Suburban. Do you see that?
Let me just find that, please.
It's the second paragraph on page 11.
Yes, I see it.
And I'll continue. It says, Ed got out of the truck and began shooting at police officers. Eric says he began to run into the woods behind the highway. You don't mention here that he gets into the truck and drives away. Isn't that correct?
That's right.
And he stopped and sat on a rock, and he realized he was carrying a purse that belonged to the female victim and had scattered the contents as he ran. Is that what you wrote there?
That's what I wrote, yes.
And so you didn't confront him with the information that the purse was buried under a log and leaves?
Actually, I think he reported that to me.
Do you report that in your report?
Well, it's not in my report. I think it might be in my notes. But yes, it's not in my report.
And so did you confront him with the characterization of he scattered the contents as he ran?
No, I didn't.
And he said, I just remember sitting there holding the gun to my head and feeling a sense of shame and failure. And after some time had passed, the sun began to set, and Eric walked down the slope to the highway to turn himself into police. Is that what you wrote there?
Yes, that's a summary of the narrative I was given.
So the narrative you were given from whom?
From Eric Campbell.
And does he say anything to you in here about burying the gun?
No, he didn't say that to me.
Did you confront him with that information?
No, I did not.
And on page 12, at the bottom, you say Eric appears to be accurate in reporting his understanding and recollection of the events. Is that your characterization?
I'm sorry. Let me just find that page, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Page 12.
Okay.
It appears to be the last two sentences before the word diagnosis.
All right. Yes.
That's your assessment.
Yes.
That's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our evening recess. At this point, during our evening recess period, it is your duty not to talk among yourselves about this case. It's your duty not to talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. It's your further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you, to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you in any way, in any fashion, you need to let sheriff know about it when you come in. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial. Stay away from computers in any form, smartphones. Stay away from social media that has anything to do with this trial, any news or media reports, and do not form or express any opinion about this case during this time. That while everyone else will remain seated, I'm going to excuse the 17 of you and ask you to return and assemble in the jury room tomorrow morning at 9:30.
And that's the end of the day of testimony in the North Carolina double murder trial of Eric Campbell, accused by prosecutors there of going off on a multi-state crime spree with his father, which resulted in the death of a couple in North Carolina. We've heard a lot of expert testimony today from someone who professionally reviewed the defendant, and her psychological perspective is that he was suffering from ADHD, PTSD, and I think things were summarized relatively well towards the end of the day in the last 10 minutes. She said, in her professional opinion, that at times the defendant knew what he was doing but was under fear the father would get him or abuse him if he didn't act. And she said at other times the defendant was moving about or processing what was happening as if he were watching the events on a movie screen, and just in other ways blanked out a lot of what he thought was going on. So in interesting batch of testimony that was met with a pretty harsh cross-examination from the state, saying, well, did you ask him about sitting in the car in the parking lot after the murders and not attempting to make an escape, even though in theory he had 10 minutes to do so? Did you also ask him about why he ran back into a vehicle full of evidence? Was it because he was just reacting viscerally, or was it because he was trying to get away and hide the evidence? And of course, the psychological perspective we heard from the expert was that there's just some sort of brain activity that would mitigate the crime rather than point to another possible explanation. So the state has done a very good job of trying to say, hey, look, there's two sides to this story. You claim that there's a medical excuse for everything, but there might be another reason. The state has done that very skillfully. But as you heard the judge say, testimony is going to pick up at about 9:30 in the morning. A reminder that we here at the LawNewz Network are on the air from 9 o'clock until at least 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, but we do stay late, for instance, as we did last week when we had testimony run well past this hour. So for now, we'll wrap things up for the broadcast day. I'm Aaron Keller, and for all of us here at the LawNewz Network, have a good evening. We'll see you back at 9 a.m. tomorrow.